Good evening and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting today, Tuesday, January 18th, 2022 at 5:32 p.m. May I please have a roll call?
Mayor Stephen B. Grant, Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Katz,
Here.
Christina Romulus,
Present.
Commissioner Typhon Serga.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, I'd ask everyone to please rise for invocation led by Pastor David McCammon of First Baptist Boynton, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Penserga. Is Pastor McCammon in the audience? We do not see him, so I'll ask our Vice Mayor to lead us with the invocation.
Of course. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for those who are present here today. We ask you a special blessing on them and their families. We ask, Lord, a special blessing on this commission and staff. We meet to serve our community. Father, we ask that you use us in the most useful way that you know how, that we may be able to accomplish your will. We pray that we represent all members of our community fairly. We pray that we make decisions that will promote the common good. We recognize our responsibility to the past, the present, and the future, and the rights and needs of both individuals and the citizens of this great community. As trusted servants, we seek blessing on our deliberation with respect for each other and on our efforts here today. May we act wisely and well. We ask it all in our Savior's name we pray. Let every heart say, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving for agenda approval, I received notice that the police chief is unable to make the meeting tonight, so I'd like to table 11B to February 1st. In addition, I'd like to remove item 11C from the agenda.
Move item C,
11C.
11C.
And is there any other items?
The travel request, Mayor, under administrative. It was placed before you.
So 5C. All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd also like to add an item to allocate $500 of my community support funds to the same group as Vice Mayor Hay. That's the Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I will echo that if I still have $500 to donate.
Thank you.
Is there any further additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Seeing none? May I have
Motion to approve as amended.
no further discussion? All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Informational items by members of the City Commission. Commissioner Katz, would you like to begin?
Thank you. Nothing to disclose at this time.
Commissioner Romulus.
Mayor, I have no items to disclose. Thank you.
Commissioner Penserga.
My only disclosure for this agenda would be relating to item 10A. I did have a conversation with former Judge Rand Hawk of Palm Beach County's Human Rights Council.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
No disclosures for this meeting.
Okay. As for myself, I attended the Palm Beach County Days on January 11th and 12th. I took the red coach and it wasn't that bad. At the Tallahassee, I met with Representatives Schlossberg and Kinsella, Senators Powell and Berman, and Commissioner of Agricultural and Consumer Affairs, Nikki Fried. In addition, because we had a big delegation from Palm Beach County, I had a conversation with a representative of the Palm Beach County Fire Department where we had a discussion that they may be able to assist with the annexation of outside areas if we were to move from Boynton Beach Fire Department into the Palm Beach County Fire Department. And so I wanted to let the commission know that. In addition, on the 15th, there was a Dogs on the Beach event that I attended, and I appreciate the Parks and Rec staff for what they do. I think it's a very well attended event. A lot of people having fun with the dogs on the beach. And then that afternoon, I attended the Boynton Beach Historical Society's Highwaymen presentation. It's just amazing artwork that they do and the story that is behind it. And I'm so glad that we were able to host them this year. On the 17th, I attended the MLK Day of Service over at Carolyn Sims and was able to pick up litter. And then that afternoon over at the Sarah Sims Park, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebration and commemoration. And I want to thank staff and our MLK committee for having a great event. And then today I met with C. Ron Allen of the KOP Mentoring Network and Andrew Lofholm from CBS 12.
Mayor,
Yes.
I took that as when you were asking for information, disclosures, as not as information items. So let me just a couple of things I want to mention.
Okay.
I did attend the Palm Beach County Day in Tallahassee, which was very productive in meeting all of our different representatives up in Tallahassee. Some of the senators I met, and it was very informative. Also, I attended the MLK Jr. Celebration Memorial Service at Sarah Sims Park, and it really was a very pleasant turnout. So I want to thank you to our police department, to our city, and to the citizens of Boynton Beach. Thank you for a job well done. Thank you.
Is there any other informational items by members of the City Commission? Seeing none, we will move forward to announcements, community and special events and presentations. The first is a general election proclamation for March 8, 2022. I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim that a general election will be held in the City of Boynton Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, on the 8th day of March 2022 to elect the one commissioner for District 1, one commissioner from District 3, and mayor at large to serve a 3-year term expiring in March 2025. The voting hours are between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. on said date. Polling places are hereby designated as follows. Precinct 3136, Freedom Shores Elementary. Precinct 3138, Citrus Cove Elementary. Precinct 3140, 3142, Boynton Lakes North Clubhouse. Precinct 3146, Freedom Shores Elementary. Precinct 3164, Citrus Cove Elementary. Precinct 3168, Boynton Beach Fire Station. Precinct 3172, Boynton Beach High. Precinct 3174, Boynton Beach Fire Station. Precinct 3176, Boynton Beach High. Precinct 3182, Imagine Schools Chancellor Campus. Precinct 3185, 3186, 3187, 3188, Christ Fellowship Church in Boynton Beach. Precinct 3190, Imagine Schools Chancellor Campus. Precinct 3192, Leisureville No. 1 Clubhouse. Precinct 3194, Boynton Beach Fire Station No. 2. Precinct 3196, Leisureville No. 3 Clubhouse. Precinct 3198, Leisureville Clubhouse. Precinct 3200, Gulfview Harbor Clubhouse. Precinct 3202, Gulfview Harbor Clubhouse. Precinct 4020, Christ Fellowship Church. Precinct 4022, Congress Middle School. Precinct 4024, Harvey E. Oyer Jr. Park. Precinct 4026, Sterling Village Auditorium. Precinct 4034, Cross Point Elementary. Precinct 4036, Forest Park Elementary. Precinct 4050, Hunters Run Courtside Cafe. Precinct 4052 and Precinct 4053, Cross Point Elementary. Precinct 4054, Lakeview, and 4062, Lakeview Baptist Church. Precinct 4066, 4068, 4070, Seacrest Presbyterian. Precinct 7178, Temple Beth Kodesh. Precinct 7179, Village Royale and Green. Precinct 7180, St. John's Missionary Baptist Church. Precinct 7182, Carolyn Sims Center. Precinct 7184, St. John's Missionary Baptist Church. Precinct 7186, Boynton Beach Senior Center. Precinct 7188, Forest Park Elementary. Precinct 7190, Seacrest Presbyterian. And Crystal, we will do another general election proclamation as well.
There will be another proclamation for next municipal election in next March.
Okay. And then my other question is that will this coincide with the State House 88 special election?
Yes, sir. Not all of those precincts listed in our election will have that election because they don't match, but it is the same day, and some locations have multiple elections that day.
Okay. And will there be an early voting location for the municipal election in Boynton Beach?
There will be early voting. It coincides with the county's early voting. The location that's available in the city is the Ezel Hester Center.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Our next proclamation is declaring January 23rd to the 29th, 2022 as Boynton Beach School Choice Week. Ron McCarthy, principal of Quantum High School, will accept the proclamation. City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas all children in Boynton Beach should have access to the highest quality education possible, and Boynton Beach recognizes the important role that an effective education plays in preparing all students to be successful adults. And whereas quality education is critically important to economic vitality of Boynton Beach. And whereas Boynton Beach is home to a multitude of high quality public and non-public schools from which parents can choose for their children, in addition to families who educate their children in the home. And whereas educational variety not only helps to diversify our economy, but also enhances the vibrancy of our community. And whereas Boynton Beach has many high quality teaching professionals in all types of school settings who are committed to educating our children. And whereas School Choice Week is celebrated across the country by millions of students, parents, educators, schools, and organizations to raise awareness of the need for effective educational options. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim January 23rd to the 29th, 2022 as Boynton Beach School Choice Week. I call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens.
Hi, I'm Ron McCarthy. I'm the principal at Quantum High School over on Gateway Boulevard. We're a small school. We have two sessions. We serve Boynton Beach High School, and we also serve 7 other schools in the area, all the way up from Lake Worth down to Atlantic High School. And so we're a school where if students have fallen a little bit behind in their credits and they want to catch up and they want to go back to Boynton Beach High School, we're literally across the street from Boynton Beach High School. They come over and we assign them classes and we help them accelerate their learning, earn their credits back, and then they're able to return to Boynton Beach, or if they like the process that we have, which is in most cases, most of our students stay with us, and they stay with us, and in most cases, they can graduate early. As long as they fulfill their credits and fulfill their state testing, then they're able to graduate with us. They can graduate at any time during the year. Sometimes if they come in January or February, They might be able to finish their credits in only 2 or 3 months and be done as early as April or May. So I'm brand new to the school. I moved here from Massachusetts in August, and I'm really enjoying the experience here in Boynton Beach. And the Boynton Beach High School, the folks over there have been great to us, and the whole community has been great. So thank you for this, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Ron. Our next proclamation is recognizing January 4th, 2022 as World Braille Day. The proclamation will be accepted by Larry McDowell, President of the Braille Club of Palm Beach County, Incorporated. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas January 4th is recognized as World Braille Day. Whereas Louis Braille, born in France on January 4th, 1809, suffered an eye injury at the age of 3 that resulted in him losing sight in both eyes by the time he was 5. At the age of 15, he invented Braille as a reading and writing system for people who are visually impaired. Whereas Braille is a tactical representation of the alphabetic and numerical symbols using 6 dots to represent each letter and number, and even musical, mathematical, and scientific symbols. Whereas Braille is used in nearly every country in the world, and there is a Braille code for almost every language. World Braille Day is a reminder of the importance of accessibility and independence for people who are blind or visually impaired. Whereas Braille Club of Palm Beach County, Inc. has been serving the blind and visually impaired residents of Palm Beach County since 1935. Whereas the City of Boynton Beach pledges to continue to support individuals who are blind or visually impaired, and we welcome the Braille Club to the City of Boynton Beach. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim January 4th as World Braille Day.
On behalf of the Braille Club of Palm Beach County, I would like to thank everyone, the City of Boynton Beach, for awarding us this recognition. And we're glad to be relocating to the Boynton Beach area. We were formerly in West Palm Beach for about 52 years, and now we'll be relocating to 1240 South Federal Highway in Boynton Beach. I'm looking forward to a meaningful and fruitful relationship with the Braille Club of Palm Beach County and the residents of Boynton Beach. Thank you.
And our last announcement is a presentation of the city's Climate Action Plan annual update by Rebecca Harvey, our Sustainability Coordinator.
Good evening. Is my audio okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Harvey, Sustainability Coordinator for the City of Boynton Beach. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to present the annual update to the city's Climate Action Plan. The city adopted the new Climate Action Plan on March 3rd, 2020. Within about 2 weeks of that adoption, our collective lives were turned upside down by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have been focused on the public health crisis ever since. But during those 2 years, the climate crisis has also intensified. In 2020 and 2021, there were a total of $42 billion weather disasters in the United States. That is individual disasters that each cost more than $1 billion in damages. These included historic winter storms, hurricanes, heat waves, wildfires, floods, and tornado outbreaks. There's no denying that the climate crisis is here, And there is increasing global awareness that the only way we can avoid the most catastrophic impacts is through urgent global action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The good news is that there is a lot that local governments can do. And we did see this in November at the COP26 Climate Summit in Scotland, where thousands of cities were represented as leaders in climate action. The next slide shows the greenhouse gas reduction targets that the city adopted in 2020, which are a 50% reduction below 2015 levels by 2035 and achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Click once more, Yuri, please. Because it's important to remember that this plan, the Climate Action Plan, is not just about greenhouse gas reduction. These actions will produce a number of co-benefits for the city and our community, including cost savings, economic development, public health, ecosystem protection, and climate resilience. On the next slide, we can see some of our data. So we now have data through the end of 2020 and can track our progress toward meeting the greenhouse gas reduction targets. We track emissions at two levels, government operations and community-wide emissions. So this graph shows the emissions from government operations, which represent all of the buildings, facilities, fleet vehicles, and other activities that are directly under control of city government. The blue line shows the 50% reduction target, and you can see that we're heading in the right direction, although not quite along the target line. On the next slide, we will look in more detail at the three scopes of emissions. You see the tallest bars there are the turquoise colored bars. The majority of our government emissions are from electricity use in our buildings and facilities, and these have gone down since 2015. However, there has been a slight increase between 2019 and 2020, which may be due to the new City Hall and Police Department opening up, which are larger buildings than the temporary buildings that we were housed in 2019. It may also be some effect of the pandemic. For example, utilities, water treatment, and wastewater both increased in 2020, and I'll return to that point in just a moment. You'll also see here that Scope 1, the yellow colored bar, is our fleet vehicles, reduced slightly, and Scope 3 emissions, which are solid waste and employee commuting, remain fairly stable. On the next slide are the community-wide greenhouse gas emissions. And this inventory is very different. It represents all emissions within the boundary of the city of Boynton Beach, so it is a much larger amount, but it is driven by factors that are not all within the control of local government. We have 3 years of complete data, just 2015, 2017, and 2020. So you can ignore those smaller lines, those are or bars, those are incomplete data. The story here is that our emissions are increasing community-wide. And this largely tracks with the city's population increase, which was about 10.4% from 2015 to 2020. So actually our per capita emissions are remaining about the same. Also, the increase between 2017 and 2020 may be due in part to the pandemic. I'll go into that more on the next slide. So the next slide shows the community emissions by sector. And we see that the transportation decreased from 2017 to 2020. That's the tallest bar. It went down. So I do think that's a result of the pandemic. COVID, we know that there are fewer cars on the road, fewer people using transit. But the stationary energy, the yellow bar, went up quite a bit in 2020. And this is our electricity use in buildings. So I don't have specific data to back this up. I haven't been able to find it yet, but my educated guess is that many snowbirds stayed in town all year rather than going up north during COVID. And also because Boynton Beach is largely a residential community, we saw increased overall electricity use from people staying at home. And again, this is confirmed by the increasing water and wastewater treatment costs. So a couple of comments before I move on about this increasing trend in emissions. So we skipped a couple years in our inventories, but going forward, we're inventorying community-wide every year. So we can track this more closely. Was 2020 an unusual year? It probably was. So we can see our 2020 data and see what that looks like as far as the trends in emissions. I also want to note that these numbers do not include our tree canopy program and the greenhouse gas sequestration that is happening from all the trees we're planting. We'll work towards a way of accounting for that. And then finally, it's important to keep in mind that the causes of local greenhouse gas emissions are often embedded in larger systems that are beyond the control of local governments. And as the field of local government sustainability is maturing, the question is being raised as to whether this community-wide inventory is really the best metric to measure our sustainability and our climate action. So stay tuned. We may kind of be tweaking our metrics in the future. Okay, so moving on, next slide. The Climate Action Plan outlines 18 greenhouse gas reduction strategies organized, as you see here, at the two levels, government and community, and then into three categories within those, which are Scope 1 is transportation and land use, Scope 2, buildings and facilities, and Scope 3 is waste and consumption. The next slide begins to highlight the progress that the city has made on Climate Action Plan implementation since 2020. And this is not everything. This is not complete. It's more of the high impact highlights. So this slide shows the strategies for government operations. Under strategy G1.1, Green Fleet, the city purchased 2 new electric Nissan Leafs and 7 hybrid electric vehicles in fiscal year 20 to 21. We have more on the budget for this current fiscal year as well. We also onboarded the Verizon Connect software across operational departments, which allows fleet managers to more efficiently manage the driving of the vehicles to reduce costs and to reduce emissions. G2.1 is building efficiency. The city received Green Globe certification for highly efficient buildings, both in City Hall and the police headquarters. And the city also opened the district energy plant in 2020, which results in much greater efficient cooling of the town square buildings. G2.2 is water infrastructure efficiency. The utility continued its reuse expansion program, completed the Central Seacrest Corridor Phase 2 project, which has replaced aging infrastructure for better service and efficiency, and is also retrofitting the wastewater plant for increased efficiency. 2.3 is renewable energy, and we have been doing some analyses of the feasibility of solar on some of our city facilities. And G3.1 is green office practices, continuing to move toward a paperless office with laserfiche bids and tenders, et cetera. On the next slide, we go into our community-wide strategies. The recent Complete Streets Mobility Plan is a major step forward under strategy C1.2, which is bike and pedestrian infrastructure. C1.3 is electric vehicle infrastructure. The city installed 2 new dual electric car chargers in 2020, and more are coming soon through the partnership with Florida Power and Light. The tree canopy program, I actually have a separate slide on that because it's been a major focus, so stay tuned for just a moment. And C1.6 is our galaxy scrub. C1.6 is green space preservation is the strategy. Within that, we have made progress towards restoring the Galaxy Scrub Preserve and maintaining it as an outdoor classroom for the elementary school. We also recently kicked off the Eco Park project with the design phase, initial planning phase. And 2.1 is green building standards. The city passed the Sustainable Development Standards Ordinance in 2019, which has to date affected about 18 major projects. C2.2, energy efficiency and conservation. We continue to promote and implement the Energy Edge rebate program. In fiscal year 2021. We gave out a total of $51,800 in rebates, which was a 59% increase over the prior year. Next slide, please. Moving on, one last slide of implementation. 2.3 is focused on water efficiency conservation. We have given away rain barrels on an ongoing basis, 36 total rain barrels, and more than 100 conservation kits distributed to our residents. Renewable energy, the Palm Beach County Solar Co-op, the city continues to be a major participant. We currently have, or when I put these slides together, there were about 5 solar projects. So that co-op is making solar more affordable and easier for our residents. And 3.1 is waste reduction and recycling. Ordinance 2112 banned polystyrene, balloons, and confetti from city property and events. And we also have our Aquafill water station at events as well. And 3.2 is sustainable lifestyle and consumption. We have a 9th restaurant interested in joining the Green Business Program. Also under this category is the plant-based treaty endorsement and the Meatless Monday campaign. So sorry that was a little bit long-winded. I wanted to be fairly complete and show you a snapshot of all of the different initiatives that the city is undertaking. The next slide, real quick, just highlights the tree canopy program because this has been a major focus. Just to remind you, City Commission signed the resolution to increase canopy from 16% to 20% by 2035. In this past year, we gave away a total, or planted, excuse me, a total of 887 trees. And right now we're getting ready to initiate a public lands tree inventory so we can fully develop our urban forestry program in the city. Okay, moving on. While the city has worked to mitigate climate change through the greenhouse gas reduction plan, we have also worked to adapt to the impacts of climate change. We've made some progress here through the Coastal Resilience Partnership of Southeast Palm Beach County, completing the climate change vulnerability assessment. And we have the AccelAdapt data platform to use in our planning and operations. The city will continue to apply for state and federal grants for resilience, and will continue to collaborate with the Coastal Resilience Partnership, as well as Harvard Law School, which is offering some students to help with policy recommendations. The next slide shows our international benchmarking as a member of the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. This year, we increased our score up to level B, which is the management level, and we will continue to work towards A, which is the leadership level. Shows how the check marks there show each of the activities that Boynton Beach has completed, and then the bars show a benchmark of the percent of global participants and North America participants that have also completed each of those. In addition, on the next slide, there's a new regional benchmarking system that was developed in 2021 by the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Change Compact, the CCAT as it's called, asks municipalities to report progress on 11 priority mitigation and adaptation actions. This table shows Boynton Beach as the second line, alongside 28 other municipalities in the region. The shaded boxes mean that we have advanced the action. We are currently advancing it. And a letter E means that equity is being addressed in advancing that specific climate action. Because equity is very important to the compact to build in equity across the board in all of the initiatives that we take towards climate action. Okay, finally, on the last slide are the next steps. Where do we go from here? The city is participating in the city's Race to Zero, and as part of that, we are currently working with consultants to develop specific targets for high impact actions. These include renewable energy, building efficiency, electric vehicle adoption, et cetera, so we can move from that overall 50% target to more specific targets for each of the different high impact strategies. Soon we will be inputting the climate action plan into smart sheets to track implementation alongside other city departments. We are working on a policy to prioritize sustainability and resilience in the city's capital improvement program. And we'll continue to track grant funding that is forthcoming through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, as well as other grant opportunities at the federal and state level. And moving forward, we will continue to engage the community and to report on an annual basis, both locally and regionally and globally. And I will stop there and happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rebecca. My question is in regards to the sustainability fund. Where are we with that? Do we have any, I guess, buttons on our utility page? And can we help promote that for, I guess, reducing greenhouse gases and sequestering greenhouse gases?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm so glad that you remind me from time to time about the fund, that there's already money in it, in fact. And we have not yet planned how to spend the money that's in there. Working through the current budgets that we have, just in operational funds. But I'm glad it's there. And the latest is that, and my memory is not great on this, but there was a development with utilities. I know we got stuck with the vendor for quite a while. I think that we still didn't make much progress with the utilities bill to pay vendor, but we were going to look at a standalone button on the website. It's not something that's really in my control at this point. So I would defer to any other staff that have more updates than I do on the status of that.
Let me get that from staff and we'll send that out tomorrow.
Okay, I'd like the presentation or something to see, do we have a deadline when it's going to be completed, and that we can promote it hopefully before we leave office. And then as for the money that is in the sustainability fund, my goal is to help plant native flora along the lake at Eco Park, and to see if there's a few $1,000s that we're able to spend to jumpstart that, because I see what happened when we allowed FH Quantum to expand the parking lot. They took some stormwater area to the northwest, and with a lot of landscaping that did not necessarily be replaced over in the lake which was expanded. So Lori, if we can get something, well, I know we got over 10,000. So yeah, so that's what my hope is. And so I'll ask the commission if they have any other questions.
Not right now.
Thank you. All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will now have public audience. Individual speakers will be limited to 3-minute presentations. Please state your name and address for the record. And if you do need additional time, please let me know after your bell has rung.
Bishop Bernard Wright, 713 Northwest 2nd Street, current candidate for mayor, CEO of Bernard Wright Ministries, and also president of the Community Review Board, of Latasha Clemens being the vice president. I just want to say there's a narrative out and we need to clip it right now in the bud. It has to be the origin right here in the city of Boynton Beach, channel 25, channel 29, 5 and 12. The narrative is that this young man, Stanley Davis III, was riding his bicycle, his bike, recklessly on Boynton Beach Boulevard, but he died on Federal Highway. Legally, there's no nexus, no connection with that, and we have no substantial evidence, no prima facie that he was driving reckless, just word of mouth coming from you all. But we know that we have footage of him being gunned down, coming, and we're talking about gun. We're talking about gunning when you're coming down and chasing someone. breaking protocol and all, and just seconds later, he's dead. So this narrative need to stop. It wasn't a traffic stop, and he lost control. And so, know what it's causing? A response where they're making the parents seem that they are irresponsible when they pour their whole life in this child. I'm a role student. And the spirit right now is every child is a strive for excellence because of this child. And so we're hearing that the parents need to be charged and things of this nature, all on Facebook because of this narrative. And let me tell you something, the PBA and the police union and all that control these medias, but it comes from here. So what police department, who of Chief Gregory, Assistant Chief Vanessa Snow, my friend, but let me just say this to you all. It comes from you all. Clip it right now. We don't want to hear no more of it because it makes this family look like bad parents. And this young man made a decision to cause his own death. He was an off-the-road rider, 13-year-old professional. You see some of his videos, to God be the glory. Let's look at this thing like it's supposed to be. You understand? There's no nexus. There's no legality when it comes to the judicial end of this. It's a mockery and a farce. It's false narrative. This is systemic racism. We don't know what time, at what point it was called in when he was gunning him down. We have an eyewitness connected with my family that will eyewitness this, saw him go up in the air, and just previously riding my little Jetson, I hit the curb. Because it was going just so much velocity, I went up, it stopped there. But there was a bike going, running with a tear in his eye when he died from this policeman. To God be the glory. Who was there to call for medical attention? I know the minutes when the medical was called. I have the record. And 5 minutes later, they got there, but I was there before they got there. A sheet was over. They didn't want to apply any medical attention. These things, we need this. The community review board you have on this agenda, we already have a citizen review board, an EIN number with the federal government. Latasha Clemens is the vice president, I'm the vice president, and we want to, and I will designate someone from this citizen and this family to be around that board. We bringing our table around y'all table. Till this investigation is over. I speak for this family and support of this family as your current candidate for mayor. 11 years in community activism, having brought change for the better for the people, policy changing and everything else. And I declare now there's not a candidate running against me can say anything that they've done anything for these people. And Boynton Beach as a totality in the District 2 especially. To God be the glory. I support y'all. That's the narrative. We don't want to hear it no more.
Excuse me. Thank you.
My name is Tina Hunter. I'm SJ. I call him SJ grandmother. Okay, the cop was observing SJ all the while. Like I said before, I'm gonna say it again. Why didn't that cop go over there when he noticed SJ at the gas station? Oh, this could have been avoided. Why he didn't go over there and say, okay, SJ, dirt bike's not allowed. Let me call your parent. Oh, this could have been avoided. The cop chose not to. He wanted to do just what he did. That was to chase SJ. And then he told a story talking about he got out of reckless driving. No, that's a lie right there because he came after him soon as he saw him tuck off from the gas station. So why did he say he got him for reckless driving, which is a lie? And then I feel like if he's saying for reckless driving, why didn't the cop stop right then and there? Because it's a child. His life and safety should have been more important than the chase, but he put the chase more important than his life. We don't need cops like that on the street because he don't care nothing about human life. Even if it's a child, we don't need him on the streets no more. He don't care nothing about life nor safety. Yeah.
Tina, thank you for your comments.
I'm Renee Morris. I'm SJ's aunt. I have a question for you. What is it going to take to get this officer off the force? Maybe losing his dog privileges? Lost those still there. Lost his taser privileges? Lost those still there. Accused of raping a young lady? Still there. 3 chases, no body cam, no dash cam, no witnesses. Him conducted a narrative. What is it going to take for y'all to get this man off the force? He's an animal. He is killing our kids with this car. What is it going to take for him to kill one of y'all kids, one of the white kids? Yes, it is a race thing. He's a redneck. He's an animal, and he doesn't deserve to be a police. He came from Fort Lauderdale. He got kicked out the force because of the way he was using his K9 unit. And y'all felt the need to pick that scumbag up here to terrorize our community? This is not fair. I am pissed because my nephew is dead and my other nephew is threatening to kill himself because of a racist. I'm not gonna say the word I want to say, but I know how we get him out of there. We get y'all out of here. Y'all, I've been voting since I was 18, so it's time to vote y'all out because y'all care nothing about our community, not a damn thing about our community. You came to the vigil for what? We don't want you there. You're full of crap. You're going along with them because you're running for the Senate. We're gonna make sure you don't get on the Senate because you're full of crap too. Thank you.
My name is Esther, address 800 South Federal Highway, and I stand with the Thompson family and the Davis family. I'm upset, I'm outraged at the city of Boynton Beach and the Boynton Beach Police Department. They are accountable for SJ death. Now, SJ was an intelligent child from Head Start, elementary school to middle school, and he was hound down. His life was robbed from him at the hand of Officer Mark Son, SOHN, Mark Song. And we need you guys to arrest this man and have him fired from the police department. He needs to be arrested for what he did. Like I heard it said earlier, when he saw SJ at the gas station, he could have stopped him. He could have put the siren on and said, young man, I need you to put that bike up. Call your parents. But no, he did not have good intentions. His heart was rotten. What did he do? Go behind the store and hunted this kid like he was a freaking animal. He wouldn't have done that to nobody else. He needs to get off the force. And we need dash cams. You cannot tell me or anybody else in this room that these police cars don't have no dash camera. You guys are trying to sweep this under the rug. You guys are responsible, and we demand justice. We want justice for SJ. This young man was a bright star, okay? He could have been the next president. He could have been the next neurosurgeon, but we would never know because of Mark Song. How can this man sleep at home? Do he even have a wife? Do he have a children? How can she lay up under this killer? He is responsible for 3 deaths already in the Black community. And I feel like every family should get together and sue the city of Boynton Beach and sue the police department. Maybe that way you guys would take him off the force. And I myself was harassed by the police department. I live in Boynton most of my adult life. I go to businesses on 10th Avenue, okay? I saw my son friend and I said hi to him. And then I saw the police pull up behind me. So I decided, let me get out the way. He followed me. And I knew he was following me. So I'm trying to like go down streets. He still followed me. And then I stopped. He was like, where are you going? And I'm like, tending to my business. Why are you harassing me? I was scared. I was terrified. And I even had a male companion in the car with me at the time. So I can just imagine how this baby felt. We're tired of this injustice, okay? We bleed red just like you do.
Yuri, I want to make sure that you have the hand and question available for our virtual attendees.
Yes, that is enabled, and we do have hands raised and a question asked at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I do want to let the audience know we have 2 mics. So if individuals can just line up and stand at those mics, and we can just go back and forth and allow for the process to move along. I want to give you guys the opportunity to speak.
Yes, please begin.
My name is Alonzo Austin. How I feel about AJ death, I'm hurt, angry, mad. Need answers. AJ was like a little brother to me. A little brother I never had. My mom has 3 girls and I'm the only boy, so how I feel, a word couldn't explain. AJ is a good kid who texts me every morning to make sure I'm up and ready for school. After we done testing, he always say, have a good day at school, I love you, and he make sure made sure I make it to the bus stop on time. So I was to be an honor roll student just like him. I couldn't even get up the past few days because I didn't get his text message. He didn't deserve this. He wasn't a bad kid. My summer wouldn't be the same because AJ made sure I was there every Saturday we had a game. AJ wake me up or I wake him up and I ask him every Saturday, is he ready to play this football game? AJ always looked forward for school and football and riding a bike. It's not gonna ever be the same no more. We need and want justice for SJ Highway, not Federal 6 World.
My name is Timothy Anderson. I don't feel good about Stanley's death because he was my right-hand man, my main man, my best friend. And now he's gone. Now we can't spend nights together, hang together, be there for each other now. I feel like my life is in danger because I'm a young black man and I like to do the same thing Esha did. When I see a cop car, I get scared because I don't know what's gonna happen. Anything can happen to me.
My name is Latoya. This is my daughter, Kirsten. We are residents of Boynton Beach. I have been all my life.
Hi, hi. My name is Kirsten, a friend of Stanley. When I heard about his passing, it broke me down. I couldn't even believe what was going on because I had just saw him on Christmas. Stanley was an amazing child, and he would never be in any drama.
That's a shame. Our black people are killing our homies. That's a damn shame.
He would never be in any drama and always stayed out of trouble. He was like a brother to me, and his passing really hurt me. But me knowing how he is, he would not want any of us to cry. I'd like to remember the great times, like when every Friday his dad would bring me to the school, and when I used to ride to summer camp with him. I also like to remember when we had made an FSA music video at school. His was the best part. Stanley was an amazing friend and always stuck up for his friends. He was never the type to let one of his friends to get bullied. Stanley is still a kind and loving person who puts a smile on all of our faces. Stanley is the type of person that you will want to look to see every day. He was the type to help anyone make them feel better. He was the best friend / brother I could ever have.
Mark Schoen, a serial killer, employed by City of Boynton Beach Police Department. All of you, every single last one of you, are just as guilty. This isn't the first life he's taken by breaking police policy, your policy. We get up here, we have 3 minutes, and if we don't, you cut us off. He's taken 3 lives. When is it enough? I pray that each and every one of you don't get a peaceful moment until you do what's right. I pray that's on your mind, your heart, and your spirit, because you all are just as guilty. Just as guilty. That baby should be here today. His parents should be getting up and getting him to school. Each and every one of you should be. But we getting y'all ass up out of here in March. You better believe it. Let's go, baby.
Hi, Shamari Davis, Ashley's cousin. Today I would like to talk about, well, no, there's no agenda today. Pretty much, I'm gonna just speak from the heart. Every time we have stuff like this, I just talk about the good time, stuff like that. But today I'm gonna talk about a moment I had before dance practice. All day I was worrying about who's gonna be able to pick me up before practice so I can make it here before 6. Because if I ride the bus, probably gonna get in Boynton around 6:10ish. But then everything's gonna be over. That's what I was thinking. So I'm rushing, trying to see who's gonna be able to pick me up, take me here. I'm also just pretty much trying to get everything together, but it wasn't the fact that, oh, I need a ride. It was the fact that I don't want to miss it. And the thing is, he would have football games, he would have other events. Of course I would be there, but I wouldn't worry so much about missing it because there was a next time. There was another game next weekend that I can make it to instead. But I don't have a next time with this. I don't have a next time with nothing. And that's what made me so angry. That's what made me so mad. That's what made me cry. Because if I missed it, then I missed it. There was no next time. This was my one shot. This was the slingshot. If I miss it, I miss it. This is not a boomerang. I don't get to go and come back. I don't get to have another chance. This is all I got. This is my one shot. All I'm trying to say is, you guys, of course you guys can't have a trial and you can't do the case over again for the same thing. That whichever, you can't do that. So this is our one shot. So everything we do is going to be extreme. It's going to be so much. It's going to be overwhelming because this is our one shot. Just how I felt that I need to do everything to get here is we're going to do everything we need to do to get justice because it's our one shot. We don't have another chance. So please help us and do right by us to help us make right by our one shot. Help me get there. Like I got here today, help me get justice. Please help me get my one shot. Thank you.
(106) Tori Orr. I stand with you, Stanley. I stand with you, Shannon. And I stand with the families on both sides. And man, I just feel so that this officer's not charged yet. This officer's not fired yet. He's still getting paid from the community. Still paying this officer. He's been off 17 days. We still paying him. And I still going to the store. We still paying this officer to sit at home and look at his family, you know, and chill and get paid. Like, is that fair? You know, and I'm saying this, we asking for accountability. And we asking now. We did not finna keep asking. We are commanding this accountability for this officer being fired and charged because a child lost his life. You know, like Shannon said, she don't have anybody to call her mom anymore. That's her only child. That's a miracle child. You know, and to see my cousin Stanley back there, you know, he going through a lot. All of them is cousins, aunts, everybody. And this it's weighing down on us because we not finna keep asking for accountability. And we know y'all supposed to do right. We pay y'all to do that. This is our city hall. This is our library. And we need to start saying that more. This is our stuff. This is our city. We put these people in these positions. We could get them out of there as well. And, you know, but the city of Boynton Police Department, the city of Boynton Beach Police Department are the biggest bullies I ever seen. I've been in Florida since 1985. They're busting my granddaddy house then. Way back in 85, they've been putting that thing down on us in the Black community. You know? And like I said before, Mark Sean have slammed me before and ain't get nothing off me. Good thing people were there. He probably would have murdered me. Y'all probably murdered. He probably would have murdered me. You know? And man, this officer need to be held accountable. And we just want the officer fired. We want this officer fired. We want this officer fired. And we want the officer held accountability in this city. We do a lot in this city. We action. We steady action, and we action nicely. We action. We not doing nothing under the ordinary. And they're making all these status against my cousin and them all on these different pages. Like, what's going on with that? People saying how of a bad parent he is, how a bad parent Shannon is. What's going on with this?
Tori.
It's going on too. It's showing two Boyntons. Who are making these narratives up? You know, where's it coming? Is it coming from City Hall? Is it coming from you? Where's it coming from? Why are these people making all these bad judgments against it? It's a child, and if we're showing divided, I thought a child is a child. I just thought that. I didn't know you had to be a specific color.
Tori, thank you for your comments.
I swear I just want to tear up this damn City Hall right now. I'm not going nowhere.
Time.
It's off, man. Fuck you.
Tori, I'm going to ask you to leave now.
Fuck you.
Please leave.
Good evening. My name is Pernell Davis, and I might need some extra time. You said if I needed extra
Thank
time, you might
for
grant it.
saying so. Yes.
All right. But as we went to the Martin Luther King celebration yesterday, and we did come in peace. I mean, I know y'all want peace and quiet, but y'all can't have both. We're gonna come in peace, and we're gonna be loud every time. So every event that's on your calendar, it's gonna be disrupted by us every single time. Because at the end of the day, we need to be heard. And coming in here for our 3 minutes, some people don't hear it, but the people that's gonna be at these events, they're gonna get tired of us coming and disrupting their stuff. And we want accountability from the people in this room. And as I did a little bit of research, everybody that's sitting up here is voted in, except for you, Miss Lori, and the attorney. And I also kept looking. It's Miss Lori, you've been here since the first casualty that he caused. You was the intern city manager in 2011 to December 2012, correct? Right. So you're the only common denominator. And he's still in office. So you and the mayor have the power to hire and fire, correct?
I don't.
You don't. City manager do. So you ain't seen a problem yet. So if you haven't seen a problem then, what make us think you're gonna see a problem now? It says in your LinkedIn bio.
Go, babe. It's my baby right there.
It says in your LinkedIn bio that you have 25 years of achievement, including policy development and implementation. Your pursuit policy for the city of Boynton says it has to be a felony to make them want to pursue a forcible felony. So therefore, when he chased that guy in the car that ended up hitting and killing a 5-year-old, it was because he had an expired tag.
Nah.
I'm pretty sure most of us in here made a mistake and had an expired tag before.
Yes.
We ain't getting a high-speed chase. We ain't run somebody over with a car and now facing life in prison when Officer Shorn got what? What did he get?
On the back.
I don't know. I don't know, Lori, but I don't know, Lori. Say 25 years, but since 2012, your policy has been broken more than once by this same officer who's still here. I mean, I wish this was a Q&A so you can answer some of these questions, but maybe we can have a meeting with you and Mr. Grant and Miss Lori. I would love to talk to you Because I want to know, because it says that you oversee $172 million from the city with 70,000 citizens in this city. If you were to misallocate $1 million or misappropriate $1 million, what would happen to you? You probably would be fired, right? Right. So these 3 lives that were taken, aren't all of those worth at least $1 million?
Hey, what you talking about? My grandson was worth.
So I want to know what happens when you break the policy. We all work here. We all had jobs before. When we break policy, what happens?
We disciplined.
What's the difference here? The union? The city's scared of the union. That's what it sounds like. But like I said, we ain't going nowhere. We don't got no plans of going nowhere. We got time.
Yeah.
So every single time you have an event, all the rest of your citizens are going to be upset. And we really don't care. I was told the only way we going to get some kind of help or the city to kind of see it our way has got to be give and take. God damn it, we gave a life. We ain't giving nothing else. So like I'm gonna say this again, every single time y'all have something, we're gonna be out there with our bullhorns. We ain't gonna say disrupting because we live in this city too. So we have a right to be there. It don't matter if we got a bullhorn. So when you have your movie night on the lawn, you ain't gonna hear nothing but us. So bring your chairs and bring your popcorns. We're gonna be there every single time. And I appreciate your time. And Ms. Laura, you can hit me up if you wanna. We wanna have the meeting because I want to know what happens. Thank you.
My name is Carmen Morris. I stay at 333 Northeast 12th Avenue. I'm Stanley Davis' mom, and I'm SJ grandma. Mark Sloan. I really don't know this man, but I was out there in that world for a long time on drugs. I can't place his face. But I can remember many a times when my son, Stanley, was riding a dirt bike. They bump him off his dirt bike. They run him down. They chase him. This young man, 38 years old now. It's been going on for so many years. They chased my son, Stanley. Now they done chased my grandson and done killed him. And that part. And left the scene. No car, no camera, no nothing. I'm upset with the city of Boynton. I'm talking, I've been cleaning sober 16 years. I got rights. I want to see justice for my grandson. I want to see justice for my grandson. Mark Sloan sitting home right now with his family, children and shit, and get paid on my money, on my dollar. And I don't feel like that's right. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that shit disrespectful to my family, my son, his baby mama. We ain't got no justice. We need justice for SJ, Stanley Davis III. That's what I need. I'm his grandma. When my son said he was finna have a baby and he need his mama to be a better grandma, I stopped doing drugs for that child. You understand me? That dude kept me strong, kept me out the streets, made me get a job to be a better grandma. Because I've been a grandma for 17 years, not just 13. But when that dude came in this world, I changed my whole perspective of everything I did. You understand me? And now my baby gone on a humbug. I don't even understand that shit. It ain't clear to me. Like they say, that dude hunted my grandson. My grandson came and said, Grandma, can you come pick me up? I want to ride my bike. 30 minutes later, my baby was back home. I said, why you home? In the bed with me. I said, why you home? He said, Dog Man ride. Who in the hell is Dog Man? And then it's a bunch of stories out here where this man chasing me cheering on these bikes. Not grown people, but kids, man. My grandson might have looked like an adult, but he wasn't no fucking adult. He was 13 years old. And that man did the most.
When I tell you he did the most, running my grandson down, stalking my grandson, dude, all he had to do was say, babe, you can't ride that bike. Son, you can't ride that bike. Call your people. I don't understand this shit, man. I don't understand it. I mean, my heart is broken. My heart is broken. That was a good dude, man. He was a good dude, excellent child. Spoiled rotten, but he had respect for everybody. And I just don't understand it. Y'all need to do something about that man, or somebody else is.
Bryce Graham, second vice president for the National Action Network, Central Florida chapter. Do you hear the pain and the cry of this community? If my math serves me correctly, 3 weeks ago, 23 days ago, 546 hours ago, 32,795 minutes ago, 1,967,728 seconds ago, when Stanley Davis III was pursued and chased by your officer and killed, and killed, and killed. Where is the accountability in this city? And I'm glad that his uncle said the city manager, because it lies on you. And so I have come again to remind you that we are not going anywhere until we get justice. And this city is fed up with your officers treating them any kind of way. It's not just this one officer, it's all of them. And we have come to clean house in Boynton Beach. So we've come with a couple of demands because it seems like there's a lag or a glitch when it comes to you moving. Our demand is you stop lying and release the dash cam video and all of the surrounding videos in the community. That is a highway, a federal highway with businesses full of cameras. Release the videos of what happened to Stanley Davis III when he was pursued and chased that day, the day after Christmas. That's number one. Number two, we've come with demands, and we want to meet with all of you. We want to meet with you, city manager. We want to meet with all of the council and the chief to get the answers that we need. But number two, we want you to officially say who this officer is in the media, because the public knows who he is. And we want to know in the media who this officer is. So that's number two. And I come to say that if you don't get to moving, we're going to bring national attention to this city, and you don't want the heat. And like I told you the last time, the searchlight is on.
Good evening. My name is Demetri Gross. I'm Stanley's uncle. As everybody in the community know, I witnessed Officer Mark Song chase my nephew to his death.
Okay.
I was the third person on scene after my nephew met his fatality. When I got there, Officer Mark Song wasn't rendering no aid, no nothing. He wouldn't let me render aid to my nephew. He wouldn't let me touch my nephew. I watched my nephew lay there and die. This cop didn't give a fuck about SJ. He didn't. Then when I recognized who he was, I've been having run-ins with Mark Song since I was 14 years old. I'm 4 months shy of 40. Run in with Mark Song 3 weeks ago just because I want to go and get something to eat in my community. This shit not fair. Mayor Grant, I see you every fucking day. I see you every day walking in the community. I see you every day. Now, I bet if I ran your ass over, y'all have had dash cam. Y'all would have had everything. This guy been harassing us for years. For fucking years.
Sir, I'm going to ask you.
I don't give a fuck you too. Because if I see you in the street, I'm liable to jump on your ass. Because this shit ain't fair. It's not fair. Y'all been treating us like shit for years. It's gonna be one day we gonna be scraping y'all off the bottom of our foot like shit y'all treat us like. That shit ain't fair. Now I ride down fucking Boynton Beach Boulevard, go over I-95. Y'all kids over there riding their bikes. They ride their bikes. No helmet, no parental supervision, none of that. When my nephew stay across I-95. When he over there riding in his community, only thing his neighbors complain about is the noise early in the morning. Other than that, y'all don't say nothing to those kids over there. Y'all come across I-95 and harass us daily. We can't do nothing. We can't even stand out and talk amongst each other without the police bothering us. And it's been going on for years. Like I say, it's been going on since I was 14 and I'm 4 months shy of my 40th birthday. For nothing. Every night, they pull 40, 50 cars, and I bet you don't, and you look at the booking blotter, don't nobody go to jail. They just harass us. They try to run us to our grave. But guess what? We finna start fighting back, so y'all ass better get ready.
Good evening. My name is John Dames. I've been living in this city for 58 years. I work in government, right? I've been in government as I speak 31 years, so I understand how the game go. I understand how you sweep it underneath the rug. Can't fool me, okay? I've been on a Cherry Hill product, born and raised on Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill. This has been happening with this police department for over 60 years. 60 years. I'm 58 and it was going on before I was born in my mother's womb. Okay, and this here it's under y'all umbrella. It's under y'all umbrella. You can't tell me, right, this kid, right, had to lose his life like that. Yeah. Every one of y'all has saw the video. And everybody in this room has saw the video. Every one of y'all have saw the video. And you can't tell me he didn't have an opportunity to walk over to SJ, right, and talk to him and say, look, son, right, we're going to follow you home, right? We don't want you, a public servant, a real public servant, right, would have taken that initiative, right? And if that was his kid, I bet you he wouldn't have chased him. If that was his neighbor kid, he wouldn't have chased him. So Reverend Hay, I respect you, but I'm gonna ask you a favor, sir, right? Not because of you represent District 2, right? Doesn't mean anything, right? Not because you've been interim mayor, doesn't mean anything. I'm asking you because, right, because you're a man of God. And so as a man of God, right, I'm asking you, right, to rebuke, right, all these demonic spirits that's in this police department as I speak. Because if you get in your car and ride over on High Ridge Road, they still there. Okay, so what I need you to do, Reverend Hay, as a man of God, right, I'm asking you, right, to connect with somebody in this city, right, that has some discernment. I don't care what color they is. I don't care what country they come from. Spirit recognizes spirit. And so I want you, I don't care if they're a custodian, title doesn't mean anything. What I need you to do, Reverend Hay, right, is to connect with them, right, and rebuke every satanic spirit that's coming to this police department, get higher, shake people, kill people, then go hide behind martial law, right, and then go home and celebrate with a homemade margarita. The devil is a liar. And so I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. This community is going to stick together. You've been killing us for 60 years. 60 years. It doesn't happen in Delray. If you go 5 miles south, it doesn't happen in Boca. If you go 5 miles that way, it don't happen in Lake Worth. It don't happen in Lantana. Why is it just happening in this city? Because of the demonic spirits in this department been passed down from generation to generation to generation to generation. And guess what, Reverend Hay? Right? I'm asking you, right, as a man of God, to rebuke it. Rebuke those spirits. And when you do it, Reverend Hay, please, sir, when you do it, whoever you connect with, please rebuke it in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Hello, my name is Shakira Green. I've been a resident of Boynton all my life. I'm very outspoken, but I did ask the Lord to humble my tongue so I did write my thoughts. I'm here as Mr. Vice on two reasons. Two reasons, so I'm gonna stick to what I have here so I can be heard. The first subject is releasing the dash cam videos. Why wasn't Mark's car equipped with the cam? When every car is equipped, when the dash cam do come on, when the lights and siren do come on, where is the video? Where is the video? Number two on the subject, stop hiding this career criminal. Say his name. Show his ugly face. Put Mark's whole name. Put his whole name in the media. Show his face, not just officer involved. It disgusts me to see the same panel here from last 2 weeks ago when we were here, and to see nothing has been done. It's been exactly 23 days, and the family of Stanley III have yet have answers to what really happened on the day of December 26th. We, the people, have yet to get closer to what happened to a great friend, a brother, a cousin. And how could we forget a great child to both his parents? To hear the children asking, what you got for Christmas? You want to ride? Let's ride. Let's play. So now all their conversations is about death. I don't want to die. This is not right. Especially when we're back here on the same stand, pleading with the city of Boynton Beach to do the right thing. I guess nobody up here has consciences to do the right thing and to conscious things. And to take it to the next level to attorney affairs, to get involved and lock this career criminal up. So now, when you no longer could sleep, and when you close your eyes in the back of your eyelids, you see SJ smile, it's no longer your conscience, it's us the people. When you no longer could swallow or eat your food, it's because in the back of your head, you shaking your head, this man done killed this damn baby. When you ride down your Pleasant neighborhood and you see protest signs with Jaden, Cyrus, SJ, names on it, and us claiming justice for them, is us. We're the people. That itch you can't get rid of in your ass, that's us, the people. And you know what I was considering? Being that I'm not a career criminal, I'm not a convicted felon, I think I want to become a police department. I want to become a Boynton police officer so I could kill people and go home on a paid vacation. Mark done killed 3 people and done had 3 paid vacations. Thank you.
My name is Sakaya Prince. I grew up with this family. I'm born and raised here in Boynton Beach, Florida. Excuse me for being emotional, but I'm a mother myself and I have 1 child. So my heart breaks every time I think about this situation and what this mother and father are going through in this community. I personally have witnessed Mark Sean take children from our community center, which is Ezel Hester, where they go and do recreation to stay out of trouble and to have something positive to do after school on a day-to-day basis, take a group of more than 15 children one day and have them all placed down, not only in handcuffs, but also in zip ties. The parents pulling up, nothing but sirens, nothing but lights. Parents are pulling up in a panic, wondering what's going on with my child. This particular officer was right at the crime scene tape, letting them know, move back, get back. This is an active investigation, or you will be in handcuffs next. The only thing that made these officers take those handcuffs off those children, those zip ties off those children, was when Channel 25 News pulled up. That's when everything started to happen. So I'm asking my community, every time you see a police officer doing something that is not right, call the news, because it's the only time y'all act right. Y'all can get y'all story straight. Every time you turn around, it's something different. We are being attacked as a community on your Boynton Beach Police Department page. Every time you update it, it's vehicle 1. What about vehicle 2? It was 2 people, not just one. Your cars, every single car is top of the line. All of the money that we give y'all for taxpayers, it goes straight into the department's vehicles. So there is no realistic excuse for why there's no body cams, why there is no dash cams. It should automatically be done. You guys are riding around in state-of-the-art vehicles. Miami PD doesn't have them. These people are still driving cars from 1990. We got 2022 vehicles, Chargers, cars that have holographic writing on it, where you can only see it once you pull up on the side and even notice that it's a Boynton Beach police officer right next to your vehicle. There's no excuse for why we don't have what we need. If it was somebody that looked like half of the panel up here, you guys would have dash cam, you would have body cam, you would have video from each and every last business on Federal Highway already circulating in the media. And if the tables was turning, it was a white child and a black officer, we really wouldn't be having this conversation right now. At all, at all. All we are asking for is accountability for this officer from everybody. Marshawn has had a run-in with everyone. Everybody knows him as the dog man. I'm not a career criminal, never been locked up, don't have a criminal past, go to work every single day. And I myself has had a run-in with this man. It's a shame that when I moved, I come back to the city and I'm shaking in my boots when the police officer get behind me because I'm a black woman in America. And it's so hard to just come to our city and visit our loved ones without feeling like we're gonna be gunned down. Something gonna happen. Scared to go buy a new car because I'm scared that y'all gonna pull me over. I'd rather ride in something that's a bucket, because you cannot progress in life and come back here and ride in this city. Because if you come in here with anything that's above y'all pay grade, if we are doing better in life than y'all, you don't like it and you pull us over every single last time. And we are here and we're gonna get justice for SJ and everybody else. Thank you.
Stanley Davis, resident of Boynton Beach. Just want to get on here and talk about the effect that this incident had on me and my family. Like his mom stated in the narrative that they painting on my son. At the end of the day, SJ was a kid. Whether he was willing up Boynton Beach Boulevard or down Federal, don't make no difference. None of the things transpired that they should have transpired. Like you say, we don't live on this side of town. We live on the other side. And in my community, it's my son, a couple other, little white kids that ride their dirt bike. The police officer that police in my neighborhood, they will call me, Mr. Davis. We getting complaints that the neighbors saying the bike's too loud. Tell them to put the bikes up to later. It was time that I done came and released my son and 3 other little, friends of his, white kids, to their parents. There's no chase and pursuit on that side of the bridge. And I'm from this side of the bridge. Like my mom stated, I done had to run in with the police. But it's not about me. It's about patrolling certain communities. It's like in different areas with different income, it's policed differently. It's policed differently. And at the end of the day, it's like I look at my son's friends that came here. It's having a toll on them. It's having a toll on me. Like I said, my house was the summer house for all the kids. It would no longer be that because of the incident. And I took pride in having those kids out of the community, out of this, neighborhood in the summer where they don't have nowhere to go. They don't have nothing to do. So it's like it's 20, 30 kids that I no longer have control over. Not control as in the freak, but control of their environment, meaning that I know if they was with me, they were safe. And it's like in a sense, I'm failing those kids because I'm not myself. Look at me. I'm not right now, probably 160 something pounds. Before this incident, I was 190 pounds. I don't eat. I don't sleep. I have outbursts from breaking things. I'm violent. You know, I'm thinking about death. And I never felt like that.
We grieving, we ain't giving up.
Like I was always a like positive person. No matter what happened to me, I always just overlooked it. Like I'm strong. And I always knew I was strong. But it's like I can't even look at his friends like it hurts me for them to even come around and hug me. Because I know I'm not the man I was once to them. In my eyes, it's like I'm a failure. Because when they see me, I'm always strong. Always there for them. No matter what it is. They know I would lay my life on the line for them. But now it's like I'm weak. And, you know, I don't like people to view me as weak. I'm not asking for sympathy. And I don't even want y'all to see me cry. I'm not built like this. But I just want y'all to like do what's right, man. Like, I'm not here to bash you. I'm not here to bash you. I just want y'all to just do this not for only me, just for the community. You see like the effect that is happening on kids. Like his school, his classmate, they call me. Their life not the same. It's not about me. Just take me out the picture. As if I wasn't even here. Like, don't fail the community. Don't fail the youth. It's about all the kids on this side of that bridge. Like I said, on the other side, we don't have a problem. But I feel for the kids that's here. Like I get calls from them. I get texts from them. They don't want to go outside. Like I had to bring them to an event yesterday because they was terrified to come because the police had them there. You know, I got calls from certain individuals feeling like things was gonna be out of control. Like that's not who we are. We're not animals, man. We not violent people. Yeah, we may be emotional, and it might come off as we're being difficult or we're being different. But at the end of the day, we're just human. It don't affect you because it's not you. Like you all go home to y'all kids. I have a son that I raised from a baby. I watch walk through the door every day. I will no longer feel that. So until you guys feel that, you won't feel where I'm coming from. You may understand, but you won't feel where I'm coming from. Like I say, I'm not here to bash nobody. I just want what's right. Like stop painting a picture of my son being this individual he wasn't.
He wasn't.
Because he wasn't that person.
No.
I know I have footage. My son was never on Boynton Beach Boulevard popping willies. But it's not for me to discuss that. It's for you guys to right the wrong. You guys know what happened. It's for you guys to right the wrong. I'm not here pointing fingers at nobody. Whatever your title is, that's your title. I don't care. At the end of the day, I'm more concerned about the outcome of this situation with my son and to better Boynton Beach. It's not about me. It's about bettering the community, bettering Boynton Beach. If you want a better community, you guys got to do y'all part on creating that relationship with the community. Our kids shouldn't be scared of police. My son should have went to the police instead of fearing something's gonna happen to him. 'Cause I always taught my son to be respectful. You can get on media, anybody, they're gonna tell you he was a respectable young man. But me watching that video, I see the fear override everything I taught him. The 13 years of me pouring in him, you can see the fear overridden everything. And it's just your human nature. If you're scared, you're gonna do what you feel is appropriate for you. I done ran from him because I was scared. Not saying it was right, but at the end of the day, we all did things that wasn't right. Definitely at 13 years of age. We as an adult still do things that's not right. So do anybody on this panel feel like their life should be in jeopardy when they do something that's not right? All I'm asking is right or wrong. If you guys have the power and strength to do what you feel that you know is right, do what's right. That's all that we expect. It's not me, it's we as a community. That's what we expect. At the end of the day, when we walk out this door, we have kids that's gonna be walking this neighborhood, kid that's going to school, kid that's riding their bikes. I don't want them to go through this again. I don't want no parent to feel what I feel. I feel like I should be the last parent to feel this pain, me and his mom, to feel this pain. If you guys have the means to do it, do it. That's all I ask. Thank you.
I'm his mom. Hold up. I want to say something else about when I woke up this morning about my son, Stanley Davis. The text my son put on Facebook last night, I didn't get to read it until early this morning. My son talking about killing himself because his son not here. My baby ain't cried since he was 3 years old. He 38 now. You understand me? Always been my strong son. He bought me a house. That's always been my strong son. Always been. I love all three of my boys. I got 3 boys. I love all of them. And to see what my son wrote on text this morning, fuck life, that told me up. That told me up. That told me up. Y'all hear me? His son gone, y'all. He ain't coming back. All we asking for justice for Stanley Davis, Dale Davis Jr. I meant the third. That's Junior there. I need justice for my grandson, man. For real, though. I don't mean no disrespect, just like my son say, we want peace. Peace. But my son say he gonna kill himself, wanna die. He got another kid, y'all. But SJ, he raised him. He had him, not the mama. My son did. 13 years, y'all hear me? And he gone. My son tore up. And it hurts my heart. Like I said before, I wasn't there for them as a mother. My mother was. Because I was out here in the world on drugs, police chasing me and all kinds of stuff. You understand me? But when that dude came to me and said he want me to be a better grandma like his grandma's was, I couldn't do nothing but bow down to the road. I couldn't do nothing but better myself. And now I've been clean and sober 16 years, y'all. Doing my thing. Helping my kids raise their kids. Because I definitely didn't raise them. If it wasn't for my mom and dad, I don't know where my kids would be. You understand me? I've been in and out of jail. 6 years in a row, I was in jail for Christmas and New Year's during my kids' life. They 36, 38, and 40 now. My boys. Nobody else boys. I just want justice for my grandson, man. I need y'all to do right by my grandbaby.
My name is Antoine. I'm a resident of Boynton Beach. I'm a rider. December 19th, y'all chased us. I was with SJ right before Gateway. We turned around. We seen dog, man. SJ later made a post about it. It was like, you get scared. I wrote him out. I kind of laughed. But it's not funny now because he's gone. I'm not a talkative person, so it's kind of hard. But it's not funny no more because he's gone. Like, y'all always chase us. January 1st, when we rallied, we went to y'all police department. Y'all recorded us. We seen y'all. You was probably there too. Yeah, what's up? You was there. So dash cam video, y'all know y'all got it. Stop lying, Y'all lying. If y'all could record us rallying by Easier Hester Center, why y'all say y'all don't have footage? I don't know. I just want justice. I don't know what to say. I just want justice. That's it.
How y'all doing? I'm Shaka Tyson. Um, Real quick, I ain't gonna hold y'all up long, but I really don't know what it's gonna take for this officer to be locked up. Mr. Hayes, I seen you at the funeral. I heard you speak. You said you down with the family and whatever they got going on, and you gonna be there. I really think if that's true, it'll show, because if you really down with us, you ain't gonna be sitting out there alone, because they gonna get you out of there. And I'm pretty sure you know that. So if you really down with us, it'll show. I want to know, did y'all see the video of SJ being chased from the Chevron gas station? Grant, that's just a yes or a no.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you actually seen the cop and he went off video with SJ and they both came back on. When SJ crossed the street and he's going back north, did you see what occurred right before the officer actually was able to turn north? Did you see the car that he almost crashed into? So that means he put other lives at danger, right? It's a yes or a no. You can shake your head. He did though. I mean, you don't want to admit it, I'm pretty sure, because you're on the hot seat, but he definitely put other lives at danger. Let's put SJ behind the wheel of a real vehicle, not a dirt bike, but a moving vehicle. And SJ, he made a bad decision, and it caused the life of another individual. Would SJ have went home to his family that day? Would SJ have been charged? So I just want to. It's just so weird to me because I done got beat up on camera at Easy Hester Center. There's a million eyes around, and it's just so familiar that they ain't have film at the gym either. You know what I'm saying? So like, I just want to know. It's 2022 now. SJ died in 2021, but it's 2022. Y'all still got vehicles with no dash cam? Like, you serious? All this technology out here. We got iPads, cell phones. Y'all can see us in the sky. If we sell any drug on 10th Ave, y'all will know. He know. He roll up on us all the time, chilling out on the block. We just chilling though, in front of the store having a drink. They'll roll up on us, kick us out. Like it's just harassment in our own city. So what is it gonna take for us to get the justice that we deserve for SJ and the rest of the people? Because I seen Cyrus the night that the dog man chased him. I didn't know it was the dog man at the time, but I was right there across the street. I seen the chase happen. Hours later, Cyrus dead. Same officer, a kid dead from same officer. So now it's not just him being a killer here, a serial killer. It's multiple times. So what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna make it right, or y'all just gonna, oh, I'm sorry, Stanley, I'm sorry, Shannon, that this happened to you? Y'all gotta make that right, or we gonna make it right. And them facts.
Right. Urban 223. First, rest in peace to Stanley Davis. The third, peace and healing to his family, the whole community. There's a lot for a life to get here, right? Even the 9 months you in the belly ain't guaranteed, and then you get out. And for a young man, as a baby and as growing up, you have learning moments, right? Whether the first time you touch some shit that was hot, you learn that was hot. Later on in life, you learn other things, but there's something that happens, especially to black males, once they cross like 10, 11 years old, where you're no longer seen as youth or a kid or someone that's learning. We can't have those learning moments anymore, right? Why does a 13-year-old have to be way more responsible and way more smarter than this killer, this serial killer, Mark Sean? Why you got to be smarter than him? Why do we always have to be more responsible than those who are trained and whatever the fuck y'all call it, training, whatever y'all put together? Why do we always got to be smarter than them so that we can survive? That shit don't make no sense at all, right? There's like, if he's supposed to have a learning moment, all the bullshit narratives about, oh, he should have done this. We know, number one, at the end of the day, what moves these type of rooms is money and influence. So those who are organizing, putting those bullshit ass narratives about this young kid, about what he should have did or why he got to be so much. He's 13, right? I'm a grown man. I'm 36. If a cop pull up behind me, I get nervous, right? I get nervous, right? And so everybody, like that's a fact. He's 13 years old. He haven't even lived enough life to understand how to maneuver, how to survive an encounter, how to survive a moment, right? He's moving off of motion, but there's all these narratives acting like he's like some grown ass man that needs to know this, that. Why does he have to dot every single I, cross every single T? He's 13 fucking years old. Why does he got to figure that out? Right now, he can't have a learning moment. He's not here to be like, oh, you should have did this, you should have did that. He don't got that opportunity to learn shit about nothing. Right, he's not here no more, and that's just fucked up. So this Mark, Sean, serial killer dude, definitely needs to be in jail. He needs to be put away, whatever the fuck gotta happen with him. Y'all like, there's bullshit narratives even from like, oh, what constitutes a chase? What kind of bullshit ass thing is that? What constitutes a chase? These are the funny narratives, the funny games that are gonna be played, right? And you know, I'm proud of you, Boynton Beach, for continuing to press them, like protest in the streets, you know, but you also gotta play the legal game and you gotta play these politics game. The only thing that moves these people is money and influence. And that's what y'all doing. Y'all gotta keep doing that. But that's really bullshit. What constitutes a chase? We gotta figure out. Or was like every time something happens on to us, there's always these narratives. Everything gotta be perfect. Everything gotta be perfect. It doesn't work like that for everybody else.
My name DeAndre Brinson. I'm a Boynton native, and I had a few relatives that passed before, but nobody death really at my age really affected me. SJ isn't a family member to me. It was just, you know, he's a kid that I watched grow up, and me growing up, I idolized his father. You know, I wanted to be a great father, and once I had the opportunity for SJ to, you know, be around me the little period of time I had with him, I enjoyed every moment. He talked about his dad a lot. We rode bikes, and he just was all around good kid. So I tried my best to make sure I stay in my kids' life, you know, and be positive and be the right person in front of them. And just to touch another subject, my ride bikes also is from generation to generation. When SJ first started riding with me, I asked him a question. I said, yo, you ever was in trouble, you know, by yourself with the law, what would you do? He told me out his own mouth. He said, my dad always told me, just don't even run. I'll come help you. So from that day happening, I know SJ was scared for his life because this is something that he told me. And it just is sad to say because at the end of the day, everybody in this room know SJ was a bright kid. He was gonna be something. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, the little period of time I had with him, I knew that. And I didn't have that long, you know, that much time with him. And I tell him every time I think about it, I'm sorry because I know it shouldn't have went down like that. His high school games getting ready to come up for him. I think he was in what, 7th grade? He got high school football coming up. This was gonna be his last year playing Boynton Beach Bulldogs. On the road kid. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, like I said, it kills me because truth of the matter is SJ, he made me a better father. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I can say. I love him and I hope he gets justice.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shalonda. I'm originally from Boca Raton, Florida. I moved to Boynton been a while now. I'm hurt. I'm hurt and I'm disappointed. We all are hurt. My son played football with SJ since they were 5 or 6 years old with the Wildcats at the time. That's now the Bulldogs. And all around good kid. Every time he saw me, hey, Miss Shay, how you doing? Give me a hug. Where Mark at? I mean, I have not one bad thing to say about this child. I'm hurt. His father is broken. His mother is broken. Because someone you hired want to be a serial killer. Because that's what he is. He killed that child. And we're hurting. And like they said, we're not going nowhere. I got time. I'm straight from work. And I'm here. I stay right across the street. I got time. I make time. If I got to call in to work, I'm coming. Because we want justice. We ain't asking no more. We telling you we want justice. I have the chills standing up here. I'm a mother of 6 children. 6 children. And I couldn't even fabricate what they're going through. But I'm here. I'm here. Enough is enough. Whether you're white, black, purple, orange, or blue. It ain't right. Our children should go where the hell they want to go because we work hard to get them what they need to enjoy it. Whether they ride a hill or out west of Boca, out west of Boynton, it doesn't matter. Leave them the hell alone and let them enjoy life. Now his ass on vacation with our dollars.
Come on, my check faithfully every 2 weeks. He on vacation while we're suffering, while we're crying. This father lost weight. I've never seen Stanley cry, ever. This man has come to my son and brought him stuff without me even asking. I'm like, Stanley, he don't need it. I don't worry about it. He good. This didn't have to happen. And it should never happen again. We want justice now. We demand justice now. We deserve answers. We want video today.
Hello, my name is Nakaya. My dad was Cyrus Dill, the first person that this officer was ever able to kill. My dad had a voice also, but he can't really be here to tell his side of the story. SJ death touched me just as much as my dad's death touched me. I didn't know SJ personally. I'm 18. My dad died when I was 8. My dad missed out on 10 years of my life. I graduated high school. My dad couldn't be here for that. 10 birthdays passed. My daddy couldn't be here for that. I'm just not really understanding why he was able to kill 3 people. How did it get to 3? Not why y'all didn't stop him at 1. It just made me so angry because I have 2 little brothers. My brothers have to grow up in this city. I don't want my brothers to grow up around here because y'all not doing nothing about officers like him. When y'all gonna stop this? Somebody gotta stop it. I wish my dad was here to see me now. I've been doing hair for 4 years. I guarantee if my daddy was here right now, he would have invested in my business so much, but he can't be here because of this officer. I'm sure this officer got kids. How would he feel if somebody did this to his children? This is mom's only child. She no longer has nobody to call her mom like she said. How do he sleep at night? How do he sleep at night? I really want to know. He took 3 people who didn't have to go. This situation with SJ could have been handled in so many different ways. He didn't have to die. He didn't. I feel like if we get justice for SJ, we're going to get justice for my dad. We're going to get justice for the little boy who died also. Every night this happened however many years ago with my dad. I wake up 3 times out the night. I go to sleep and I wake up 3 times. Every time I wake up, I think about my dad and how my life would be if he was here. 3 times I wake up, I cry myself back to sleep because my dad is not here to see me grow. His kids get to have their dad. Y'all not doing nothing about that. I just really hope we get justice.
You stated if we needed more than 3 minutes to let you know now.
Yeah.
I may need more than 3 minutes.
Thank you.
My name is Stanley Dale Davis III. I reside at the 800 block of North Federal Highway where you all killed him at. I took the liberty of looking at a few job descriptions from the panel just so we can get some understanding here. In doing so, I noticed, Mayor, part of your responsibilities and job description states that you have the ability to be appointing and removing of department heads. The commissioners, part of your responsibility is to oversee management and administration, representing city interests at the state and federal level. I also took it upon myself just to see what is the job description for Boynton Beach Police Department when they are applying. And doing so, it clearly states part of the job description is that they are responsible for maintaining peace and safety, protecting life and property, and promoting community engagements and trusting of residents. Boynton Beach police officers serve highly diverse and multicultural community. That's the first line on the statement. Part of their skills and expectations is to have knowledge of approved principle and practice of police work, knowledge of the city of Boynton Beach, geographic, physical, cultural, and social characteristics. They are to have knowledge of basic first aid method. In parentheses, it also states to stop the bleed and to have mental health as part of their requirements. Skills that they are to obtain or possess, it states that they are to show compassion, emotional support, and empathy for others. And lastly, it says they are to accept responsibility of their own actions. Listed as part of their job description. Now, a part of your pursuit policy of the Boynton Beach Police Department tells us, and I quote in parentheses, vehicular pursuits will be initiated only if the officer has reasonable beliefs that the person fleeing has committed a forcible felony. And that is defined as murder, manslaughter, sexual battery, carjacking, home invasion, robbery, arson, kidnapping, serious aggravated assault, and battery. Stanley Dale Davis III had none of these. He showed none of these. So right then and there, this officer blatantly violated the policy that y'all have in place. So then I took the liberty and seeing the role of Chief Michael Gregory. And part of his requirements is to have extensive experience working in police department, a solid knowledge of police methods and practice, excellent knowledge of federal law and regulations. So if this was his requirements and he knows the policy, the regulations and procedures, why is he not recommending one of his soldiers, one of his officers, one of his staff members? I think it is preposterous that we are here demanding and asking for video footage to be released as if it don't exist, and we know it exists. I also have the liberty of having a recording of this same Chief Michael Gregory on the scene December 26, 2001, while my child lay there dead, and you guys released a statement that was inaccurate, and I asked him, can you recant that statement, because those adjectives used against my child are very false and malice, and they're going to do destruction. This is on the scene where investigation should be going on, but you guys were so pressed to release a statement without even having the facts, just opinions to cover up what this officer did. And doing so, I asked him, what is the policy and procedures of these vehicles? Well, he didn't know I was recording him. He stated all the vehicles are equipped with dash cam, and they are to come on immediately when those lights are rendered. He then proceeded to say, well, he doesn't know if that happened in this case. I say, I'm not asking about this case. I'm asking, what is your standard protocol and policy? And he answered. So for you guys to now be recanting on whether this vehicle had dash cam or not shows us to our face, you guys are covering up something and lying to us. And that's what pisses me off.
And as a community, I want you all to know we have the right to request records of everybody here, the officials, the officer, and everyone. And in doing so, when we have tried to receive these records, it was a stop. I don't know why, because a part of FOIA, which is the Freedom of Information Act, we are entitled to this information. So why are we being stopped? It appears Boynton Highway Patrol are incapable of doing this investigation. I feel like we are going to turn this over to bringing a federal department to investigate because you guys are corrupt. You guys are trying to hide something. What it is, who knows? I frankly don't care because I'm here to get justice on behalf of my child that was taken from me. And I'm here to clarify some things as part of the narrative. When y'all go to speak on the parents, how we're not responsible, let me set the record and state facts. I just turned 32 in October. I have been a nurse for over 10 years. I'm responsible enough to go care for some of y'all loved ones at the beginning of their life, even sometimes being the last one that they see. I'm responsible enough to have been a director of nursing 2 times, currently serving as an assistant director. I'm responsible enough to go do traveling assignment. So when they ask where his responsible parents are, she's right here. When they talk about money, let me just say, I can go do an 8-week assignment and bring back home $80,000. So this has nothing to do with money, but I'm a very humble person. And when they paint the narrative of Stanley, it needs to be painted well because he comes from responsible parents. He comes from a good background. Where I reside, because I wanted my son to have the best, I reside in new condos, less than a mile away from the beach, paying $3,100 a month. So this is not about us coming from poverty, not having the opportunities. That didn't happen in this case or this situation because he had the best of the best from both parents. Now paint that narrative.
I might need longer than 3 minutes. I don't know.
Thank you.
My name is Alicia Reeves. I am SJ's aunt. Shannon is my sister. Throughout the inception of this case, I have not spoken. I have composed myself and, I'm just tired of reliving this. I echo the same sentiments as everyone else here. We want justice. We want answers. The main thing I struggle with this case is, like my sister just stated, we pleaded with the chief the day SJ died to have that statement changed. He refused to take it down. We compromised. We said, could you change it? Have your PR, Slater, whatever, change the statement because we know in the court of public opinion, SJ was already guilty. And what's happening to him now, his character is being demolished. You all have allowed this narrative to remain, and they're steadily updating the posts with these bullcrap updates. And it's so disheartening and it's so disrespectful. We have shown you, we are demanding accountability and transparency. We have given you the opportunity to ensure that the constitutional safeguards and provisions that are in place with this officer, with this agency, is being followed while this investigation is ongoing. But y'all steady treat us like we're illiterate and idiots. SJ comes from a well-pedigreed family. I'm an attorney. This boy would discuss the Constitution with me. When he found out I was a lawyer, he would pick my brain about reasonable suspicion and probable cause. And he's not here. My nephew is not here. This boy can't call me and ask me nothing about the law because he thought I knew it all. And I tell him, SJ, I'm not even a criminal attorney. I don't know much. I'm a baby lawyer. I don't know, SJ. And y'all just try us like we like primates. The car wasn't equipped with dash cam. How so? How so? From this point forward, we're demanding tangibles. We want accountability. We want truthful updates. We want y'all to stop lying to us like we stupid, because we're not. Stop spreading the false narratives. Stop allowing this agency to shield this officer. It's okay to cut ties with him. He messed up. It's okay to say my bad. Own it. We'll take that. And, you know, from this day forward, like they said, if we have to keep coming here, we shouldn't have to threaten you all with voting and getting y'all out y'all seats. Y'all are elected officials. Y'all know the oath y'all took. The last thing that bothers me with this case is the fact that that officer, as a public servant, did not render aid. If I hit someone as a civilian and I don't stop and render aid, I'm charged with a crime, presumably criminal negligence. At the least, you can't tell me this officer isn't responsible for something. For something. You refuse to release the dash cam. We'll take that. The investigation's ongoing. Public records law, sunshine law, we'll take that. But at the least, y'all just gotta stop lying to us. Y'all have to. We like every time I come to these things, it's like a dagger in my heart. I hate calling my sister because I'm so fearful of how she's going to be. Because I have no words for her. I feel so guilty. I have my 2 children here, and she has none. I avoid her because I have no words for her. Her only child. I can't even look at Stanley in the face. I can't. So from this day forward, we're just demanding tangibles. That's it. Stop lying to us, period.
Hello, my name is Kayla Franklin. I'm also Shannon's sister, SJ aunt. So, every time I get up here, I lose my whole train of thought. You would think that when you bury someone, when we put my nephew in the grave, that we would have some type of closure, right? When you bury someone, like the funeral, that's it. We don't have closure. Why? Because he wasn't the reason for his demise, right? Somebody else was. And you people who put him in place, you who put him in place is not holding him accountable. That makes me angry, right? As a teacher, if I don't do what I'm supposed to do, my principal won't hold me accountable, right? If you don't do what you're supposed to do, what you're not doing, who holds you accountable? No one is holding this man accountable after 3 deaths. 3. After Cyrus died 2012, I'm sorry if I got the date wrong, but when he died, y'all should have held him accountable. So I just want to know what happens after that death. Was there a slap on the wrist? Did he get suspended? Did he get desk duty? Nothing. He's still driving around harassing people. It's not fair to us. It's not fair to the family. And what also makes me angry is the fact that we're here pleading with y'all, like we begging y'all to see how we feel. That's not right, and that's not fair because y'all know what's right and what's wrong. Y'all wouldn't been elected if y'all didn't know what was right and what's wrong. So for us to sit here, for his daddy to come up here, for his mom to come up here, his grandparents, his friends, to keep telling y'all how good of a child he was, how perfect of a child he was. We begging y'all to see that. But we know y'all don't care because it's not y'all kids. Y'all don't, and y'all won't care. As his uncle Purnell stated, if this was a white child with a black cop, it wouldn't have went no further than this. We are a week shy from a month, and we still begging y'all for the basics, a dash cam. We asking y'all what y'all can give us. We ain't asking y'all for nothing out of y'all hands, nothing above y'all title. We just asking y'all for the simple stuff. I'm not gonna be done in 40 seconds, so I'm gonna need some more time. But also, it also makes me angry because as I came up here the last time, I lost my train of thought and I had a point to get across. And it's just seeing these kids, right? The kids are our future, right? Y'all heard Whitney Houston, the kids are our future. Yet they're scared to go outside. They're scared to play. They're scared to be where their parents pay bills and taxes at. because of the people y'all hired who sworn to protect and serve us, right? They're scared. That's a problem for me. I've never, 5 years I've been teaching, I've never questioned whether or not I wanted to teach anymore. And I'm at the point that I don't. And you know another thing that pisses me off? I had to go back to work, right? I don't have the leisure. Yeah, I'm salaried, but I had to go back to work. And it's like the hardest thing I've ever had to do because I can't control my breakdowns and my moments, right? My nephew was cheated. I teach middle school. So every day I'm at school, I'm constantly reminded of what he will never get a chance to do. No more TikToks. No more playing. No more acting a fool in the lunchroom. No more just being a child. He was cheated. That's a problem for me. Being that y'all got Mark home and he's still getting paid, that's a problem for me. Why? Because I don't have no, they don't do bereavement for instructional teachers. So if I don't go to work, I don't get paid. But he not at work. Then y'all say that it wasn't an officer involved. He wasn't involved. So if he wasn't involved, why he on leave? Why he still being paid? It's not gonna be a problem until it start coming out of y'all pockets. You, city manager, every time one of the officers that you bring in here and swear that they mess up and kill somebody or do something that's not just not right, and it come out of your money, that's when we gonna see y'all move, because y'all don't care until it affects y'all. And that's a problem for me. Us sitting here every first and third Tuesday coming and pleading our case with y'all, that's a problem for me. It's a month. We have no answers. We have no answer. Like, how many more Tuesdays do we have to sit in here to ask y'all for the stuff that y'all should be giving us? How many more? A dash cam? Accountability? What is it gonna take you to let one officer go to make change? One officer. What is it gonna take? We don't want to be around here rioting. It's so much other stuff that we can be doing right now as a family. Y'all already took one of the best parts of us. I don't have kids. My nephews was my kids. Y'all took that already. So what else? What else do we have to do? I want to know, what do we need to do to get answers? To get answers. We begging y'all for justice. That's not right. And y'all know that that's not right. We need answers. That's it. I don't care about the media's narratives and all of that. We know who SJ was. Y'all know who SJ was. Because y'all ain't never had a case where people coming in, kids coming in and crying and doing all of this behind a 13-year-old child. He touched everybody. Everybody. So y'all know how good of a child he was. Whether y'all saw the video or not, y'all know he wasn't breaking no laws. Y'all officer messed up. We messed up. It happens. He took a life that he didn't have to take. He took 3 lives that he didn't have to take. And we're still here yet begging for answers. Cyrus' daughter here, 10 years later, begging for answers. What is it gonna take?
Hi, I'm gonna talk on this one. Press the camera, hold it. 1 second.
Okay, I'm gonna let people, if you'd like to go, otherwise I'd like there's people who would like to speak virtually. So.
Hello, my name is Lakeisha Vargas. I am one of the parents of one of the young fellows that came up earlier to speak about SJ Timothy. Well, what hurts me the most, because my son said he's scared of a cop now because his best friend had to lose his death over a cop. And what hurts me the most, Miss Stanley Jr. got up to speak and said that the kids coming to him is like they scared. My son is one of them. He used to love to go over there every weekend. It's not a day that my son didn't go to their house. Shannon, his mom, called me every single moment when it was time for her to come down here and get him. Now my son is scared to even go to his house. I have to have talks with him to even go over there to check on him, to make sure Stanley's them is okay. He cried. He speaks to me. My son is a great child too. I don't have no problems out of him. It's just sad that we have to go through this, that he's dead. All I am praying is for justice, that this police officer is held accountable. My son looked up to Stanley. My son's father is here, but Stanley was more like a father to my child. Do you know how bad that hurts me to see my child hurts? Do y'all know how bad that these kids are hurt? Do y'all see it? They come in here and speak on him. My son and Stanley the third been friends over 8 years. Since they was in tiny tights, they graduated together. My son look at his phone daily. His screensaver is their pictures together when they was small. It's sad that we have to come here every day and plead for justice for him. He was a great child. My last moments, well, I'm not going to say my last moments. Last year, he went out of town with us. He was so respectable. I stopped at the gas station. Miss Kiki, do you want anything? No, SJ, I'm okay, but thank you. He never gave me a problem. My son's birthday is next month, a year from last time he was with us. My son only want SJ there. He never asked for another child sometimes, but he never asked for another child to be there with him. He loved him dearly. Now it's sad that I have to see my child cry, hurt. He has sleepless nights. It's sad that us as parents have to go through it too. It hurts. It hurts. Now my son is scared, and for him to stand up here and tell y'all that he's afraid of cops now, he shouldn't have to be afraid. They're here to protect us, right? But the kids don't think that anymore, that y'all took SJ's life. It's sad, but I'm going to stand behind his parents every step of the way. Everything they do, every time they come to protest, anything they does, we here. We want justice. That's all we asking.
I'm here to talk before I leave all the time. Probably any more than 3 minutes, but I feel like I deserve that much. Anyways, I want to talk about, I want to touch on the basis because everybody keeps saying you don't know how we feel. And yeah, you can say I'm sorry, stuff like that, but you really don't know how we feel. So I'm going to let you into the insight of part of how I feel. So I remember we were little. I think she was around 3, she was around 6-ish, 7. And that's when she got his first dirt bike. And my Uncle Junior, Lord knows, like I wasn't trying to get on the dirt bike. But he got all of us a dirt bike too. It wasn't just SJ because he cared more about than just SJ, he cared about all of us. Also, me and SJ, we went everywhere together, did everything together because still on my dad's side, I'm the only child. And then SJ for the longest with his dad, he was the only child too. And of course, 2 only childs might as well become close as you can, so you feel like you have a sibling. So that's why we're always together, did everything together. That was like my brother. And of course, sharing all those memories, every family event, me and him always sitting together. Every time we went somewhere, of course, SJ knew everybody. Every time we went somewhere, I knew they weren't coming up to say hi to me. They're coming to say hi to SJ. And they would say hi to me because I'm just there, but it's okay. Everybody got haters. Anyways, SJ always paid for stuff. Like, he wouldn't even say I had money. He wouldn't care. He'd be like, I'll pay for it. He was always giving. And those are the type of good things I want to remember about him. So now I'm going to go to fast forward to December 25th, 2021. Christmas, I was supposed to be with my dad mostly, but I was with my mom most of the time. As she was riding and stuff, that's my God. So as she riding, I might as well just stay here. But when you get done riding, I'm gonna go see him on Christmas. So I got there to my grandma's house, and it was me, my Uncle Junior, my stepmom Lola, my dad, my uncle Mitrik, and there's some other people there too. I forgot if you were, sorry. Anyways, we were there and I had just got the new iPhone 13. And he was more excited than I was. He was asking me about all the stuff I got. He was so happy for me. He was asking me about, oh, what are we gonna do? And also, me and Ashay, we always have sleepovers because I don't know, we just like being around each other. So that night, he was like, I want to sleep over, but I also want to ride my bike. And I was like, well, Ashay, you can sleep over when you get done riding. I can ask my dad to come get you. He was like, okay, that's what we're gonna do. So that night we were going home. We hugged, said I love you, da da da. And that night he was texting me about like, give me your new number. I need to make sure I have it in my phone, all that kind of stuff. And then December 26th in the morning, I had got up. We went to this new bagel place because we wanted to try something new. I had FaceTime SJ in the car when we were on the way there because he was like, you know, he liked to eat. So he's like, well, get me some too. Don't forget about me. I'm gonna tell you what kind of bagel I like when you guys are about to leave so you guys can bring it to Boynton. I was like, SJ, we're not going to Boynton already. But he wanted some too. After that, we went and ordered the food. We're sitting down, just eating. We got done. We were about to go, and my dad got a phone call from my uncle, Dimitri. And I really couldn't hear anything, but I just heard my dad yell, SJ's dead. And it's like, it didn't register at first for me. Like, it didn't register that he just said what he said. Like, I just looked at the chair. Like, it was like I almost couldn't stand. And my dad started crying. I never, ever seen my dad cry. My dad, he's a very tough guy. After that, we were rushing inside the car. We got in the car. I had to let the window down because I felt like there wasn't any air in the car. Like I couldn't breathe. I've never broken a bone in my body. I've never fractured nothing like that. Like I swear it. I don't even have scratches on my legs. I don't think I really had a good childhood like that, but I felt like I couldn't move. I felt like there was a vacuum sucking all the air out of my lungs. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even cry out because there was nothing. Like when kids cry and they have that silent moment where they're trying to catch their breath, I couldn't say anything because I had that silent moment for so long. That's how I was feeling at 12 on December 26th. That's how I felt like I couldn't breathe and nothing happened to me. We got to the scene. They got out the car. They went to go see SJ. I didn't get out the car for 10 minutes. I laid across the back seat and I just closed my eyes and I talked to him. And it wasn't because I'm trying to get myself together so I can go out there. There's no way to get yourself together for that. There's no way to prepare yourself for that moment. I didn't even get myself together all the way. I just wanted to calm down enough so that when I went out there, I could remember every single detail so that it wasn't a blur. I walked out there calmly. I sat down. I held his hand. Every time I touch SJ, every time we sit on the couch, we watch shows together, I feel him. But when I held his hand, I didn't feel SJ anymore. I just seen a body there. I didn't feel him. I didn't feel him like when I hugged him a couple hours ago. I didn't feel him. Couldn't talk to me. Couldn't say, Shamari, what you doing? Get off me. You're doing too much. Couldn't say none of that. Then go to school. Everybody's regular, normal. Everybody's going to class. You're in school, you can't even pay attention because it's like a major event happens in your life and you go back to a place where it seems like nothing changed for nobody else but you. You're not regular anymore. You're not the same person you were before you went on winter break thinking you were gonna have fun. I go back to school. I have moments. My emotions, any little thing, it makes me angry. Any little thing makes me cry. My first day back in school, my JRTC sergeant asked me and the rest of the class, where do you guys see yourselves in 5 years? And that made me cry because I felt guilty about even thinking for 5 years ahead of my life right now. I didn't want to say I want to be a lawyer. I want to go to. I didn't want to think about any moment without him. I didn't want to think of 5 years and he's not here with me. I didn't even want the clock to strike 12 on New Year's. It made me mad because I didn't want to go into a year without him. I wanted to stay in 2021 where he was. His funeral, his viewing, the whole time leading up to the viewing and the funeral, a part of me has something to look forward to because I got to see him again. Of course I was grieving, but I knew I got to see him again at the viewing. I got to see him again at the funeral. But when he went in the ground in the day after, and I realized I really don't get to see him again no more, what is there to look forward to? What's gonna keep me driving for tomorrow? Because I know I don't get to see him anymore. SJ, my cousin, he was one of the, I promise, the ugliest sleepers. Oily face, slept hard and everything. But in the casket, he looked so beautiful. He was so beautiful. He was so handsome. And that broke me because I knew how I seen him sleep before. He wasn't sleeping anymore. He was done. SJ looked like me, looked like each other. People say I look like my uncle, and he looks like my dad. I kind of see it sometimes. It's always the four of us. Now it's three. And I never thought it would be me or SJ to make that three. He always talked to me about how he can't wait till he gets to high school because, no, he wouldn't even think about high school. He would say college because he wanted to live by himself and do his own thing. SJ was always thinking ahead. But he didn't even make it 8th grade dance. He didn't make it to high school football. He didn't make it to prom. He didn't make it to getting married one day. He didn't make it to do nothing. So that's a part of how I feel. I'm letting you into peace. That's nothing compared to how I really feel. That's just a peace. That's a couple minutes into my life for the rest of my life. And it hurts. Those couple of minutes hurt. So imagine how I feel every day. Thank you.
My name is Tiffany Frederick. I live here in Boynton Beach. I'm a homeowner. SJ was at my house the last few hours of his life. I have a 9-year-old son here. For the past few days, that's all he's been talking about. Mom, what if something happened and police kill me? And I told him, don't say that. That's not going to happen. Stop saying it. He's 9 and that's the way he's feeling. I'm not upset with all the Boynton police officers because I have a few that I do care for that I know are genuine. One is in the building now. But that one there, all we hear is bad stuff about dog man, the dog man. Something has to be done. You either it's gonna be done or you gotta go. We're gonna vote you out, baby. It's already in the books. My thing is, at the end of the day, you guys are worried about who's riding dirt bikes because the majority of the people riding dirt bikes are black. If it was a lot of white kids riding dirt bikes, it wouldn't be a problem. What y'all need to be focused on is the heroin overdose and start arresting the people that's doing the heroin, not the people that's selling it, because if the people weren't buying it, the people wouldn't be able to sell it. But y'all worried about dirt bikes. I'm quite sure more people dying over heroin overdose than people dying on dirt bikes. I'm not gonna be before y'all long, but again, my son is 9 years old and he's questioning me 1,000 times. Mom, what if I die? What if the police don't say that? How many times have I told you that? My baby is broken about this thing with SJ. He was playing with SJ in my backyard before he died. So what I'm saying to y'all, something has to be done. Somebody has to be held accountable for this baby's death. It will not go down in vain. I thank God that I was off of work today, and every day that I'm off, every Tuesday that I'm off, you bet somebody please remind me so I can make sure I'm here. I'm gonna be a body that's in the building. And I work at a hospital also. So I work around the COVID patients. I do all of that. I do my service back to the community. I pay my taxes. And my children are raised, they're good. Let's just say I'm not on housing. I don't get food stamps, none of that. I pay my taxes, and I feel like if my tax dollars going to him, he don't need to be home relaxing. He need to be in jail. I'd rather pay for him to be sitting in the county than to be sitting at home on his couch. And this ain't the first encounter that I've heard of this dog man with my son also. And we're tired of it. We're tired, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. 3 down, third strike, you out. He got to go. Period. We want justice for SJ.
The audience here, I'm going to go have people speak virtually. Sir, you had your 3 minutes. I'm going to let
I
the
have
people.
3 minutes. I just walked in.
Oh, I'm sorry. My fault.
Evening to all y'all. I'm here on behalf of the family and SJ. I stand with the family, demanding justice. There's no need for the family to have to show up here week after week demanding justice when justice should be already served. Because had it been on the flip the other way around, things would have been different. As well as you all sitting up there looking nonchalant, unbothered, have y'all part ready to go home, have dinner with y'all family. This family right here is hurting. And any person that have a heart, y'all should have some type of sympathy for this family and should be trying to figure out, the situation. There's no need for them to have to been sitting for 3 weeks wondering, trying to figure out what's going on with this case when they should have had some type of answer by now. As well as situations like this, me showing up here as a citizen of the community for 35 years, how y'all sit here, again, nonchalant. That's why a lot of us don't even show up to the community meetings, because we feel that we have no voice, that our opinion won't even matter. And we shouldn't even feel like that. As well as the Boynton department, police department has been bad. One of the worst in Palm Beach County. And it shouldn't be that way. As well as they come on this side of I-95 feeling as if we're a threat to them when they're a threat to us. Just the other week, police is jumping out of car for a regular traffic stop, jumping out with their guns, snatching the young man's out of the car, handcuffing him. It shouldn't even be that way. As well as a lot of the polices, they all ain't bad. It's a couple good ones, as well as some of I chat with. We have some good ones that will stop and do the proper thing as serving the community. They buy the kids ice cream, buy the kids game and stuff. That's the way it's supposed to be. But on the other hand, it's not like that. We get all those rookies, racist cops that come over into our neighborhood and terrorize, trigger happy, ready to dog us out because they don't been dogged out in school and stuff. It shouldn't even be that way. And again, we're gonna continue to show up here week after week And we're going to continue to demand justice as well as accountability. All right ain't right and all wrong ain't wrong. But that officer, he should be held accountable because he had no right to pursue SJ. He had many times to back down, but he chose not to. At the pump, he could have came up to SJ. He could have did as a person that's trying to serve the community, talk to him, had him call his father. But instead, he had an agenda that he stuck by, which was to take another black person off the street. When SJ headed west on Boynton Beach Boulevard and then turned around, came back east, that officer had the chance to stop the pursuit. But instead, he continued to pursue SJ up Federal Highway. And it shouldn't even be that way. Caused that young man to go to his death early. A kid that had much potential in life, a good kid. I knew personally, well-mannered, always gonna come up to you, greet you, gonna speak to you. I'm a bike rider as well. When I redid my bike, he came up, man, I like that bike, man. That bike hard, man. That bike hard. But we can't even enjoy it like that. We know it ain't right. They shouldn't be on the street. But again, on the west over there, the other side of 95, the white communities and stuff, they ride freely. I've been out there ride with them freely. They don't harass them. They don't do no wrong to them. They just let them go about their business. Well, over here, east side from Hyperluxo to Warbright, they treat us like dogs. And it shouldn't even be that way. But again, we gonna show up week after week, and we gonna demand justice until it's served.
Hi, Ernest Mignoli. I live at 710 Northeast 7th Street, 407 Boynton Beach. I live a little over a block from where the incident happened. And I was working on other incidents similar to this at the same time that morning between Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Ocean. So that when this happened, I was nearby. And I can't tell you, I've lost a daughter, but to an illness. But when I was at that scene, and when I was at the church, and when I was at the funeral, I mean, it feels like your own kid. And when I see people up here thinking that this group is somehow gonna change or make amends, this city needs what Camden, New Jersey had. It got to a point where everybody had to go. Mayor, council, city manager, city attorney, police, fire, city employees. And what do they do with a city like that? It's actually come back. What happens is you rehire everybody, but anybody who works has to reapply. And that's how you can get what the city needs, because unfortunately, this is a city manager strong town. And your city manager, if you knew what this city manager and this city attorney over the last 20 years have been involved in with lawsuits, with covering up for corrupt police and firemen and drugs and domestic violence and excessive force and settling racist, biased lawsuits because you don't want to go to court. You know why? Because then there'll be witnesses to explain. And all the rest of you up here that are not leaving want to do is try and get in office. You want to try and be the mayor? You want to try and stay as the city lawyer? You want to say on your $250,000 job as a city manager, right? And the other gentleman likes to think that you're so connected with the community. Mr. Hay, let me tell you something. You're the least person I've seen seem to care about this family and this kid. And I don't care if you like it or not. Last thing I'll say is I'm working on this case. I have a lot of skills. I'm not going to brag, but I do. I don't sleep now from 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning till about 5 in the morning on this case. That's all I work on from the minute it happened. And the minute it happened, I thought there's one person for this case. And you know he's on it now, right? Y'all know who's on the case, right? You know, God sent who's on this case. You know that, right? Right? This family, you don't have to keep asking these people. They're not going to say anything to you. Right? Let Benjamin Crump handle it. And the last thing I'll say, I already met with the Florida Highway Patrol. I met with the Boynton Beach Police. I meet with everybody. I just have a skill that way. And let me tell you something, they're all conflicted. This case has to go federal. There is no way. I sat with the Florida Highway Patrol for last week, and they don't think, well, you know, what are we going to say? You know what I was there for? To prove how close they are with this Boynton Beach Police Department and how corrupt this investigation is. And that's what comes of it. And it was recorded, and I'm going to get it, and I'm going to get recordings that I've had with these police and this city manager and these people to show you that nobody up here should be here anymore. You need a new mayor. You need everything new. I shouldn't say you, me too. I live here. So we need, okay? Thank you. God bless everybody. I've been having the people online asking to speak. So if you don't mind, I'm going to have some people that have been waiting for over 2 hours to speak. Give them that opportunity. So
Okay,
would you
thank
please?
you.
So this is now, I'm opening up the virtually, the first person that I have on the list is Lizette Charo. Lizette, the way it works is I'm going to unmute your microphone here and then you'll have the opportunity to speak. It says, Lizette Charo, you have to unmute your microphone before you begin. It looks like your microphone is not working. I'll come back to you. The next person is Lalonda Bird Davis. Lalonda, can you please unmute your microphone?
Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me?
we can hear you. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Okay, my name is Yolanda Bird Davis. I reside at 832 Northwest 8th Avenue, Boynton Beach. I'm not there physically, but I do want to let the family know that I am here with you guys in spirit. You know, I love you all. But I will need some extra time to speak because I also received the email from a young Boynton Beach resident, and she would like me to read her email on behalf and send her condolences to the family, if you don't mind. But mine is really short, so I just have a few questions for you guys. Since this incident happened, I wanted to know from you, Mayor, have you guys sat with council in regards to the incident? It's pretty much a yes or no.
No, there has not been a closed door session.
Okay. Another question is, have you guys looked into Mark Schoen's IA folder or file in regards to how he's been policing the community for over years? Because his IA file is actually public record, so we can request to have that. But I wanted to know, have you guys even had a meeting in regards to the type of police officer we're dealing with right now? It's a yes or no.
City manager, Lori?
No, sir. We'd have to wait till the investigation is done.
Okay.
I can take no action until that time.
Okay, so you guys can't do anything until the investigation that's open is closed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to go ahead and start reading the email from Wisney Wilson. It does state, it says, while I cannot be present with you all today, it would be remiss of me not to send my statement of some sort. First and foremost, my sincerest condolences to the Davis family during this mourning period. May God bless you and keep you. A mistake made more than once is a choice. The officer responsible for the life of 13-year-old Stanley Davis III is responsible for 2 other lives in the city of Boynton Beach. On several occasions, he has exhibited behavior and shown patterns to be reckless, careless, and thoughtless. With these traits, it would be most appropriate for the officer to be terminated immediately. For far too long, his disgusting behavior has been overlooked and to an extent enabled. The citizens of Boynton Beach are not negotiating for change or wishing to barter for justice. We are demanding it. It's long overdue and has caused many to be unsettled, enraged, and discouraged. I am assuming that I have 2 minutes, so to close, I leave everyone with this: to survive is to stay alive in the face of opposition. Go out and vote, and be sure not to let up. All gas, no brakes. The marathon continues. Justice for SJ, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next that I have on the is Makesta Rowell.
Yes, you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please state your name and address for the record.
Maquesta Rao.
Thank you.
Okay. The first thing that I would like to say, because I've been on here 2.5 hours. The first thing I would like to say, there is power in numbers first. But to Stanley and Shannon and family, I want you guys to know that there is definitely power in the name of Jesus. When I tell you it might get rough, and I know it's hard because I've been there before. I have lost a child, but it's no comparison what you're going through. Stanley, you hold your head high. Be proud of you and Shannon, what you guys produce and what you have made that young boy to be out of. Do not feel any type of way of what you have done as parents. Continue to pray and trust in God, and God will see fit that everything that is not of him will be taken care of. I would like to say to the city of Boynton, which I have been a member of the city of Boynton. I'm an advocate in certain parts of the city, and I am a resident of the city of Boynton, and I also have sons and daughters. I would like to say to you, I've heard from the beginning of the meeting, you have certain dockets and certain things on your agenda every day. What about an agenda for what happened to SJ? What about an agenda of letting us know, have the dash cams been put into those vehicles? We're talking about trees being planted. We're talking about everything else except for this young man's life that has been taken. I do not understand how all of you, I am looking at you one by one, and you sit there and you feel like you have no care or worry in the world. For me to even be sitting up on that thing, on that podium where you guys are sitting, I would feel so bad to sit and listen to these stories, listen to all these people cry out for help, and not one of you on that panel show any type of remorse. I know y'all human. I know you have a job title. I'm not mad with anyone. I'm not against the police, but I'm against what's wrong. It's either you're right or you're wrong. You can be the president. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But I just want to ask everybody that's on this panel that I'm looking at on my laptop. At one point, you guys don't feel sorry and remorseful for any of this child being rushed to his death, killed, or anything? I just don't understand this. If I was a part of that, they would have to just I would resign from my job. I could not be a part of something like this. It shows no type of remorseful for what these people are going through. People are voicing their opinions. You have us, the city, upset, very upset on what happened to this child. It is so sad. And I feel so bad for the family, that mother that has to say she don't have her only child, her one and only child. I could not imagine that. I pray for strength. I pray for transparency. I pray for accountability. But I tell you one thing, y'all do not let your guards down and don't give up. Because one thing I do know for fact, trouble don't last always. And God sit high and he look low. You don't have to put your mouth on nothing. God gonna take care of the situation. That's all I got to say. Y'all have y'all a nice night.
Thank you. Next person I have is Otisha Thomas.
Hi, I'm Otisha Thomas, and I just want to say that I've been standing behind Shannon and Stanley since December the 26th, and I'm praying for them. And we will get justice. We will get justice, and that's in all capital letters. We will get justice.
Hello, this is Otisha's husband, Mark Waters, 114 Southeast 14th Avenue, Boynton Beach, Florida. And I just want to say that that officer, uh, that was a nasty officer. I've dealt with that officer. I had plenty of encounters with that officer in the past. Um, so for knowing his track record, what he did in the past with Cyrus, knowing the track record, what he did with the little child, and just knowing having encounters with this guy. That guy was no good. He was a no good guy. Dog man was a no good guy. And it's like I don't understand I don't understand how this family and the community got to come and stand in front of y'all and plead and beg. Like, y'all got kids. I'm quite sure if something happened to your child, you will want to get some type of resolution. Like, you will want that clarity. That's what they asking for. And I don't see why it's taking so long. And the fact that the city got so much money to rebuild. You rebuild a library, you rebuild a police station, the fire department, you reconstruct roads, parks, you do all this extra stuff, but you're not making sure that there's working dash cams in the cars, and y'all expect us to believe that? After we know how Boynton police is, we know how Boynton is, period. I grew up here. This is where I was raised. I had plenty of encounters with the police, and I know the Boynton Beach Police Department been corrupt for a long time. So for y'all to tell us that, oh, there's no dash cam video, like, how do you expect us to believe that? How do you expect us to believe that? And it's so messed up that this family in the community ought to come and beg you guys for transparency. You got kids. Please understand this. Give us what we need.
And also, lastly, I just want to say to the mayor, next meeting, please bring a Red Bull because you look very sleepy sitting up there. We bringing 1,000 people to get on the mic and talk and speak about SJ because we will get justice. We will get justice. We will get justice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next I have Willie Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you're currently self-mute. There you go.
You hear me?
We can hear you now.
How you doing? I'm not gonna be too long with you guys. I'm not a resident of Boynton Beach, but I live in Fort Lauderdale. My son, he had the opportunity to played with SJ for about 4 years. They started off at 8 years old. It hurt so bad to see my son. My son, they're about to start spring football. Usually my son would get out the car and he would go and talk to everybody. He comes to that field, he would not get out that car at all. He has so many memories with SJ. So many memories. When you seen SJ, you seen Jameer. They was next to each other all the time on that field, side by side. It hurts me so much, man, to see Stanley and Shannon the way they are right now. Like, I'm choking up by talking to you guys. And another thing, are you guys familiar with Dana Safety Supply? You're not familiar with Dana Safety Supply? Dana Safety Supply does all you guys' police cars. Dana Safety. I used to work for them. I used to work for Dana about 2 years ago. They deal with all Boynton Beach police cars. I know it's a dash cam in those cars. Every car you got has dash cams. All those cars are pretty much fairly new right now. So you can't tell me there's no dash cam in that damn car, his truck. I know that it was a dash cam in there. We deal with all Boynton Beach Police Department cars. You guys, look up Dana Safety. They're in Pompano, right off of Sample in 441. You guys look them up. You sitting up here telling me you're not familiar with these people. I know you guys familiar with them because they do all you guys cars. So ain't no way in hell there's no dash cam in that car. They put everything that goes on a police department car. They do everything. Put anything you guys ask for, they put it on your car. So, man, we just need justice for little man. It hurts. It's a lot of these kids that we have coached are hurting right now. The community is hurting. So we definitely need it. We need justice. You guys got to do something about this.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next, I have Jalicia Terry. You're currently self-muted. You have to unmute your microphone.
Hello.
We hear you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jalicia Terry. I stay on 1010 9th Street, West Palm Beach, 33401. And I'm calling in regards to SJ. I'm not able to be there in person, but I will be there at the next meeting. And I just want to say, at a point in time, at the incident with the police, Boynton Beach Police. I can't even talk, so it's just right. Boynton Beach Police Department. At a point in the team when you guys are investigating and saying that you guys can't make any basically accusations towards the officer, why is it that you're extra covered if you have a badge? If that was just a city resident or someone that wasn't covered by a higher superior, we're arrested and we're innocent until proven guilty. Regardless of what the circumstances occurred that day, the officer should be arrested because it's clear as day. I mean, we don't have to ever in life had to touch a law book. Ever in life had to read anything pertaining to what you guys went to school for. And we can clearly see that he broke more than one rule. And for him breaking that one rule, just one rule, he should be obtained for that and innocent until proven guilty, correct? And the fact that you guys are covering this up is just something that doesn't sit well with me because at the end of the day, God sit high and look low. And right now, it's just at that moment from when you guys chased SJ, I mean, from when that officer chased SJ, at that moment, that was his suspect. And with that being his suspect, and he said he pursued a chase, the main question is if there's no dash cam, if there's no extra surveillance that you guys are going to release, why hasn't he released a statement yet regarding what he saw and how the bike went down and every detail that basically can be said from him being the only witness supposedly there word of mouth? Why is it that he left his suspect if he was pursuing the chase? For this young man to be gone and for nobody on that podium to feel as if they want to do the right thing and going to do the right thing, every day God will trouble your spirit until you do so. Every day I honestly pray he trouble your spirit until y'all do so. This is something that everyone, like, this is a tragedy that kids, his parents alone, that's something we don't have to speak about. That alone, we know we don't know what they're going through, but alone we know this tragic has destroyed them the most. And to see Stanley each and every day, not each and every day, but quite a few times out the week, it appalls me to see him that way. And I never in my life, I never like to see him, bro, is to know that man is dominant, that man is strong, that man is all the one that you never thought he could, a man could be. And for him to be raising someone that was going to be 10 times better than what he was is just something that y'all don't know what y'all did. Y'all don't know what y'all really don't know what y'all did. And to know, for us to know what y'all did, we're not gonna give up. We're not gonna stop fighting. It's not gonna end. There's gonna be more people that come each and every time. It's never gonna end. Justice will be served. Justice will prevail. And you guys, regardless of whether you like it or not, God will trouble your spirit until you guys do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm going to go with Cameron Simmons. You're currently self-muted. Cameron? Going once. Cameron Simmons. The next in line is Coria Reedon. Coria Reedon.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Maricela Redon. I live at 631 Evergreen Drive in Lake Park, Florida. I am Corey's wife. He has had the pleasure of meeting SJ's dad and his mother, Shannon. My son is Jaden Carlos Ethan. He was unfortunately killed by Officer Stone as well back in 2016. First and foremost, my condolences go off to you guys. I could not be there. I can barely manage the strength to attend our current ongoing investigation on behalf of Boynton. So to be there emotionally would be a little bit too much for me. But I do want to offer my condolences to you guys. I do have to mention, Mayor, it's rather sad. I've been on here for the last couple of hours, and I must admit I am very disappointed. Number one, your pathetic chief of police that never shows up to these meetings is a disgrace. I mean, the least that he could do is be in attendance. This family has lost a child you don't get to see ever again, a child you don't hear in the morning, a child you don't get to watch grow up anymore. And you all are on that panel just worthless. Like, you have no emotion, you have no care, and it's so sad. And Boynton has been known to be corrupt forever. I didn't grow up in Boynton, but I have family in Boynton. I worked at Boca PD, and oh my gosh, the reputation supersedes you guys. From Chief Police Katz to Emler to Gage. That whole government agency has been known to at Boca or whatever. How like the way that your organization treats its citizens is ridiculous. It's mind blowing. But then when you have to deal with stuff like this, it's people are in uproar. I don't understand how you guys can sit behind somebody like Officer Stone. I really don't, because you know what's kind of awkward to me is that in his last deposition that we had with him, he stated that he was on desk duty. How does an officer who has constantly caused the death of loved ones get back on the road? Can you answer me that? Or were you even aware that he was on desk duty? Were you aware, like, at what point in time did this sorry excuse of a being was how he was at one point a field training officer? How can someone like that's psychotic train anybody to do anything? How is he back on the road? Not once, not twice, killing innocent people, bystanders. My God, what does it take? Does it take for him to kill one of your kids? Does it take for him to hurt someone over there in your nice little office or whatever, where you don't get to have the privilege of sending your baby to sleep? And you sit there, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to blame you, but you do not act. Now you're telling me 3 times there's no goddamn dash cam 3 times? I mean, goodness, if you put him back on the road, put a goddamn body cam on him, for goodness sake. 3 times. But yet, you guys sit there, just beautifully sit there. You get your wonderful goddamn families that you get to go home to. You don't have to live the rest of your life missing your child. Do you know? Can you bear to fathom what we feel, what we go through when we don't get that? We don't get that no more. See, that the bad part is that life is so precious, right? That the thing is that God is the only one that has the power to give life, right? But then you have morons out here in this world, people like the people that you protect, and take those lives. And my God, I am coming up on 6 years. Can you believe that? It's been 6 years already in February. But this officer, he gets to go home. He has a nice paid vacation, like it's been mentioned. He is back on the road. What has this cost him? Can you please tell me that? And he has the audacity to come and try to shake my hand. Like, did he really think that would even fly? See, the problem with you guys that sit in office is that you sit there and you lie for people like this. You sit there and you cover for freaking cowards like this monster is. That makes you just as guilty as he is. Just as guilty, if not more. And then you sit here, whoever that was, that lady that said you can't get these documents. How the heck can you get documents when I have his file as well? There's a file from back in 2005 where he, again, vehicle pursuit prior to any death, broke 12 goddamn policies, 12. And all you guys gave him, what was it, a week of, oh, but guess what? At that time, he received 57.5 hours of unsuspended pay. But now he's on paid vacation for killing another Black child. How can you fathom for me to understand that? See, the problem is you can look beyond race. You can look beyond whatever you want to look at. The problem is this is beyond that, because you know what it is? He has no concern for life. That's scary. That's scary, because that means that if you're east of 95 on Boynton Beach Boulevard, if you're east of 95 on Gateway Boulevard, if you're east of 95 on Hapaloxo, you know what that means? Despite if you're Spanish, black, white, whatever you are, because you live in that socioeconomic class, it puts a goddamn freaking red light, a green light to go, and you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to be worried about being accountable. And you know what happens? The sad thing is you have fellow officers that instead of trying to make it right, they sit there and they side with pieces of crap like that. PBSO, you have some officers there who refuse to do their job because you know why? Because they know Mr. Mark Stone. They know him very well. So you don't want to deny him pay. Okay, that's fine. You don't want to reprimand him. That's fine, or whatever. So please, I just have one question. How many lives? How many lives? It's 3 now. How many lives? How many more do you need? How many more do you need before you feel like you have the balls to act? How many more? There's no answer. So you can't give me a number? Mr. Mayor, come on, tell me. Is it 4? Is it 1 more? Is it 2 more? How many more babies do we have to lose? Oh my gosh, I am just appalled that you have no answer.
I'm sorry we can't answer that. We should not have any loss of life in Boynton
Yes,
Beach.
you see,
And my condolences.
yeah, you know what the bad part is with the condolences, and what I've learned is that not everyone that offers their condolences mean them. Because you, like that young lady that read, you have authority. Even if it costs you your job, you have authority and you have the choice. That's the beautiful thing about choice and free will. No one's putting a gun to your head. You have the choice to do what is right. You can make that choice. It may cost you your job, but the young man said, we will see then that you mean what you say. You stand for the people. You stand by the people that are hurting and not this pathetic officer. It may cost you your job, but you have a choice. All of you up there have a beautiful choice. You know, you're looking all fabulous there tonight. Y'all have a beautiful choice. Now, the question is, will you make the right choice? And I cannot wait to see or to even hear. I would love to hear tonight one of you to speak out and say, I stand against Mark Stone. You know what? I would want to hear you say that it was him. To say his name. Say his name. No, right?
I'm sorry. Is that all the comments you have for tonight?
Oh, so I'm limited, right? Because I'm standing against Mr. Mark Stone. I'm limited.
If you'd like to continue having a
You know what?
conversation.
Actually, Mr. Interim Mayor, I have nothing to say to you because you're not worth my time. To SJ's family, you guys just threw me off track. I just can't stand seeing your faces right now. To SJ's family, to his mother, to his father, my heart goes out to you guys because unfortunately we are living it. This doesn't get easier. It doesn't get any easier with time. It doesn't get any easier as people tell you all the time that as time passes by, it does not. With prayer, with faith, God will give you the strength that you need to go through one day at a time. But please, whatever you do, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Do not stop. And I advise everyone there that's speaking tonight, you need to know a whole new counsel. Everyone there tonight is a pathetic excuse of a person being.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Next, we have a Quentin Davis.
Good evening. I just came to say 3 things. First, I ask that God wrap his hands around the family and the parents that's dealing with this right now. Second of all, you disrespectful as hell because as these people sat here and told their stories, you acted like you didn't give a flying fuck. Thirdly, how long is y'all gonna tell these y'all don't have dash cam lies? Y'all killed my 14-year-old brother over 15 years ago. And y'all told my mama the same thing, that y'all didn't have dash cams. Y'all full of shit. And if y'all keep it up, all you bitches gonna rot in hell. That's all I can say.
Is going to be April Glover.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, please excuse my voice because I am getting over a cold. But I first and foremost I want to say give my condolences to the family, the parents, Shannon and Stanley, excuse me. I don't know the family personally. I don't know SJ either. But the situation itself, it is very sad. You have to be inhumane to not even feel an ounce of anything. Every single family member that get up and speak, like I'm brought to tears, and I don't know any of them personally. Any post, like the post I saw this morning when I woke up, that Stanley posted, like it's very sad. Like you, Mr. Grant, you're sitting here like with everyone that speaks, you're rolling your eyes, like you're cocking your eyes left and right. Like it's very disrespectful, and it's really sad. Like the situation itself is really sad. I really do hope that they get justice. You guys, I feel like you guys have to take yourself out of your position and put yourself into being a human. Like, what if it was your child? It's like you're not gonna really understand what they're going through until you're in this position, or until like we as a community we start to retaliate. Like, let's just say, okay, if it was one of us dealing with the police, you guys say you have no dash cams. Let's say, okay, someone retaliated your police and shot. I'm pretty sure like a dash cam would appear, or some type of video surveillance would have appeared, to put that person behind bars or to have them reprimanded. But you guys really have to step out of your position and your title and do what's right for this family. And again, my heart goes out to you guys.
Thank you. Next, we have Naya Portgill.
Okay, so I want to say from September 2017. Do you know where I'm getting at? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you, Naya. I'm sorry. We do not know what are you referencing in
So
September.
you don't know where I'm getting at when he pulled his own major over and he had dash cam? So he doesn't have that car no more, right?
I don't have that answer.
You don't have the answer. Why not?
I would have to ask the city manager or the police chief.
Okay, and would the police chief be available if someone feel like their life in danger? Would he be able to come on the scene or no? He wouldn't be available, right?
I
Huh?
I don't have
I
that
can't
answer.
hear you. You don't have the answer, right?
No,
So why he haven't been reprimanded yet? You don't have the answer, right?
that would be a question for the city manager,
Okay, so what is your title?
the mayor.
What do you do? What can you do?
I'm currently running the meeting and making sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak.
Okay, so are you gonna see that what I'm getting at about 2017? I wonder what if he has the same car or a different car from 2017, because he clearly had dash cam on that car when him and his major was playing pullover games. You done talking to me?
I don't have an answer. Is that all your?
Why you don't have an answer? You don't have an answer for nobody. And this family sitting over here grieving. Have you lost a child?
I have not.
No. So you won't understand how Stanley feel, right?
Naya, are you? It's not a questioning for me. It's the question is that we're here to have you
So
give.
I'm questioning anybody on that panel. If you can't answer, somebody else can answer, right? Hello?
I'm
If you're
sorry.
done talking to me, you can hang up. You don't want to talk, hang up. Bye bye.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Next, we have Wesley Schulers.
Yes, how you doing? Wesley Schuler, 606 West Atlantic. Um, it's mildly puzzled that we keep saying that we don't have the answers to the answers that the family is asking. The family is just specifically asking. If you put yourself in these shoes, they want to know about the cameras. They want to know about the footage. And why are we kicking the can down the road again? Because time after time, this officer and other officers and did what they wanted to do. Now it's time for the city commissioners to hold the the police force accountable. And not only that, y'all need tonight put the city manager on notice that y'all need to put her on fire, because now it's time for her to step down, because it done came too far to this situation that this officer and done it 3 times. And I know District 2, as a pastor, you need to ask yourself, how many times that we have to keep hearing about this officers and other officers and doing they want to do when they want to do it. The city manager keep covering this stuff up. So now the city councilor need tonight hold them accountable at the police force and hold her accountable, because now it done came to a point that is keep lawsuits after lawsuits and nothing is getting done. If you're not going to do nothing tonight, you need to at least have the chief there, because it's answers that need to be answered. Answers that happened in 2010. This is getting old. Why are we keep looking at the same situation? Ain't nothing gonna change about the situation. These people is not going away. Ain't nobody going away. Because at the end of the day, people do pray, but prayer do changes things. But at the same time, the cemetery is full of people, and how they got there was the wrong way. In this situation, y'all need to hold the mayor, you need to hold the city manager tonight and let her know that she need to do something, or y'all need to fire her tonight, because she's making too much money, too many lawsuits, and too much situations is going on. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
Commission, I'm going to have 5 more minutes and then we're going to take a little break. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I know. Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Hayden. Ms. Hayden?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Stephanie Hayden Adiemo. I reside at 2181 Southwest 15th Avenue, Condo N102, Boynton Beach, Florida 33426. I am speaking as a former candidate for mayor of Boynton Beach 2019 and as a resident of Boynton Beach since 1994. I'm also speaking as a family member in law supporting and standing with the Davis and Morris family. I would also like to acknowledge the heaviness inside the room, whether it's virtual or in person. I have sat in countless meetings where I've been told to be quiet because I've expressed the outrage that we are seeing today regarding the chasing in a cavalier fashion of unarmed young people from the ages of 8 to about 53 being chased on these vehicles that we are writing citation. A potential citation has led to the death of someone, not someone, but a young king and a young prince in his community. And in 2016, I sat down in a meeting at the Sims Center when we were going over the proposal for what the new park would look like. The same city manager that sits on the diocese looked dead in my face, and I'm going to use that word, dead in my face, and stated that the requests that we had for a off-terrain vehicle area inside the Sims Park was a no-go. I spent time looking up ordinances for our city as it relates to if this would be possible and feasible. I even was there in the meeting where there are multiple people with the agriculture and the type of planting that was going to be inside that area. That is how specific that night we were discussing, down to the shrubbery, the shrubbery. So when you have a commission seat, and I'm going to address the commission at this time because I know I have an allotted amount of minutes. There are some that is currently sitting there that was not there, but there are some that are sitting there currently now that was there. And the only person that's up here that consistently has been here is Miss Lori. I can't even speak to you, Mr. Grant. I can't even speak to you, Mr. Katz. I can't even speak to you, Mr. Hay, because you are the chaplain at that time, I believe, at the police department, right? Miss Romulus, I can't speak to you either. But one person that's consistently, that has been on that diocese for over 10 plus years is your city manager. The city manager is responsible for the hiring and firing of of employees within our city. There's recommendation that's made by the HR department. Currently, you have a new police chief. The recommendation from many different individuals within the community, whether it's District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, if you're going to recommend someone stay or if they're hired. I hear the last person spoke about Miss Lavery being terminated as of tonight. I am going to express again, as I did in a meeting that we had in 2016, where I asked on record for the police chief to be fired. I asked for him to be fired. Within 4 or so months, he was fired. And like the gentleman say, there are people that do pray, and there exists a God, and he's the only one that can level true justice, right? And that's what we're going to ask today. We're going to ask those individuals that need to step down. They need to step down. You need to put in your resignation letter because your job is to protect the citizens that pay every day here within all 4 districts. I am asking for Lori Laver to step down. I'm also asking for the police chief to step down in the city. And we're not asking for the next 9 minutes. We would like for the next 24 days, we are going to bombard every meeting to make sure that is done. Because if we say it, it will happen because we are the citizens that reside within the 4 district. Thank you. I recuse my time to the next speaker. Thank you.
So I do not see anyone with their hand raised. Yuri, do you see anyone else with their hand raised? Oh, I saw Ray Whiteley pop up and then put it down. Twyla Green, pop up and put it down. Ray, no, it's Yuri. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yes, same effect. Although it seems to be consistent now.
Okay, so I see one for Mr. Ray Whiteley. We're going to give you an opportunity to speak, and then we're going to ask for a 5-minute recess.
Mayor, there were 2 members in the audience that you asked to not speak earlier.
Okay, and then I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Romulus. Mr. Whiteley?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, first of all, thank you for allowing people to speak tonight. I think that it's important that their voices are heard and their frustration is heard and felt. So thank you for doing that. My name is Pastor Ray Whiteley, 239 Northeast 12th Avenue. And I'm speaking in the capacity tonight as the father of 3 Black sons and the grandfather of 6 Black boys. And I'm afraid for them. I'm afraid for them. I stand with the Davis family earlier today when I saw Stanley Davis Jr.'s text or his Facebook message. I tried to call him, and of course, he didn't answer. And I texted him, and I didn't get a response. I drove to his house because I'm afraid for him. I didn't get a response, but I do want him to know and the family to know that I'm standing with them. I was driving home a couple nights ago, and I'm sure that every other Black man will echo the same sentiments. And I looked in my rearview mirror, and I saw a police officer behind me. He was going home, but I was afraid. I was afraid. I got that cold feeling. I was nervous. I was afraid, and I didn't do anything wrong. What I cannot get out of my mind is when Stanley Davis Jr. said that the coroner or the ME's office said that when they got his son, he had tears in his eyes because that little Black boy was afraid. People question, why did he run? He was afraid. My grandsons are riders, and I'm afraid for them leaving the house, much less being riders now. I'm not speaking in the capacity of a pastor or organizer or director or anybody. I'm just sharing from a hurting Black father. So we say we don't want these kids to ride and those types of things, but where can they go to safely ride their motorcycles in Boynton Beach? As a dais, as community leaders, are we looking at a safe place where they can go and ride their motorcycles free of fare in a space that they're comfortable in? So I want to raise that question. I'm waiting for the results of our investigations and the other organizers and the other groups who we're working with to bring an accountability for the community. But in the meantime, I'm gonna stand with these family. There was something yesterday, I was there. There was something before that, I was there. And in no time at all was there ever any sense of destruction. But I do feel their pain and I feel their frustration and their need just for justice. So thank you, Boynton Beach, for us showing up tonight. Thank you for sharing your thoughts in a place where it matters. Trust me, all this is being happening, all this that's happening now is recorded in the history of Boynton Beach. And keep coming to this place and sharing your concerns. God bless you all. I'm praying for everybody on the dais. I'm praying that God gives you the courage of David and the wisdom of Solomon to know how to deal with what's happening now. Because these young people are looking and they're watching and they're praying in this moment for justice. Finally, I would like everybody who was listening to this, tomorrow at 12:26 p.m., I'm asking everybody who knows the power of prayer to pray for the Davis family. No, to pray for the family of Stanley Davis the third. I'm not sure the last name of the other side, but I don't want to leave anybody out. 12:26 tomorrow. Please stop whatever it is that you're doing and just lift this family up in prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, my name is Marquisha Virgil. And I'm here to ask you guys a couple of questions. I'll keep it short, but are you guys familiar with the pursuit policy of Boynton Beach Police Department?
No answer.
Please.
Okay, well, I'll read it to you. According to the pursuit policy at Boynton Beach Police Department, vehicular pursuits will be initiated only if the officer reasonably believes the person fleeing has committed a forcible felony, defined as murder, manslaughter, sexual battery, carjacking, home invasion robbery, robbery arson, kidnapping, serious aggravated assault, and battery. And I'm pretty sure everybody in here know SJ didn't do none of that, right? Okay, that's all I had to say.
Everybody for sharing with us tonight. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and then,
Mayor,
yes,
before we take a recess, I
Okay.
would like to share some more.
yes.
I want to speak directly to Ms. Thompson and Mr. Davis. I'm sorry, because I'm emotional right now. But Mr. Davis, last week or 2 weeks ago, I apologize, you came here and you expressed your feelings about the situation, and I went to you and I embraced you and I whispered in your ear, you have my support. I didn't want to just say that to your ears, I wanted to say that out loud. And Miss Thompson, I said the same thing to you. I told you how strong of a woman you are. And the fact that you gave birth to your son, and the fact that you're standing here and seeking justice for him. And I told you how strong you are. And those words were not just words, those words I meant those words with every fiber of my being, and I still mean them now. I am so sorry that this has happened to your family. Please do not just take me sitting here and my inability to respond or answer your questions or provide you the information that you're seeking or give you the solace that you need or to give you the absolution that you need to make you feel whole at this moment. I'm sorry that I can't give you those answers right now. I am sorry. I'm truly, deeply sorry, but I do want you to understand you have my support. As the mother of 2 Black boys, a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old, I feel your pain. I don't understand it because I have not lost a child, but I have lost my mother as a teenager. And I know how it feels to lose a family member. I know how it feels to know that that person will never come back and wanting to talk to them and not being able to. So I apologize to you for your pain. I feel it, as you can tell. I hope that my words to you are not empty or that you don't feel that I'm just saying it because I'm trying to save face, because I'm not. At this moment in time, I'm not a politician. I'm not a commissioner of District 3. I'm a mother who is hurting just as much as you are. And I'm a woman, a Black woman who is pissed off that our Black boys have to continue to feel like they can't be safe around our police officers. And I sent a message to our police chief that I asked him to share with our police department so they know how I feel and they know where I stand. I said, please do not think that the words and the expressions that are being stated about police officers is expressive of every single officer. It's not. But to those who put on the badge every single day to protect and serve for the right reasons, I thank them. I do thank them because they do their jobs and they do it well. But for those who don't, they don't deserve to wear the badge. And they make our department, they make our city, they make our community look bad. And I apologize to your family and I apologize to this community for the atrocities that you have had to face by the hands of police officers who don't wear the badge for the right reason. And I apologize for that. There's nothing that I can do to bring back your son. There's nothing I can do to make you feel better. But I hope that my words and my solidarity in standing with you as a Black woman of 2 Black boys means something to you. And I hope that tonight is a lesson for all of us to understand that we can be human with one another. This situation does not have to say it's police versus us or us versus police. It can just be that we're human and we can feel and empathize for one another because you're hurting and I feel your pain. And I'm sorry. I stand with you. I support you and I will be here every step of the way, however way I can, to let your family know that we will make this right. Or at least I speak for myself when I say I will work with you to help make this right because this shouldn't have happened. You shouldn't have had to bury your 13-year-old son. And he is a child. He is a boy. He deserves that privilege to still have that reputation. He deserves that. You deserve that. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for raising a young Black man in this country and in this world. Thank you, Miss Thompson, for being his mother. I get it. I get how hard it is to look at your son and be scared for him to go out into the world because you don't know what's going to happen. I get it. And I appreciate you for the work that you did do for the 13 years that he was able to grace this earth. I thank you for that. And I know that every single person who's out here who's been speaking and asking for justice for him, it's because they know how great he was, which is why they come out here and they're speaking on his behalf. Again, our inability to take action right now is not a decision, nor is it a message that we won't. It's just that we have to let this ridiculous process play itself out. So again, I hope my words mean something to you tonight. If they don't, it's okay. I get it. If I'm the enemy right now, it's okay. I get it. But I ask you to please understand that you have somebody who's on your side on this. And I appreciate you for coming here. And every single person who's come here, you have every right to be angry. You have every right to come here every single meeting and talk the words that you are speaking because they're right. They're not wrong. We need to do better and we will do better. You have that commitment from me. Thank you very much.
Romulus. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Return from recess. If everyone could please take their seats, and I'll ask everyone to remind everyone to please turn off or silence your cell phones. I received a request to move up some items, and with the permission of the City Commission, I'd like to move up item 9C regarding the FIU, 8A, which is the public hearing, and 10A, which is a report from our Historic Resources Preservation Board before consent agenda.
So moved.
So I need a verbal. Yep. Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 5A, appointment of eligible members of the city to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. We have one applicant for the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeal, Vice Mayor Hay.
Yes, I would like to appoint, was that Yotai Neek to the Building Board of Adjustment and Appeals.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Mayor, is it all right if we ask if this individual is present? I'm not actually sure, but I did have a quick question.
All right. Is this individual present? I don't see them virtually.
All right, that's all right. I just saw something on the CV that they were in another city. Just wanted to confirm. Perhaps the CV is just a little outdated,
I see.
but yeah, but we'll reach out. I'll reach out.
Okay.
You're saying that they don't live in the city?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in the CV, it says they're listed 2000 to present in another city.
Okay.
So sometimes CVs are just a little old. That's also true.
Okay.
All right. Next, we have approved the request of Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay to distribute 1,000 of his community support funds to the Boca Raton's Promise organization to support the Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee.
Yes. Yes, there's a big conference, or we're putting on a big, well, as you know, mental health is a big topic right now. And the month of May is a mental health month. And there are a lot of activities that the Boynton Beach Mental Health is putting on with Healthier Boynton and with the city. So I'm asking for the $1,000 for my fund be given to them for their expenses.
And also, Commissioner Pensurga, you would like to put 500 of your dollars?
That's correct. I received an email from a Gerda Klein. Gerda?
Yes.
Sorry. For the request, and I said I'm more than happy to support the cause, and absolutely.
And I would also like to echo that as well with $500. I see that our availability of funds have been updated. So thank you, Crystal.
Mayor,
Yes.
what I would like to request is for either Gerda or a member of the Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee to attend our next commission meeting and give us a better understanding of what it is that they're trying to do. I want to make sure I understand. I'm more than happy to support, as mental health is something that's very important to me as well. I just want to make sure I understand what it is that they're striving to achieve. That way we can support the initiative properly.
Absolutely. I know that in the past I worked with them with the door hangers for the police department, so that anyone that feels that they may need help, that they will reach out and get help that they need.
Maybe Gerda Klein is online? No?
At 9:30? Oh,
Okay.
but I'll double check. But yeah, it's something that we could ask next. And so she was there yesterday for Martin Luther King.
You would want that to be emailed to you or brought up at the next meeting?
So yes, if she can do a little bit of announcement about the Boynton Beach Metro.
Round on what it's for and the layout?
Right.
With Healthier Boynton, the whole 9 yards?
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I understand, I think they're trying to do something either at the amphitheater or somewhere in the city. I just want to have a better understanding of what it is that is being proposed, what the event will be, what the activities will be, what will be offered to the public. That way I think it's clear, and I'd be happy to support at that time.
Okay.
I have the two of them to give that report.
Okay. So
thank you, Vice Mayor.
Crystal, do you have the updated request?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have a first and a second?
So moved.
All right,
Second.
thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. So next I see we added the item regarding Commissioner Romulus' request to attend the National Haitian American Elected Officials Network Leadership Retreat in Chandler, Arizona. And so would you like to explain a little bit more about this?
Yes, Commission. I was not intending on traveling to this event, as I had another event that I was supposed to go to in DC, but unfortunately due to COVID, it was canceled. So my itinerary opened up, and I would like to attend this event. This is an organization that I've been a part of over the last 6 years since I've been on the commission. As y'all may know, in 2020, right before the world shut down, I was the event chair, and I actually hosted our NEON conference here in Palm Beach County, and it was an amazing opportunity for Haitian American elected officials from all over the country to come here in Palm Beach County and see the beauty that we have in our county. And so this year it's back. It was canceled last year because of COVID, but it's back this year, and I would like to attend. So if y'all would approve the request, I would appreciate that.
I second the request.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And I guess the only thing is that you give us a little presentation, just what you learned.
Sure.
So we get, yeah. All right, so now we're moving up some of the bumped up items regarding 9C, which is here presentation by Dr. Maria Ilyacheva, Assistant Director of Planning and Operations, Florida International University, George M. Perez Metropolitan Center, accept the recommendations of the City of Boynton Beach Racial and Social Equity Comprehensive Needs Assessment and Policy Recommendations Report.
Good, sorry. Here, Mr. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Madam Manager, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Dr. Maria Ilcheva. I'm the Assistant Director of the Perez Metropolitan Center at Florida International University. And for the last year or so, we've been working with the city, with the community in developing a needs assessment, a community needs assessment with an equity lens. And I'm emphasizing the equity lens because typically when you hear community needs assessment, it's the standard community survey, data analytics, putting all the numbers together and then presenting it as a report. The equity lens is not oftentimes emphasized, and I want to commend the city for that initiative that came about, that started actually for the city before. Our effort is part of that broader effort of the city to understand its community, to focus on the disparities, and then more importantly, to take action to address them. You heard a couple of months ago from my colleagues at FIU present to you the information from the internal assessment of the city, in which they reviewed various policies, practices, procedures, recruitment within the city, and presented to you a report with recommendations, and which you adopted and you are taking action. So we are hoping with this assessment you follow through in a similar way, as both are equally important in advancing the community forward in an equitable and inclusive way. So without further ado, I believe my presentation should be put up on the screen, but I want to remind you about the different portions of the assessment before I present the presentation with some select data points, focusing mostly on the recommendations. The report is quite dense. I encourage everybody in the community to look at it, because it's not the report for the city of Boynton Beach, it's the report for the community of Boynton Beach. And it's not incumbent just upon the city to follow through on these recommendations, but the city may take leadership role in some of them. In others, it may form partnerships or participate in coalitions of the willing, as these organizations, community activists, and civil society, broadly speaking, seeks to address these issues. That's not the presentation, that's the report. So while they're adjusting that, I'll start speaking on my first slide. So the starting point for us was obviously to understand in a very evidence-based way, from the perspective of reputable sources, data that was either publicly available or we get from proprietary sources or community members, to understand, to lay the foundation for understanding equity and outline or identifying existing disparities.
So we did that by, again, collecting multitudes of data sets across the 5 pillars that you as a commission identified for us. And these are, not unique to Boynton Beach. These are the typical 5 pillars that communities across the country always look at. They're not in silos, though. I want to emphasize that. All of these pillars, as we speak about them, I'll keep mentioning, underscoring the fact that the issues, the challenges, and the opportunities are interconnected. We're talking about the 5 pillars of economic opportunity, education, housing, safety, and health. And on the next slide, if you move forward, we talk about analytics. This foundation through available sources is just a portion of it. In addition to that, we held actually 15 roundtable discussions. At the end of the presentation, I'll end up with that slide because it's also related to next steps. You will see about 4 dozen, almost 5 dozen organizations, both located in Boynton Beach and outside in Palm Beach County, but focusing on these issues and with the awareness to inform these issues and the recommendation. We spoke with pastors, we spoke with educational institutions, the public school system, Human Rights Commission. I mean, it's truly a broad list. So this infusion of the assessment with broad public input from stakeholders as well as from the community, we're in the process of collecting data through from an equity survey, which is very different from what cities typically do. They focus on city services. Our survey is focused on perceptions and understanding of equity issues in the city. We had focus groups, we had the public meeting. Some of the audience members today were at that public meeting and provided input. They provided feedback on the data that we've collected and gave us more direction through their questions or through their comments. All of this whole process ultimately led to the production of the recommendations. Through our research, what other communities have done to address similar challenges, through the identification of the important metrics that speak to disparity issues, through the input from the community, all of it is feeding into the recommendations that I'm presenting today. On the next slide, we start talking about the first pillar, economic opportunity, and you'll see it, the presentation organized in a similar fashion where I give you just a couple of metrics to highlight some of the points. There is way more in the report, again, I want to say, but in the limited time we have, I've selected a few, and then after that, we'll follow with the slide of the synopsis of recommendations. So first, in the area of economic opportunity, we see significant disparities across race and ethnicity, but we also see disparities. I want to point out that that's not the only these are not the only categories that we focus on. When we talk about equity, we understand equity and inclusion in a broad sense. In terms of having our youth needs addressed to the extent that there are needs that may speak about disparities across social strata, across race and ethnicity, across gender. We talk about disparities with regards to gender. That's an important point. We talk about seniors. There are some data points that unfortunately we cannot cover, but we hopefully through the survey data we'll get a glimpse of some communities for whom simply nobody is collecting timely, current, and accurate information. I'm talking about religiously marginalized community. I'm talking about the LGBT QA community, those for whom from publicly available sources, we simply get nothing. And our primary source is the US Census Bureau. So I'm just highlighting that so that when we talk about equity, you have that understanding in the back of your mind that we need to be inclusive, recognizing the differences across groups, not just focused on race and ethnicity, but also intersections that may be present, for example, higher poverty for Black women, or higher incarceration rates for Black men, mental health issues in certain being shown in certain communities more than others. With that emphasis,
Excuse me.
yes.
Thank you. Just one moment. Let me just ask a question before we move on to the next slide. You're showing here median household income, right? And so the question then becomes, what is that number of earners are there in the average household or the median household? So if this is the household, what is the assumption? Are we expecting two, only one, 1.5 earners? Do we know how this is calculated?
It varies by group, but generally it's under 3. So it's most communities actually, if you look at the median household income for Hispanic households, you will see, and I suspect that's what's prompting the question. Hispanic households have a higher number of adult earners. So that makes explain the high median household income for these households.
Okay.
That's definitely impacting.
It makes the numbers look bigger, right? Because there's more people in the household, but in reality, the average income is much, much lower.
Absolutely, you're absolutely on point there. That's why as I said, I'm using one statistic here, but in the report we show per capita income based on race.
Per capita, that's what I would look for.
Yes. Thank you very much for this question. I'm happy you're looking at the report in such detail. That's what I like to see, and I'm happy to continue answering questions. So as a result of these income disparities by race and ethnicity, we also see when we map out the data, we see the geographic disparities. In the communities with a higher concentration of certain groups, there are lower median household incomes. And if you look at the lighter color on the map, that's what represents the lower income. It's concentrated in the areas in which there is a high proportion of Black and African American householders, heart of Boynton, as these areas, some of these areas are known. In the next slide, we show a couple more statistics, and this is where I also included some information on the other groups, on other disparities that we're paying attention to. Poverty rates, and then poverty rate, Commissioner, this is per capita, this is individual, so that kind of illustrates the point that I was making earlier in response to your question. Poverty rates for individuals, again, very, very high for the Black or African American community. And you see from the trend data that even though we see a decline, the disparities still persist over time. It's not something that COVID created. Most of the data that we provide in the report is from 2019. And maybe in response to a question that may come, why don't we use something more current? Unfortunately, the pandemic impeded the collection of data from some of our sources, including the US Census Bureau. The American Community Survey simply has not been released for 2020. But again, showing the trend data speaks to the persistence of the disparities and the fact that we still need to have a focused effort on addressing equity issues for certain groups.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand, because these numbers are obviously staggering. Obviously, it is. It's unbelievable.
Yes.
We see this reduction, from, for example, from 30.5% to 21.4%, but that's a percent. And is that due to decreasing population? Is that due to, in other words, is this data standardized to some fixed number of people?
The way the poverty rate is calculated, basically the US Census Bureau has the number of people in poverty, and then it divides it by the total number of people by group. So if we're looking at trend data, we don't have individual level data, right? We're not focused on the individual, how they progress in life. We can't say it's the same people, because the community, and we highlight that in the report, is changing. It's being transformed. There is an influx of people coming from abroad, from elsewhere in the country. That trend didn't start within the last 2 years because of the pandemic, but it has been happening over the last decade in Boynton Beach.
I guess the real
So there may be a displacement of certain residents and their replacement with higher income residents, which may be producing that decline in poverty.
right, because what I really want to know is the absolute number of people in poverty. Is the absolute count of people decreasing? Because percents can decrease simply because there's greater number of people living in that area or whatever the situation may be, right? And we know that the population of our city is growing significantly. So is it decreasing because it's a percent of the whole, or is it decreasing because we actually have better economics? The number of people in poverty is actually reducing. I don't know. Hard to tell from a percent.
I agree
Does that make
with
sense
you.
to the question?
Absolutely, yes. I know what you're saying. So obviously the population has increased as of the 2020 census. It's about 80,000 now, just over 80,000. The city just passed that. And the poverty rate decline maybe as a result of that population increase. If you have the same residents living here, but you have others moving with higher incomes, that can the numbers in terms of, I mean, percentages disguise the fact that we're talking about real people.
Exactly.
We're still talking about tens of thousands of people who are living in poverty in Boynton Beach. That's the bottom line here. And the majority of them, of those living in poverty, are from your Black and African American community.
Do you have any data beyond 2019? What I'm looking for is the impact of COVID to the current situation. Do you have any data on one of your slides or something?
Very, very limited data. As I said, the American Community Survey, from which this data is extracted, wasn't released for 2020. The 1-year estimates. We're waiting for March when they're supposed to release the 5-year estimates, but we don't have confirmation on that.
Okay.
So the data is not reliable because it's a survey, right? They rely on estimates, and when they cannot collect data from certain populations, primarily low income and minority populations, they said they simply wouldn't release the data because it would be misleading. We're waiting for March, and I want to emphasize that we are a partner of the city. We will continue providing you with data as it comes. Come March, if I have access to good, accurate data, I will give you any pandemic information that might be possible. There is some data that's available for the other areas like health and crime, since the data comes from other sources. But that particular data point on economic opportunity and education, some of the metrics, we just have to wait for new releases. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I continue?
So I just want to kind of wrap it up, is that we're kind of, dealing with a lot of data here. And so we are creating a starting point for the city. Kind of happened before the pandemic. And one of the constraints is that this is voluntary data. It's kind of like we're not going through people's tax returns to see exactly how much they make. So this is someone, if they have to voluntarily submit that they're in poverty or something like that, we don't necessarily know. But it's something where we do partner with the Lutheran Family Services and their Head Start program. So that's something where we're hopefully that maybe that's a data point where we can get those numbers from certain community. And so that's kind of my concern, is that moving forward, are we also looking to gather our own data points? For example, scholarships, or the people that come to our recreational facilities. These are certain sets of data points that we have to get more information. Is that something that we're partnering with FIU in the future, or are we only looking at the ACS data sets?
We can think through how that can be accomplished, but some of these programs, they mandate that you provide such information. For example, through Palm Beach Public Schools, we get the number of economically disadvantaged students, right? Very high percentage of economically disadvantaged students in Boynton Beach High. So that's kind of verified data. That's what you are getting at. Federal programs, obviously, those that are means tested, as they're called. Households, families need to provide some type of information from a government source that can verify their status and based on which they can receive social assistance. So the short answer to that is yes, we can think about what are the opportunities to ask people for that data without being too intrusive. Right, there is a fine line there why we're asking that data, and it's been often mentioned in surveys. You alluded to that. People may not be honest because they have distrust of government or concerns about privacy. So it has to be the right situation, and it has to be the right explanation as to how the data will be used and why it's needed.
And that's kind of where we can go, not percentages of the whole, but the number of people, where it seems that way we have a better understanding, because 12% of Hispanic or Latinx, is that out of the entire category or the entire population? Because I don't believe there's 12% of the city of Boynton Beach population is Latin or Hispanic.
No, they're 16%. Currently,
They're 16%.
Hispanics are about 16%. So 12% of Hispanics are in
Out of the
poverty.
six.
That's
And that kind of goes to that median income level, which is above.
Yes, the more people in poverty, though, the chances are that's why the poverty rate is so much lower for Hispanics than it's for Black or African American households, right? The Hispanic.
I'm trying to, the two numbers that we just got. One was the median income for the household level, and then we're looking at the poverty level, and it's based upon these categories.
Yes.
And so that's kind of where, how do we justify the numbers to get, the percentages, so to speak, to get a number. So we actually say that there is, if there's 16% of 80,000 people and 12% are in poverty, what is that number to look to us? And so that we can really try to focus to get the best results, rather than looking at it on a percentage basis. We kind of want to look at it on a per person basis. And is that something we can focus on more with the data points?
Yes, that's actually in the report.
Okay.
Again, my apologies. It's my mistake that I focused on the percentages as a way to describe disparities rather than on the raw numbers.
Okay.
But that data is available, again, from the American Community Survey, but the actual count, that's what you're asking about, is available.
Okay.
Yes.
And so our partnership's continuing, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, good.
On the next slide, we synthesize the recommendations that came about as a result of this process. In addition to the disparities in income and poverty, we also look at economic data in terms of industry sectors, occupations, earnings in the various occupations, as a way to explain these outcomes, right? We want to understand why poverty, high poverty rates persisting in general and for certain communities through their employment, right? Employment is the major source, the primary source of income for families. We observe low diversity of jobs and occupations, not unique to Boynton Beach. I mean, the structure of our economy in South Florida, we all know it's focused on retail, tourism oriented sectors, but also healthcare and social assistance is growing as a sector. So we have all of these details again in the report. I'm just giving you the highlights. And then finally, when we look at commercial and industrial space data in terms of rates and vacancy, we see there are some opportunities in terms of Boynton Beach being competitive for office space, as we'll look at low vacancy rates and relatively competitive rates in terms of leasing per square foot. Shifting shopping habits, obviously that's something that the pandemic has sped up. But there are other opportunities to to maintain retail as a viable sector, as a viable business opportunity that we look at. In this context, I also want to mention that we, and Mr. Mayor, we're continuing to work with the city, not just on equity, but specifically on economic development, as we're working on producing the economic development strategy of the city. That will highlight more of this data and produce even more specific strategies and recommendations as to the actions and opportunities for the city to focus on in the upcoming years. I won't go over our recommendations in that much detail here, but again, highlighting what's important for the city in terms of producing higher wage jobs, an area or an effort that's connected to workforce development and educational opportunities, which is another pillar. As I mentioned, the pillars will intersect, and you'll see this crossover of recommendations. Supporting businesses that produce high value, not just for the city in terms of revenues, but these high wage, high skill jobs that provide for upward mobility. And doing it in a way that allows for equitable earnings, for the inclusion of various residents, even traditionally disadvantaged groups, lower income into both the workforce development, educational opportunities, and the business opportunities. These are just some of the highlights in this area. So I'll move on to the second pillar, which kind of naturally follows the area of economic opportunity, as it's most directly related to upward economic mobility. In the education realm, we focus in the report on education at all levels. What I'm giving you here in this brief slide is just the outcome or the highlight of what the distribution is of the population in by educational attainment level. And the highlight of this is, again, I'll speak in positives because I see that as an opportunity to focus on, again, on specific groups and uplift them in educational opportunity, in economic opportunity, in housing affordability, in health, through by focusing on education at all levels, from early learning through the K-12 through higher education. One thing that we're missing from this, and for that purpose, from this outline, is the kind of the trades. That's typically data that's not easily available, and for that reason, we had stakeholders from Career Source and other providers who are working in that arena and kind of keeping their finger on the pulse of what's happening in the economy, what are the occupations in high demand, the jobs that are growing or disappearing, because some jobs will disappear in the future as a result of changing nature of work, automation, and other international pressures. But there are plenty of opportunities for both. The reason I'm mentioning that is that formal education, college degrees, graduate degrees, master's, PhD at all levels is not the only avenue for educational growth. So these disparities that we see, particularly at the bachelor's degree or higher, may be addressed not just through through academia, but they can be addressed through your workforce development provider, short-term credentialing, and any other organizations that are working with industries. Not necessarily educational in institutions, but there are even some private sector entities, collaboratives that are formed to train employees to take on these jobs, even without formal college degree. So there are opportunities there that we highlight. And if we move to the next slide.
Before you leave that
yes.
slide, am I understanding, and go back to that, that in the graduate and professional, the first line that that's Hispanic. Okay. Never mind. That was my misread. Go ahead. Thank you.
The highlight there, Commissioner Vice Mayor Hay, is that only 3.1% of Black or African American residents have a graduate or professional degree.
Right.
So otherwise, For the one interesting thing is that only 12% of white non-Hispanic residents have such a degree. But I want to point something that we highlight in the demographic section of the report is that the white non-Hispanic population is typically older. Most of them are retired, so they're a different segment of the population, not necessarily at the working age or in the ages where they're pursuing such degrees. And you saw the numbers for Hispanics as well. That's the highest of any groups. That is the group with the highest proportion of residents with graduate degrees. On the next slide. We in the report we note existing disparities in graduation rates. We're talking about high schools and standardized assessment results. Secondly, as I noted, some of these disparities in educational attainment that we see overall for the population obviously present a significant barrier to economic opportunity. And then something that many of our participants in the stakeholder committees noted was how important it is for us to get this right in terms of education, providing not just education, but providing quality education that's geared towards career choices, opening the world for our young students, not just at college levels, but even from mid school, starting to teach them about what the job market is like, what channeling their thinking into what they want to be when they grow up, not thinking about it once they get to college. As an educator, I encountered that. Usually about 10 to 20% of my students, since I teach a lot of beginning undergraduate classes, I ask them what they want to be and they still don't have the answer. They're already in college paying for it, accumulating student debt, and that's concerning. So we want to address that from a young age, so we can prevent lack of choices or diminished choices or wrong choices for them as they continue. There is a lot to be done in this area, even though at the K-12 level we see improvements in graduation rates, we see decreases in the disparities. But again, suspensions, dropouts, lower graduation rates that I'm sure you're familiar with that have been endemic for decades in the Black and African American community. These disparities still persist. When we talk about education, one of the things we highlight is that it's not just about what happens in the school. When we talk about educational opportunities, allowing children to do well in school, oftentimes for many of them means dealing with many other barriers that may exist in their lives, like income, like specific family structures. A very large proportion of children in Boynton Beach actually are in single parent families. So providing these wraparound services, after school programming, mentorship, even apprenticeship at the high school level, for them to have productive lives and to not have any chance of interacting with the criminal justice system at an early age. This is extremely important in the area of education as well, and it intersects with other areas. Moving on to the next pillar, housing. It's one of the pillars that, much like education, has such an important correlation with economic opportunity. For the Black and African American households, that's actually the group that has the lowest home ownership rates. And we know that home ownership is one of the tools of wealth building. That's the reality of it. The fact that rentership rates are rising, not just for Black and African American households, but for others, still the rate is higher for some groups. And in conjunction with that, the fact that the percentage of cost burden households is rising as a result of market pressure, as a result of lack of economic opportunity, that is something very disconcerting. I listened to your meetings and I know you're taking action in that area, in the area of affordable housing. It's not something that the city, we recognize it's not something the city can work on its own, can solve on its own. The need is so great that it would take federal and state action in conjunction with localities, in conjunction with non-profit developers to really make a major improvement in that area. And it will take years, if not decades, to really address that as a problem. But with that said, our goal was to identify again where are the disparities and what could be some potential starting strategies for the city to work on in collaboration with partners. You will see from this map again, we see the highest percentage of cost burden households, which is defined as households paying in excess of 30% of their household income on housing. It's in the areas with the lowest incomes, where we saw the lowest median household incomes. That's why I said economic opportunity and housing affordability are so closely interrelated. One other very important point I want to make on housing, and we can move on the next slide where you can see some of the recommendations, is when we talk about affordable housing, there is this misconception that we're talking about housing for the poor. That's not the case. That hasn't been the case for a couple of decades now. It is especially in South Florida. The fact of the matter is that it is our workforce, our essential workers even, who are getting priced out. Our teachers cannot afford to live in our communities anymore, cannot afford to live in safe, affordable, and decent housing. Our firefighters, our police, even our nurses and others that we deem essential. So we need to recognize that as a community-wide issue. It's not just about an issue of a certain group or people of a certain economic strata. So the housing recommendations that we produced these independently, by the way, but they're perfectly aligned with the housing strategy that was presented to you, I believe, about 3 months ago. So all of these recommendations about the city using its resources wisely, leveraging its resources, financial resources, but also others in terms of smart land use or specific land use types that will be conducive to producing, to increasing the housing supply and improving especially the affordable housing pipeline. Stand in our report and stand firmly on both the data and what we heard from stakeholders and from the community. It is one of the central issues that is so important for the community. Without safe housing, without housing, families being able to afford to live a decent life, they won't have the health outcomes that we want them to have. They won't have the educational opportunities. It may lead to crime and safety issues. So it is important as much as economic opportunity and education. And again, I know you're focused on that issue, and it will continue to be important for us, for our South Florida communities. On the next slide is we start talking about the fourth pillar, crime and safety. And I won't belabor many of the points that your residents made today. The disparities that we observe in terms of both adult crime as well as juvenile delinquency. One thing I want to note in that regard, using data from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Uniform Crime Reports, there has been significant decline in crime, both in adult crime as well as juvenile delinquency rates. However, when we look at, again, disparities across racial groups, we see these disparities persist over time and currently. And it's not, I want to emphasize this, it's not about race. Ultimately, it goes back to economic disadvantages, lack of educational opportunity, lack of neglect or disinvestment in certain communities, not by you, but historically that has been the culprit, the explanation for what we're observing now as poor health outcomes or crime and safety issues in certain neighborhoods. So crime rates are higher in economically disadvantaged neighborhoods. not because of race, but because of lack of economic opportunity or educational opportunity.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm just having a hard time believing this data. I just want to let me try to interpret what one of the data points is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong. So, for example, in 2020, you're telling me that 82% of the black juveniles in our city was arrested. Is that what's the better way to read this picture? I just want to make sure I understand what this is saying.
No, it means that out of the total juvenile intakes, they don't call them arrests, but people usually don't understand what intake means. All of the juvenile intakes, that is the proportion of Black or African American juvenile delinquents.
It's out of 100%. So if there's 50 or so.
No, I understood our
Yeah.
explanation. Thank you.
So if we were doing, say, 100,
Let me just put it in context. About 30% of your population, of the Boynton Beach population, is Black or African American. Right? 30%, that's the proportion of Black
The
or
total
African American.
population.
Yes.
And 82% or 80 something percent of that.
But they account for 82% of juvenile intakes.
Yes.
and you're saying that's mostly due to economic income and education and
That's
those
what
types of
the
factors?
research shows. Yes, there is a direct correlation between lack of economic opportunity, lack of stable housing. I mentioned that earlier. Lack of educational advancement to crime. Yes. I know it gave us a big pause when we looked at that. By the way, the same proportion, for brevity, I selected this, but you'll see in the report pretty much the same disparities are with regards to adult arrests. It's not just in Boynton Beach, I want to highlight again. This is something that has been a problem for the country and for many communities for decades.
So I guess in terms of solution, we've got to do a better job at education, economic equity, and all of these factors that's causing this. And how serious are we addressing these issues for this to be 2022? And apparently you got data as early as 2020. And the problem is it hasn't probably changed in the past 2 years. Well, it's not, you can't even count 2022. So we're only talking one more year. I would say that the numbers are still the same, and that's very disturbing.
Very, very much so, sir. If I've done 30-year retrospective disparity studies. We did one for Miami-Dade. If you look back 30 years, as I said, these disparities have been around for decades. It's not something that the pandemic caused. It's not something that happened, since the housing bubble or since the economy started changing. It's been endemic to our society.
So you're saying these numbers are representative across the board?
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes.
Do you have data between cities that employ so-called community policing versus cities that don't employ so-called community policing? And is there a difference in this data set for that comparison?
We haven't included that data in the report, but as part of the research, if we move to the next slide, that's one of our recommendations. Rebuilding community trust in the police through community policing is definitely one of our recommendations as a result of the best practices, the case studies that we reviewed from a long-term perspective. It doesn't happen overnight. I want to emphasize that. You can't just say we'll do community policing starting tomorrow and expect next year it will change. Rebuilding community trust is a very long process. We had some of our stakeholders in the meetings from one of our historically Black colleges, Bethune Cookman, great team working on that. They've been working on it for a long time and send us many of their reports and studies how to do that. It's very difficult work, very challenging in terms of implementing it and in terms of bringing back the community to the table as problem solvers for these issues, as active participants in their safety, working with police, working with fire, working with the cities in which they are located to make change happen.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Could you go back to the previous slide? Is there a way for us to get the raw data behind these percentages, akin to the question that Commissioner Pensurga asked previously on the the income? I would like to know how many arrests per year, or I guess you said intakes, so not arrests, but how many intake incidents per year existed in each of these calendar years, and if the ratios are bad no matter how you look at it, but does that 82% in 2020, is it higher because there was a reduction in overall intakes and maybe the percentage of African Americans or Black intakes did not drop off as much? Like, again, the raw, it's not good no matter how you look at it, but the raw data, I'm curious how in a span of time when intention and effort was put forth in trying to reform our police practices or re-engage the community in a more productive manner, that the percentage went from 69 to 82 without knowing the raw numbers. It could be the same exact number of intakes, but then the population of intakes as a whole went down. So do we have that data available behind this slide?
Yes, all of
why I
these
asked.
percentages are based on raw data. So and the report should have it. If it doesn't, I mean, there are so many Excel files that we can provide to you. If anything that gives you a question like that, don't hesitate to ask us.
So I
The
would
point
ask,
here was we wanted to provide the equity lens, and that's why instead of just providing the numbers, we wanted to show the disparities. One thing I want to note, and thank you for reminding me about that, is how the police deals with delinquents. One positive development has been this new avenue for how to address their challenges without necessarily having having a punitive approach, putting them in into juvenile detention centers or something like that. They call that approach civil citation. So basically, for certain for first-time delinquents, it is within the discretion of the police officer, as long as it's not a felony or some other violent crime, for the delinquent to receive a civil citation and to be directed towards a diversion program. That is the approach that has become the norm in Florida for the last decade or so, and that's also an approach that your police department is deploying more frequently now.
thank you. So one, to staff, or to staff to FIU, I would like to see that. That's a simple question. If there are spreadsheets and more complex numbers behind it, somebody is being paid to make it a simple answer. So one, I guess now that I look at the slide closer, you're using the word intakes, but the slide says arrests. There's a difference between intakes and arrests, correct? That's what you just explained.
Yes, they don't call them arrests for juvenile delinquents. Yes.
Okay, so all juvenile arrests are intakes, unless
Yes.
they were charged as an
Yes.
adult or.
No, intake and arrests, we're using it the same way. It means the same thing.
Okay.
Civil citation, so every juvenile delinquent who commits a crime, regardless of the type of crime, they're intaken, right? It counts as a juvenile intake. And then the police officer, so that's counted in the numbers, out of those, they can choose not to put them in detention, but to give them a civil citation. Right? They don't go to jail. They may be detained, given to their parent. They go to a juvenile court and diversion program, and they're counted from then on into another bucket.
Gotcha.
So we know how many of them actually don't end up in the criminal justice system, but are diverted through other programs.
All right. So then my request to staff is then twofold. One is to
reduce these percentages to raw numbers year over year just to see if that 69 to 88 and 82% increase is an increase in raw numbers or an increase as a percent as a result of a reduction in overall intakes. Two is all of the backup data that was used to create these percentages, and no one, so I want a simplified answer, and then I just want the raw data as well for my own edification.
Provide, no problem.
Good, because that was also my concern. I would like to see the raw data on this particular chart because I deal with a lot of different organizations and I'm not so sure that their attention is in the right area. We're looking at this chart here. So I would like to see the raw data. So you just send it to our city manager and she would get it to all of us. That would be appreciated.
Of course, yes. Yes, we have that, yes. Absolutely, we have it for intakes and we have by year for the civil citations, yes.
And is that a possible explanation too, that the correlation stereotypically between race and economic status in society, typically people with greater economic means of any race are more aware or educated in ways to avoid, ultimately being charged or being convicted of crime. So is there a disparity? There's an economic disparity behind a lot of racial disparity, but is it safe to assume that some of the reasons that the numbers have gone down for whites and up for blacks as a percentage might have to do with whites with better economic means being able to gain from the system through their means?
I hesitate to give you a definitive answer because we don't have economic data for either adult or juvenile delinquents. But with that said, we have as part of the raw data package that we will transmit to you through your manager, you will see the proportion of white juveniles issued the civil citation versus black versus Hispanic. It varies by year. So when you look at it as a trend, the trend doesn't tell you much. And the other thing is that there is such a higher proportion of Black or African American delinquents that for some of the years, we have single digit numbers for the other groups. So you can create statistics out of single digit numbers when you get to that level. But you'll see it in the raw data. Thank you for these detailed questions.
On one of your charts, you showed the percentages, or I believe it was, of those that graduated, didn't graduate, went to 9th grade, went to high school, no degree. Is there maybe a correlation between that chart and this one in terms of the numbers that we're speaking about here? You know what I'm trying to say? Because obviously, if you have dropout rates that are high among the minority, you might expect these numbers here to be where they are, okay? And based on the numbers that you had on your chart, I thought maybe there's a correlation there.
Yes, there is a geographic and population correlation between crime and safety and all the other indicators that we mentioned. In other words, we look in the report, we focus on, we highlight data by zip code because that gives you a little bit more granular data. So again, as I said earlier, in more economically disadvantaged areas, we see higher proportion of juvenile delinquency or adult crime rates. The correlation is there. It's undeniable. I mean, the research on crime and safety from multiple studies shows that that exists. It's undisputable.
Know what you're saying, because you guys are the professionals. But I'm just going to say what I want to say here in terms of the trend that I see happening. and in my district, okay, I'll just speak directly for District 2. I see a lot more whites moving in to District 2. I don't know their income level. I don't know how their kids are doing in school. But I have a feeling that there's an impact there. Which way, I'm not sure, but it could be distorted to some degree when you see a mixture, since you guys do it by zip code, okay? My 33435 is increasing with whites. Maybe you guys need to take that under consideration or look a little bit closer to really get a truer picture of how these numbers are falling. Just a thought, okay? But it seems like every day I have another person in my neighborhood that is a different hue, and it's interesting, you know. But when I see categories and I see these bucket numbers, it causes me to think. Now wait a minute, you know, don't assume that all 33435 are black. That's just my take on it because of what I see. Okay.
No, the data bears on that. These changes that you mentioned, they've been happening for the last decade in terms of the growth of the Hispanic population and overall the movement of the population. Again, we're not tracking individuals, right? You may have white residents who are moving in, black residents who are moving out, others from the same races and ethnicities moving. So there is a constant transition. I think we noted something like 40% of households in Boynton Beach, if I'm not mistaken, moved in the city since 2010. Oh, just over a decade, you've almost completely, replaced or added to your population. There is a churn that's occurring. So what you're mentioning bears the data speaks to that as well. But we included in the report the same way I gave you that proportion of about 30% of residents being Black African American versus Black and African American delinquents accounting for about 80%. We do the same by zip code. So when you look at the report, you will see the proportion by group, and then you'll see the proportion of the population from each group. That allows for good comparison to see, is there really a disparity or are they simply the majority of the community? I've never been to such a committed commission that reads and listens so carefully. I'm so happy to present to you. Are there any other questions on this area before we? Actually, we didn't cover the recommendations.
I have a comment. My comment simply is just, as you send the raw data to us, I would want to make sure that it's emphasized that I would like to see interpretation of what it means, because as this is your life's work, you know what your numbers are saying. And so I don't want to just see a bunch of raw data sent at me. I would like to understand what it is that's being stated. So that's just the only thing I wanted to add to the request that's being made by my colleagues. Thank you.
Right. The raw data will simply support all the description that we have in the report. You'll just see the raw numbers. To the extent that sometimes we may have just mentioned percentages, it will just illuminate more of the narrative, so to speak. But I'm happy to meet with you individually or to just do a presentation more detailed on the data as you see fit in the future. We are here. We are not moving anywhere. We are your partner for life. Hopefully you'll want us for a while, but we're here to give you any information for you to make good evidence-based decisions that improve your community.
Maria, when did we get married?
I hope our partnership lasts longer than most marriages do these days, actually. It's sad, right?
But true.
All right, if we can go to the next slide very briefly, the recommendations. One slide back, just very quickly. We covered a lot of it already, but I want to to say in the criminal justice arena, what has become a very common and has been advocated by a lot of communities is this public health model approach. What that means is that we need to recognize what are the in public health, they talk about social determinants of health, right? Or barriers to good health outcomes. It's the same in the criminal justice arena. We need to recognize what are the starting points and what are the barriers to some communities to participate in our economic life meaningfully, to provide for their families, to have stable housing. That may lead them to this on a path of crime, juvenile delinquency, adult crime, and recidivism. And it's very important, we talked about it in the context of education, to engage our youth in a meaningful way, to provide them with positive role models, because many of our youth lack them. Broken families, families in which parents don't have time for them. You've heard about latchkey kids. When outside of school, they don't have that support system. It is important for us as a community to address that as a challenge to them. I know parents need to take responsibility, but imagine you're a single parent having to work two jobs to provide for the $2,000 a month two-bedroom rental housing for your two children. We can't put the blame on families without providing them with the support systems their children need to thrive. And that's no less important in criminal justice as it is in the health aspect, to which we will move now. The final pillar, health. If we go to the next slide, I show you a couple of slides with some of the data points. First, starting with highlighting the disparate outcomes. Here we're talking about, the worst case scenario, death, but disease occurrence, it's predominant among Black and African American communities again. In many cases, because of we highlight that in the report, lower insurance rate, especially, and I want to emphasize that for working age adults. Many employers still don't provide these types of health benefits, which prevents people from doing checkups, annual exams, all these healthy behaviors that encourage a healthy lifestyle and may, if we don't engage in them, may produce, disease progression or death. On the next slide, I'm very happy that we're kind of aligned with what you started this commission meeting with, and you followed up just before my presentation. Focus on mental health. Again, it's not a problem that the pandemic created. Mental health disorders, mental health challenges have been shown. The data shows us that we should have been focusing on that a decade ago, and we haven't been paying enough attention to what the data has been telling us. Granted, you didn't have that before, but now you have this foundation, you have the recognition of mental health as important, not just through our data, but for all the discussions you hear from the community as a result of isolation, financial stress, and economic constraints that may be prevalent in the community. They all lead to these mental health issues. And again, it's our prime working age population for whom we're seeing hospitalization rates because of mental disorders rise. We do have 2020 data, we included in the report, but with the caveat that because of the pandemic, many people were avoiding healthcare providers. They were actually being advised to not go to the hospital or delaying seeking mental health. So all of this data that we present for health, it comes with that qualifier that the data may not be accurate until we get several years to see if it's a new trend. We won't know if 2020 is an outlier or it's showing us truly what's happening. What we know is that up until that year, up until 2019, mental disorders, individuals identified with mental challenges or hospitalized, the rate and the counts were rising. And with that, Let's move to the next slide. I want to recognize again that when we are looking at this data, it presents us with the outcome. It presents us where the community is. If we truly want to change, move the needle to change these outcomes, we need to start approach it from a different direction. I mentioned the public health model in the criminal justice and safety arena. We need to recognize what are the conditions, what are the contexts, what are the structures that lead to these adverse health outcomes. And change will happen slowly. It will need to start from young age. It will need to include awareness for adults in terms of reporting, in terms of identifying any health problems, seeking medical help. All of it will take time for us to reduce, life expectancy disparities, disease occurrence, and deaths for certain populations. In our stakeholder meetings, we had a great group. All of them were great, but in the health roundtables in particular, a big emphasis was put on learning healthy behaviors and making healthy lifestyle choices from a young age, from nutrition to physical activity to the importance of making decisions to the extent that obviously the context allows, that will lead to these positive outcomes. But with that said, again, I want to mention social determinants of health. We need to recognize that our communities simply may not have either the resources or the knowledge to make these good choices. And again, we need to, I'm not talking just about financial resources, but awareness, working with current providers to provide them with these options, to give them that education, that equip them with that knowledge, so that they can transmit it to their children and make these better decisions for their lives. All of these programs that we're talking about, by the way, they could be integrated. Health with safety, with safe and decent housing, with economic opportunity. There are direct intersections. If we move the needle in one area, chances are that either directly or indirectly will be impacting another one. And the reason why I started and emphasized economic opportunity, education, and housing is that these are truly foundational areas. They explain so much in terms of crime and safety and health outcomes that if the city and its partners, again, and the community focuses on solving the challenges in these areas with an equity lens in an inclusive way, you will solve address many of the other disparities that we observe. And finally, if we move to the next slide, what are the next steps? So first, I mentioned earlier, we are collecting data on an equity survey that we encourage the community to complete, and we are doing more promotion, raising more awareness about it, working with the stakeholders to spread the word on it, so we get a great response rate, and we can analyze the results that are representative of the community voice. I mentioned the economic development strategy that is in development now, and in the next couple of months, my team and I will be working hard to produce that for you, so it will give you tangible, actionable items that you can focus on, you and other organizations that you could partner on to elevate the community. I encourage you to integrate all of these recommendations, and I know through your executive team is already working on that, taking all of these recommendations through your strategic meetings, through the housing strategy, this assessment, the internal assessment, to put them, to make them part of your strategic thinking about the future of the city. Thinking about it in an integrated and a cohesive way, creating this pipeline of resources, focus, or additional questions that you may ask of us to paint the full picture for you, so you can make these evidence-based sound decisions. Forming partnerships with organizations, it's absolutely crucial. The city cannot do it alone. The city doesn't provide, it's not an organization that delivers services in many of these arenas. It may provide support, it may provide leadership, but you already have organizations either in Boynton Beach or in the area in Palm Beach County who have been working diligently on these issues. Your role is to support them, to partner with them, to hear them, as you know, they have more current information. They can speak from the community perspective in a more timely manner than any data point that I could show you. So hear what they need, understand their needs, and try to work with them so that you can augment and enhance their services. Community engagement, so not just partnerships, but broadly speaking, with the pastors in the community, with any Hispanic groups, as this is one of the communities that's growing very fast in Boynton Beach. Any organizations really that represent not just the nonprofit sector or the chamber, the business community, but really seek the input of organizations who speak with the community voice. That's always my advice for communities, and especially as we talk about addressing equity challenges. That voice cannot be ignored and should become a regular part of the process. We also recommend that the city develop what we call an asset map, a comprehensive list of who is doing what and how effectively and what impact they're producing in the community. That should be an ongoing effort, because if we talk about partnership and if we talk about the city being plugged into the community, understanding what the community needs, very often that happens through these organizations and through the services they provide and the impact they make. And finally, we heard accountability is an important issue, transparency are important issues in the areas as you make strategic decisions about resources, about partnerships, about and any effort to address these challenges in the 5 pillars. It is important also to be outward facing, to explain not just how much funding the city has allocated, but what has happened as a result of these resources and that focus. And it doesn't need to be just about money. Some programs again will just be the city being involved as a partner, as a champion. Most of them will be taken up by the community. To the extent that it's feasible and you're allocating resources, you need to be transparent and show what impact these resource allocations are producing and what is changing as a result of them down the road. Not in 6 months, probably not in a year, but maybe 2-3 years down the line. I know your political body, but I see commissioners who are of the community and who are committed to making the community better. So I'm not afraid to make that recommendation and to recognize that it will take a long time, but the step has been taken, and I'm confident you will continue it. And that concludes my presentation. We just thought to include on the last slide the long list of stakeholders that we invited, and most of whom participated in our roundtables, or we spoke with them separately to get their feedback on any particular area in which we wanted their comments, input, or data suggestions. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
I have a question. And I don't mean to sound obnoxious, but who has actual proven answers to these problems with data to back up best practices? Because going back to the disparity in intakes or arrests, whatever we want to label it, the city has put great effort in recent years to address our policing practices, and we have neighborhood officer programs, and we've gone through a number of chiefs, none of which were fired, but some who moved on. My point being, and I run in this in the field of education in public schools, I don't think the solution in public schools to a lot of society's problems is make teachers do a bunch of stuff that's not teaching. And I think that there is a default belief that a solution to these disparities is make police officers do a bunch of things that isn't law enforcement, for best intentions aside. So we've tried a bunch of things, at least in the community, with our practices, but some of them clearly have not worked based on the data that we're looking at, or at least the initial look. Does FIU or anybody have tangible examples in other cities similarly situated in terms of demographics and population that have worked, so that we can identify and invest in these best proven practices? Because I don't want to partner with 100 different groups to throw 100 pieces of spaghetti against the wall. I want to partner with 10 of these groups and have 10 surefire programs that have a track record of success. Because I feel like we can diagnose the problem all day, and I don't think most educated people at this point deny the disparities are based in various forms of historic or still present systemic racist, whether it's laws or practices in business or government. But these conversations, I've heard them 8 million times as long as I've been paying attention to local government, state government. I never hear of successes. So to boil all that down, do you have any examples of successes to address these problems, or is the answer the solutions are so costly and so large? And I heard reference to, it would take federal support and so forth, that local governments are incapable of meaningfully addressing some of the root causes of these problems. But we try and we fail because we are incapable, because we lack the resources to truly get to the root versus just trying to treat the surface of. Does that make sense? I said a lot of words.
Yeah,
I
no,
apologize.
it's you hit the nail on the head. We're saying, what do we do tomorrow because it worked yesterday? And it's a very difficult question to answer, because what worked in 2018 is not going to work well in 2022. What worked well in 2020 is very different what it is now. And so trying to get 100% accuracy is not something we can promise. It's kind of the dealing with the mentally disabled by addiction. The rate that people recover is very low. However, there are resources that they have in order to keep on trying and to never give up. And that's kind of where our mentality is with here, is that we don't necessarily want to move forward with percentages. We want to have actual numbers of people so that we can see we are making a difference with people. And I think that's the goal of this, what we started almost a year and a half ago, is to get a place where we can start saying, we're not changing the past, we want to make a better future. These are some of the things that can make a better future. We cannot guarantee. And it kind of goes with that time effort, where if we don't put any time and effort into making things better, it's likely to stay the status quo or get worse. And you're looking at all these partners that we have, and so this is the community that we live in, and supporting the community that we live in is what we as the elected officials are supposed to be doing, and making the tough decisions where we're going to choose one, nonprofit A over nonprofit B, because we like what they say, we see their track record, we have testimony. That's our tough decision, because correct, We're not trying to throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. We're trying to, you know, throw tape at the wall or something. Yeah, that's actually sticks. I don't know. Right. So, you know, I guess the main thing is that one of the big measures for the future is third grade reading level. And third grade reading level does not start when the child is 8, it starts when the child is 3. And so do we have the programs for 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds? Because I know that we had a 4th grade, was it over the summer? And so that's kind of it, is that how do we make sure that our population is on level and doesn't get advanced to a level where they are constantly behind? And so that is outside of our scope with the school district. However, we have the ability for after school programs, weekend programs to help with the reading level for our youth. And so that's something where, do we, you know, find more people that do AmeriCourse? Do we do more story time? What can we do to help encourage the reading level for our youth is a huge starting point for the future. And so I'll leave it at that. But yeah, we can't guarantee what the future holds. That's why we only can do our best today. Commissioner Romulus?
Yeah, Mayor, I do want to hear if there is some sort of answer to Commissioner Katz's question, because I think that's where we're all scratching our heads right now and feeling like we're bumping our heads against the wall, because we know these numbers. And if anybody's shocked by these numbers, I'm asking you to wake up, because these numbers have been here for a very long time. They're not new. I think it's just more blatant that it's now tangible and it's in our face, and it's our community that's being put under a microscope, you know, and highlighted, which is unfortunately the first step of a very long process that we need to go on in order to start fixing these systemic issues within our community. So I do want to hear if you can at least broach the topic of where are the communities that we can model what they've done and duplicate those wheels, instead of trying to figure this out and, you know, throwing spaghetti against the wall and hoping that it sticks. You know, it's frustrating, and quite frankly, it's demoralizing to know that, you know, these numbers aren't new. These stats aren't as jaw-dropping as they might seem, because this is, as you've stated in your own words, numbers that have been being obvious since, you know, for decades. So please help me. You know, and I remember the last few months when your colleagues were here, you guys referenced the city of Gainesville and other places, I believe in Washington State and other places that are starting to implement some of these things, and they're starting to see changes. That's what I would hope that the next part of your presentation, when you come back, not tonight because it's a little late, but the next part of your presentation would entail, where we are looking at places where initiatives have worked and they have put in place, you know, policing options and different things that work, that help reduce these statistics and actually give some semblance of hope, so that we don't feel like we're just doing a futile, you know, effort here. So I'm gonna stop talking, just let you take it.
I would be happy to provide these, but you mentioned my colleagues, and I recall them giving you a few words of caution. With regards to the equity officer, I think that's what you're referencing about, you know, some communities that had an equity officer, but they didn't have that office properly set up, so it failed. So do you blame, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? When you don't have leadership, when you don't have proper structures, when you don't have various other factors, things may fail. We can give you examples from cities where things are working, with the understanding though that there are many other factors, even if we look at cities with similar disparities or demographic representation of demographic groups. We won't know. There are so many in the social world. As a scientist, I can say there are so many factors that impact success or failure that I would still be hesitant, even if I gave you 5 communities with similar characteristics, to tell you this is exactly how you need to do it in Boynton Beach. It all needs to be contextualized. And I agree, the mayor said it very eloquently. You have all of these groups here. They're your resource. They can tell you what they're doing and how they're impacting lives. And then you, as commissioners, with the assistance of your very professional, very knowledgeable staff, can determine, okay, this is appropriate for us because of, these are the things that we want to achieve, and this is what we understand about our community. But commissioners, I would be very happy to come back and discuss several examples about community policing, about the connection between after-school programs and tutoring in relation to reducing crime rates. For juvenile delinquents, we have these examples because all of our research that led us to these recommendations kind of feeds into it. The best practices was part of our assessment. Thank you for your comments. Anything else I can address?
Our next agenda item is
Thank
ready
you.
to go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and your team. Thank you. So we're gonna move on to item 8A, ordinance 2020-22-001-002 and -003. Jim? Your microphone's not on.
There we go. Ordinance 22-001, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, annexing 0.8 acres of land that is contiguous with city limits within Palm Beach County and the city limits within Palm Beach County that will, upon annexation, constitute a reasonably compact addition to the city boundaries, providing that the proper land use designation and proper zoning of the property shall be reflected in separate ordinances to be passed simultaneously herewith, providing for conflict severability, providing this ordinance shall be filed with the clerk of the Circuit Court of Palm Beach County, Florida, upon adoption and effective date. 002, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 8938 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for property commonly known as 3518 Ruskin Avenue and described herein, changing the land use designation from Palm Beach County medium residential 5 dwelling units an acre to office commercial, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. And 22003, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 02013 to rezone a parcel of land described herein and commonly referred to as 3518 Ruskin Avenue from single family residential to office professional, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
So thank you. If you mind stating your name for the record.
I'm Steve Siebert with Steve Siebert Architecture. Address is 466 North Federal Highway, Boynton Beach, Florida.
And Jim, does he need to swear in?
Yes, sir. And anybody else who intends to testify on any of these 3 items on the agenda, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Just a quick presentation. This is a 0.8 acre tract of land. It's on Old Boynton Road, immediately west and adjacent to the Boynton Beach Mall. This is just past the Macy's on the south end. Across the street to our south is a daycare. North of us and west of us is a single family residential development. Property is currently zoned single family residential. Future land use is multifamily residential in Palm Beach County. We're proposing to annex it into Boynton and to change it to C1 commercial for our professional office. We're currently located here leasing on Federal Highway. We've been looking for a little over a year for land to purchase, to keep our office in the city. This opportunity popped up after some informal conversations with the city and the county. It made sense to pursue this. And we're planning to build a professional one-story office on that potentially C1 site. Part of that development requires us to extend sewer to the property. It's not there now. We have two opportunities. Multiple civil engineers have looked at a gravity line to within the private parking lot of Washington Prime on our east is one option. A more likely option would be to extend a force main at the south end of the daycare center to our south, up to the corner of our property on Old Boynton. I think that's the end of my presentation.
All right. Thank you. And so if there's no further comments by the commission, can I get a motion to approve ordinance 22-001?
Motion to approve.
May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Pincirga.
Yes.
Vote is 5-0.
Next, we have ordinance 22-002.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Katz, Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Pincirga,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes.
Vote is 5-0.
Ordinance 22-003.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, seeing no further discussion, let me double check online. Gary, you don't see anybody who raised their hand or asked questions?
I see none at this time, Mayor Grant.
All right. I have a motion and a second. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Katz, Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Pincirga,
Yes.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Congratulations and thank you for your patience.
Welcome to the city of Boynton Beach, by the way.
No, thank you for.
Officially.
No, he's already in.
Well, I know, like now he's.
But now he's
actually-
expanding the city of
Yeah.
Boynton Beach, so thank you.
So-
Yes.
Yes.
And providing
And
office.
and speaking of which, Jim, does that mean it now becomes in the taxes are under the city and it loses its Palm Beach County Fire MTSU?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we are on item 10A. Here, report of recommendations from the Historic Resources Preservation Board Chair Barbara Reedy regarding placement of a plaque and approving a resolution for the Pride intersection at East Ocean Avenue and East First Street.
Good evening, everybody. Barbara Riddy, Chair of the Historic Resources Preservation Board. As requested by the Commission, on December 13th, 21, the Historic Resources Preservation Board discussed the Palm Beach County Human Resources Council's request for a plaque at the LGBTQ Pride intersection. Historic Resources Preservation Board members were able to ask Historic Resources Council Attorney Gemma Torcivia questions. Discussion ensued and the general board consensus was that it would not be advisable to set a precedent by approving this plaque request. A motion was made and unanimously approved to recommend that the City Commission could address the specialness and protection of the Pride intersection simply with a formal resolution. Respectfully submitted, Barbara Reedy, Chair. I don't know if you had any questions or if that was sufficient.
No, I appreciate the recommendation.
Okay.
And so my question is that it is a progressive flag, not a pride flag. Does that make a difference? Is there anybody from, I guess, Mr. Hendricks? Do you have any comment on that question?
Alan Hendricks, 716 Northwest First Avenue. There is a difference between the pride flag and the progress pride flag, yes.
Okay. And so part of the dedication was to you. And so would you want it to be known as the Boynton Beach LGBTQ Pride intersection or the LGBTQ progressive intersection? I know, tough question.
Or terminology would be, now I'm confused. Must be getting late. Progress Pride intersection. It's the Progress Pride flag, which is different than the Pride flag.
Okay, and are you willing to accept the resolution in lieu of a plaque?
No.
Okay. And you would want it to be called the Boynton Beach LGBTQ Pride Progress intersection? I want to make sure I got the...
It's really not up to me. I would rather leave this to Palm Beach County Human Rights Council and whoever makes these decisions at the city level.
We make the decision at the city level.
Yes, I know that.
So that's why we're asking you these questions.
Okay, the answer to the question is Boynton Beach Progress Pride intersection.
Okay. And I would request from the commission a plaque stating as such with the date of June 5th, 2021, naming it the Boynton Beach Progress Pride intersection.
Glad we flushed that out.
And so I got to wait for a motion now.
I have a question.
Yep.
For Barbara, I guess.
Thank you, Alan.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm aware that Judge Rand Hawk is online.
Did he raise his hand?
Not sure.
I'll ask anybody that would like to speak to please raise their hand. I have a David Katz and a Gemma Torchivia.
So my question first to Barbara is the objection or the alternative recommendation based on the fact that the plaque is synonymous with different sites, like versus what we have here, which is an intersection commemorating various groups under an umbrella, and it's not a historical site and it's not a traditional monument, if you will. So is the objection to a plaque of any nature, or that the plaque that could go here to commemorate this site is the same plaque that would go to, you know, a historically significant site from 150 years ago or 100 years ago?
Yes, that's part of it.
So
The other part, though, has to do with a plaque really isn't necessary. That you as a commission have the power to raise its specialness and its protection with simply a resolution. If you start putting plaques around the city, recognizing people and things, and where does it end? You're letting the camel's nose in the tent, I'm afraid. You know, and yes, plaques generally are for recognizing special historic things, like, you know, the old high school and the children's museum and the women's club. And I don't know if that answers your question or not.
no, I think it does, because I'm trying to understand the, you know, the purpose of the alternative proposal, which is the resolution recommendation, and two, to understand if the remedy is that it's not the same plaque because it's not, you know, a historical site or a historical building, versus if we are to dedicate another intersection on behalf of another group or another cause, you know, could there be plaques for this purpose, which is distinct from a 100-year-old building, or, you know, a piece of land that has a historic cemetery that might have a historic plaque too. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a compromise here that pays respect to the different types of commemorations. So that's my line of thought, and I do appreciate your
The board members were concerned with where does it stop? If you start putting up plaques around town for
people in, different places, does it reduce the specialness of the plaque?
Well, if we don't give anyone a plaque, there is no specialness. And so it's, when we had the renaming of our Veterans Park for Tom Kaiser, when we had the renaming of the Boat Ramp Park for Harvey Oyer Jr., it's kind of like we have plenty of buildings with names on it. And the only two that I've been in the past 5 years, I believe, is Lance Cheney Boulevard and Tom Kaiser Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park. And this dedication of Ocean Avenue and First Street to try to have a city of inclusion and unity, I feel it's a historic aspect to be recognized.
Oh, absolutely. We did not take away from the specialness of that intersection, but there seemed to be an agreement among the members that it could be done by a formal resolution from the commission.
Okay. And
I guess where I am is, what is the purpose of this plaque or whatever it is? Because if the concern is damage to the intersection, somebody does a wheelie on it and distort it or whatever, we just repaint it. So what's the real purpose of this? I'm missing something.
For me, the purpose is the recognition and the acknowledgement. It's kind of like I mentioned, all the different naming aspects. Is this the Pride intersection? Is this the progressive flag intersection? This is something where instead of just an informal resolution, I would want the formal plaque for the recognition of what the city did. And that's kind of where, correct, there is no stop for future commissions to identify every single intersection and create a plaque. However, we, like I mentioned, in the past almost 6 years, I'm only aware of 2 times that that I've been able to help name something in the city.
So basically, what would the plaque say? What would be the words on that plaque?
That's the next question.
I thought, according to Mr. Hendricks, was it dedicate? Yeah, I would say that you would have on June 5th.
I think you said the Boynton Beach Progressive Pride something.
Progress Pride intersection dedicated on June 5th, 2021 in honor of G. Allen Hendricks would be what would be on the plaque. So it's not a big plaque, and it's something that's relatively small, but it's something the recognition, because as you mentioned, it's no longer the old high school. It's the Boynton Beach Arts and Cultural Center. It's no longer the Boynton Women's Club. It's what is it? It's the Women's Club of Boynton Beach. Everything has been renamed. And so that's kind of where we as the city have the ability to designate the name, because it was never designated as the old high school. And so now.
Speaker at our meeting from the public audience that brought to our attention that he felt that there might potentially be other members of the community that might have also made serious contributions to the city that might be deserving of recognition on such a plaque.
Then they would have to bring that forward to us.
Okay. I think they might be in the audience. I'm not sure.
So I'm gonna, if the commission allows it, there's 2 people with their hand raised, and so I'll recognize them. First is David Katz. You're currently unmuted.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I know it's been a long night, so bear with me, okay? I don't mean to extend it any longer. First, I want to agree with the mayor that probably the purpose of the intersection has to do with inclusion and unity on a segment of our society that in the past and probably currently gets discriminated against, and I don't dispute that. But let me give you a little history about my involvement with the Palm Beach County Human Rights cause. And Jim Charles will know about this. Rand Hock will know about this. And if Mike Rumpf is still on, he might remember the meeting. It was an August commission meeting, which when I was serving on the commission, when there were 2 commissioners, myself and Bobby Walshak, attempted to pass a human rights ordinance in this city. And that meeting went on till about 2 o'clock, 2:30 in the morning, and Jim was there. And the vitriol that was displayed by those against was absolutely amazing. I mean, we had the head of the Palm Beach County Ku Klux Klan, who happened to have lived in Boynton Lakes at the time. His name was J.D. Self. And the nastiness against that ordinance, and it failed 3-2. And we're very sad about that. Later in September of that year, a month later, myself and Mr. Walshak were awarded a plaque, which I have next to my chair here. You can't see it. It's an appreciation for your courage for the fight for human rights for the Palm Beach County Human Rights Council. We were their 2 persons of the year. But in my humble opinion, a plaque is not necessary. It's a solution looking for a problem. The intersection is neither historic nor a memorial. There are Holocaust memorials that are not historic. Historic memorials for the Holocaust might be Dachau or Bergen-Belsen or Auschwitz or Buchenwald. People on my father's side didn't make it in Treblinka in Poland. And I think that if you're going to have a plaque, and I'm not saying it's necessary, but if you're going to have a plaque, the last person who should be on that plaque is Alan Hendricks. There's a gentleman named Norman Aaron, and Ranhock knows who he is, and he fought for the human rights of the LGBTQ community in this city and this county 25, 30, and 35 years ago. And he was the impetus behind the county even passing human rights ordinance back then. And Mr. Hendricks, who was a nice fellow, he's presented in front of the P&D board when I was chair, and he did a great job. But he wasn't even in this city for that fight. I had a young family. I lived in the same neighborhood that Commissioner Romulus lives in. And talking about the hate and the vitriol that I experienced personally from my support of that ordinance was that I had 2 young boys, 1 4 and 1 7, and my wife, and we had to have police drive-bys to protect our house, because back then we didn't have caller ID or cell phones. So when people left messages and nameless mail pieces came in your mailbox, we had no idea who they were coming from. That night I had to park in the parking lot of the old city hall that was just demolished, and escorted to the commission chambers and escorted back out because of the threats. So it's not that I'm against human rights of the gay and lesbian community. What I'm against is a needless plaque. And if this plaque needs to be put up, then the name of Norman Aaron should be on it, not Alan Hendricks. That would be a reach. So if you have any questions of me, I'm willing to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Our next is Gemma Torchivia. You're currently unmuted.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to have this discussion again. As you know, I was before you at the end of 2021 on this issue, and at your request, I went before the historic board, and they were very gracious, and I think we had a very good dialogue. However, there is a distinction, and as a board member of the PBC, HRC, and a local attorney, I sort of am uniquely positioned to explain this distinction. And the distinction is one of law. Under the current Florida statutes, in order for the intersection to be considered a memorial, there must be a plaque. And if there is a vandal or an act of hate involving vandalism to the intersection, the state attorney, and this is after discussion that the board of PBC HRC had with the state attorney, has been informed, is the plaque is required for him to be able to effectively prosecute a criminal who does that defacement and vandalism under the full extent of the law available to him. So the plaque is important. So while I understand certainly and respect that, there are those who feel
the specialness is not taken away, with a resolution, and certainly the specialness would be satisfactory. It's the issue that in order for the state attorney to be able to do his job and prosecute criminals effectively and fully, there does need to be a plaque. That's sort of like, I would say, the magic word, right? Like, when you look at the law and you think about the law, there's oftentimes like magic words that have to be stated. In this circumstance, the magic word, quote unquote, is the plaque and the wording of the plaque. Although the wording, I think, Mayor, as you stated it, is certainly sufficient. So the secondary issue is that if the state attorney has sort of that plaque in
Gemma,
place.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Trying to send us a message.
Beth, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
The power was lost
On the dais, and I think we just got it back.
Okay. Mayor, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Darren, you got the volume under control?
I don't
All
think
right.
they can hear you. They lost power, so we're waiting.
Thank you, Miss Beth. I know you can hear me.
Hear you. And I can hear Mayor.
No, but the volume is pretty loud right now, so we're trying to work that out. So if you can give us a minute or two.
Yes.
All right, Gemma, can you say hello?
Hello.
All right, we're at a sustainable volume. Thank you.
Okay.
I was looking up the statute that you're mentioning, Florida Statute 806.135, where they designate the term for historic property or memorial, which means plaque, statue, marker, flag, banner, and that is construction located with the intent of being permanently displayed or perpetually maintained. And so we do have the flag that is there, that is constructed or displayed, but we don't have something that has it being perpetually maintained. And that is something that I believe, and it has to be, is dedicated to a historical person, an entity, or an event. I don't think they define what historical person means. Or the past or present public service of a resident of the geographical area comprising the state or the United States. And so we're trying to create something more than just the flag, and so, because unless we have something that identifies a person or entity or an event, and that we have a resolution or a plaque that intends for it to be permanently displayed or perpetually maintained, it is not subject to this statute that creates a second-degree felony, which is up to 15 years.
Wait a minute. So this is where we're going, trying to prosecute someone for an intersection? What could they possibly do to the intersection?
They could draw swastikas on it.
Or you paint over it.
I mean,
you don't have to.
So you think that's
prosecute somebody and give them 15 years in prison for putting a wheelie or something on the intersection? We paint it over again, fresh.
Hey, if you don't,
I guess I'm missing something.
So someone doing that, according to the Florida statute, makes it a crime, whether they the ones who decide that it was a second-degree felony. Whereas if you're just saying anybody can do anything to this and the city is responsible to maintain it, regardless of people's intentions, without prosecution, I'll have to, agree to disagree with that. But I know it's after 11:30.
It's not a matter of me disagreeing or not. I'm trying to get an understanding. What I'm hearing is that if I get a plaque at an intersection, if somebody, if it's made out of brick and somebody damaged those bricks, I can prosecute them to the full extent of the law.
Only if they willfully and maliciously destroy. So if
If it's
someone,
a hate crime.
yeah. So that's,
Mayor,
yes.
if I just may add one nuance, and perhaps Gemma might want to weigh in as well. But with a plaque, which is what's being recommended by the state attorney in order to fully prosecute should there be a hate crime, that also means that whoever commits the crime has then to pay the city to repair it, right? So the city benefits by having this plaque, which will allow there to be legal protections. It benefits the city. And this, again, is what's being asked of by our state attorney.
So it
So
doesn't.
instead of us paying for it, for the repairs, let the people committing the crime pay for the repairs. Which sounds like a good deal to me.
That is correct, sir. And I know that when we think about paint, you know, we might think, oh, it's a $40 gallon of paint at Home Depot, but the reality is you know, painting intersections requires special paint. I mean, it's a production, so you're looking at, yeah, I don't want to speak out of school because I don't have your budget in front of me, but let's say $5,000 to $7,000 per repainting between equipment and manpower and materials. So it's not nothing. And if it happens regularly, it certainly could be substantive.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm ready to proceed.
So, okay, just one other question. I'm not trying to be negative about this. I'm trying to understand it. So you're saying that, I guess the question is, where would the plaque be located? On what, would it be on someone's property, on the city, part of the right of way of, is that, where would that plaque go? And what would be on that plaque? Those are the issues I'd like to have answered.
Mayor. I think the clarifying point that I need to ask maybe of probably Commissioner Pensurga or the HRC would be, does it necessarily, and no offense to my good friend Alan Hendricks, but does it necessarily need to have Alan's name, or could it be, you know, dedicated to the HRC as an organization itself? I feel like that might bear more weight and have a broader appeal than to an individual person. Is that something that could be entertained?
Commissioner, I believe I may have the answer, and Gemma may have the more technical legal answer. But I believe the law says that an individual, at least a individual must be mentioned.
No, it says is dedicated to a historical person, an entity, an event, or a series of events.
What's dedicated to the entity? The entity is HRC. They're the ones who've been doing this work for years.
Or the past or present public service of a resident of
There we go.
the
That's what
geographic.
I'm referring to.
So it's, you know, it's an or, not an and. So the situation is that it can be either or.
If my colleagues who are in support of this initiative are willing to dedicate it in honor of the HRC, PBC HRC, I would be in full support of it. Again, I love my good friend Alan Hendricks, but I think it will have a long-term effect if it's dedicated in memory of this organization that has been doing this work for multiple years countywide.
May I make a suggestion? Would it be amenable to you all if perhaps the city attorney worked with HRC and the state attorney to get the exact language? I think we understand your intent, right? Which is HRC, and to get that language exactly right, and that way it complies fully with the statute, and then certainly it could come back to you. But would that be okay?
My input is here is you're complicating it and just take the win. So that's all there's really nothing that needs to go back to attorneys and language, and it's a plaque that's being dedicated. It's going to be called the name of the intersection, and it's going to be dedicated to the Palm Beach County HRC. That's the name that I'd prefer to see on it. And if that is amenable to
Mr. Allen Hendricks and Board Member Commissioner Prince Erga, who has been championing this issue, then I would be willing to support that.
Well, we'll take the win if they're on board.
Mayor, could I just,
Yes,
I
you
just
may.
need to add something because consistent with what the current motion is. What's missing in your backup, it does have the definition of a memorial plaque, but it stops short of the complete section. After United States, the statute continues to read, the term includes but is not limited to the following memorials established under Chapter 265. Florida Women's Hall of Fame, Florida Medal of Honor Wall, Florida Veterans Hall of Fame, POW MIA Chair of Honor Memorial, Veterans Walk of Honor, Florida Law Enforcement Officers Hall of Fame, Florida Holocaust Memorial, Florida Slavery Memorial, and other memorials that in this particular case are located within the Capitol complex. So it's pretty clear from the continued definition of the statute that it does contemplate not necessarily individuals, I'm not excluding that, but it does not list an individual, it lists organizations.
Correct, which is why I'm willing to move in this direction.
And yes, Mr. Hendricks.
I will defer to Palm Beach County HRC. The conversations I've had with Rand Hawk and he's had with the state attorney, Dave Ehrenberg, they were super duper specific about how you actually protect this intersection with these specific words. And I'll defer to them. It's not about my name. It's not about that at all. It's about protecting city property. I, of course, applaud the city for doing this in the first place. So that's the only thing I would add to Commissioner Ramos's comment is I would caution us to make sure that it's covered like we think it's going to be covered, because the wording was very specific from the Palm Beach County HRC. I believe we brought this up, actually. The historic committee said, well, why can't we just, make it a little more wide, and it makes sense. To which Palm Beach County HRC said, no, it has to be this specific language in this specific way. So I'll just caution us on that.
So what I would suggest is that we make the recommendation in the motion for our city attorney to confirm the language with the state attorney, and that I do want to use what you called it, the Boynton Beach, whether it needs to have memorial in the title or the Progress Pride intersection. So if I could get that motion.
It's not a memorial, it's a plaque, right?
One more thing, I would make sure that your Human Resources Council is going to pay for it.
We will request.
Plaque.
Yeah, we will have our attorney make that request.
For clarification, it will be a plaque that will be on the ground, not erected, correct?
That is what I believe
That's
somewhere.
the question.
We're approving?
So
My question.
and so whether it needs to be where well, let me ask the commission, are you prefer to see it on the ground or erected plaque?
I would prefer to see it on the ground. That way it doesn't get in the way of whatever potential construction or work that may need to happen in the future as we continue to build downtown.
Right.
I concur with that.
And see whether it's better on a sidewalk or just on the road.
Right.
Second.
Okay, Jim, are you?
I'm clear on that. Thank you.
All right. And I want to thank everyone for comments, and we'll hopefully get an update soon. All those in favor, state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Gemma and David, I'll give you another opportunity to speak. Gemma, did you have anything else to say?
Mayor and the rest of the electeds here tonight, I just want to thank you so much. It's really been a pleasure to work with you, and I really appreciate the commitment that the city has to diversity and inclusion. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Katz?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
You can, okay. I want to applaud Commissioner Romulus for meeting in the middle. I think her recommendation is the way to go. And I want to thank her for that, because I think that probably solves the issue of the plaque. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we got consent agendas, if we can get through those for staff. Motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, hearing none. Motion passes unanimously. Consent bids and purchases over 100,000.
Motion approved.
Got a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Um,
Mayor,
yes.
I do apologize. I don't want to pull this item just because for the sake of time, but I would like to just request that staff, if we could add it to the agenda for next month to just give a brief overview of item 6B in regards to the grants that we just approved. I just felt like there's some really good things here. I always like to highlight when we're getting funding to help our residents and taking that off of the taxpayers' back. So I would just ask that we highlight this item at our next commission meeting.
Thank you, because we have our brand new grants manager that had put together a beautiful presentation. It's too late. I would love to do that at the next meeting so we can introduce Tess and demonstrate her outstanding
Well,
work.
if she's
She
still
sat
on,
here for 6 hours waiting to make her presentation.
we
So
will put you at the beginning for next meeting.
You are appreciated.
thank you, Commissioner.
We're gonna leave at midnight. So David, do you have a quick updates for item 9A and 9B?
Right during the night.
No pressure, Dave. Make it quick.
No pressure, no pressure.
Yeah.
I won't even bring up the presentation. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, David Scott, Director of Economic Development and Strategy for the City of Boynton Beach. This evening, I'm providing the Commission with a report of the American Rescue Plan Notice of Funding Opportunity Application Workshop that was held last Thursday, January 13th at 4 p.m. right here in the Commission chambers for the not-for-profit subrecipient grant and the small business assistant grant. The subrecipient grants are intended to invite community partners to request ARP funding for programs, projects, and interventions that will address community challenges in one or more of the community assessment priorities, which you heard tonight from FIU. They're around economic stability and resilience, housing affordability and home ownership, educational opportunities and job skills development, healthcare access and health outcomes, and criminal justice and safety. The small business grant is intended to identify a partner to administer the ARPA Small Business Assistant Grant Program. And through that program, the city will issue $10,000 grants to recipients once the administration of that provider is identified. 38 participants attended both in person and virtually, and they each had an opportunity to hear the notice of funding application and also answer and ask any questions and have their questions answered by myself, John Durgan, and Carice Lejeune. So questions vary, but mostly was more about clarifications around the application process and eligibility. Interested applicants may continue to submit questions to Carice Lejeune at lejeune.c@bbfl.us or at 561-202-7554. All reasonable responses will be posted to the city's ARPA website at www.boynton-beach.org/ARPA. and applications can be found on that ARPA website as well. Just as a reminder, applications will be due no later than 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on February 4th, 2022. And on March 1st, 2022, the commission will hear staff's recommendation for award. Right, that concludes the report.
All right. Any questions on the NOFO? All right. Next, the RFP for the City Hall Cafe.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Again, David Scott, Director of Economic Development and Strategy. This item before you seeks your approval of the, I'm sorry, let me switch up. This is a report providing you with a report with an update on the status of the Boynton Beach City Hall Cafe. In 2020, Avison Young was retained by the city through E2L to identify operators to oversee and manage the City Hall Innovation Space and the City Hall Cafe Space. Florida, as you're aware, Florida Atlantic University was successful at being selected as the operation of the innovation space, and they are continuing to build that out. Avison Young received interest from 4 respondents to the City Hall Cafe space solicitation, and they were Common Grounds, Trendy Gourmet, 500 Ocean Cafe, and Juice Bar Paradise LLC. Because of COVID, the retail market was extremely impacted by the pandemic, and many restaurants closed or reduced or severely reduced their services. The City Hall respondents were no different. So they each kind of pulled back rather than expanding into the City Hall space. So the City Hall space solicitation at that time was suspended to allow for economic recovery. The staff is now moving forward with developing an RFP that will solicit a culinary operator to occupy this cafe space. And maybe we can bring the presentation up for that one quickly. I guess it's Yuri. In that presentation, we have before you what staff recommends for the operator and the solicitation. So much of this is still in draft form as we continue to develop that. So we're looking for an operator that will be more innovative, visionary, and experienced to provide an operation of that space, possibly a startup restaurateur, food operator, artisan food vendor or equivalent, to lease the space, similar to what we're doing with FAU, who is also leasing the innovation space. That City Hall space for the cafe is about 1,100 square, a little over 1,100 square feet, and will provide for incubation. And that's our thinking. So we could bring someone in to help nurture the food entrepreneurs, similar to what the commission has directed around entrepreneurship and growing small businesses, where FAU is doing it for businesses. We would like the cafe operator to not only just operate that space, but also grow small local culinary businesses within that space as well and provide entrepreneurship. We envision a health-focused enterprise that will serve breakfast, lunch, and afternoon patrons with the ability to serve beer and wine for special events. We have a long history of successful, the operator should have a long history of restaurant experience, but we really are interested in trendy food-related eating concepts such as shared kitchens, pop-up cafes, food incubators, and other restaurant concepts. So we're really interested in activating that space, not just for an operator just to serve food, but also provide for placemaking. Make it interesting, make the menu interesting, make it a place where people want to come as they visit downtown or within the City Hall or Town Square complex or surrounding area, and make it a destination for visitors. and patrons of City Hall. The city will provide $20,000 towards tenant improvement allowance, so to help that startup get in place and build it out. We considered building it out, doing some of the build out ourselves, but because of the nature of specifically providing that service for that operator, we felt it was safer to allow that operator to build it out to suit their own needs. So we will provide $20,000 towards that build out. In addition, the proposer may make available for sale limited refreshments, coffee, soft drinks, cookies, muffins, sandwiches. I just talked about healthy choices. I got muffins in there. I'm sorry. Water on
Banana
evening
nut,
when the
Ted.
city commission
Banana nuts.
meets generally.
Those are healthy.
Finally, the opportunities will be available for the selected proposal to cater miscellaneous events within City Hall, again, and around for different events around the Town Hall campus, Town Square campus. The last page, well, the next page talks about the objectives. We want to provide on a retail concept with distinctive experience to provide catering in and around City Hall. I'm working on number 2, which is really about sustainability with Rebecca. I looked at maybe having that proposer must procure at least a minimum of 15% sustainable food products. But again, I'm working with Rebecca on what sustainability would be and what that would look like around the food service. Again, making healthier choices, implementing quality marketing and advertising campaign, and work with the city in partnership on maximizing the eating placemaking and creating that entrepreneurship with other smaller operators. Next slide, which would be the last slide. Proposed schedule. We'd look to continue to build this out, possibly advertise an RFP sometime in February with proposals due back towards the end of March, and then complete those evaluations and get those recommended awards into the commission in April. Very ambitious. We've got a lot of work to do on the RFP to continue to build it out. But really, we wanted to bring an operator again with a unique style, bringing healthy choices to City Hall so that we have opportunities, not only as employees, but any of the visitors to City Hall and any events that occur in and around the Town Square campus. Any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Romulus?
Yes, 2. Well, one is a suggestion, the other is a question. Number 1, you mentioned that they would be able to provide beer or wine. Does this vendor need to have a liquor license?
Would need at least a beer and wine license.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They're different.
I get that. I just want to make sure that that's
Yes.
not a hindrance, but hopefully that can be something that could be massaged. Secondly, regarding the food products, are you talking about like the actual containers that the food is served in?
Again, I'm gonna work with Rebecca on that. It could, and she's talking about our green business, so it is talking about the
Containers, the forks.
straws.
I don't think there's a dishwasher, so it's not silverware and plates.
Yeah.
It would all be to-go stuff.
Yes.
So,
It would meet the commission's current policy around sustainability
Right.
around our restaurants.
I completely agree, and I think that's a good way to go. And I would say, we should have a conversation, if we're not already, with TELUS and organizations like that create sustainable food products and are already in the business of providing that throughout different restaurants and stuff throughout the county. So that could help with that conversation. And hopefully we can create some type of partnership that decreases how much that vendor would have to pay.
So, yeah, I know that one of the things I spoke with Rebecca about is being more of a warehouse for the sustainability products for our Go Green restaurants, so that instead of each restaurant buying only what they need at that price, they can get economies of scale if the city buys a lot. The second thing is that I remember when we had the Sailfish Cafe, I don't know what the name of this is going to be called, but but hopefully it's something similar. And one of the things that I asked the Community Caring Center was to have a kids menu. So if that could be included in the RFP of something where we identify a smaller meal for children, because it's going to be right next to our youth library. And
I would also add that the option would be for the operator to also extend into the Arts and Cultural Center as well.
okay, so it's a dual aspect. And will the Arts and Cultural Center allow for?
There is a small space that we identified with Avison Young for maybe just coffee service. So we could put that in the RP as well.
So currently there is no, what is it? The room all the way on the southeast corner.
Yes.
Is empty and kind of using for storage.
Yes.
So that's where we would have a dual aspect cafe where we could, they would have either one or both.
Yeah, the potential for that would be optional, what David and I were talking about, and we'd kind of let the market dictate that, whether they think it's a good idea to have two locations in such close proximity, and whether whatever entity proposes that we select has the capacity to operate both. But we would include that as an option for them if they want to capitalize on that.
And yeah, I think that absolutely we should have something for that location, and finish out that last room in the Arts and Cultural Center. And if we have different concepts, not saying that they both can't serve coffee, but more of one that is American versus Italian or Asian or European. That I like your idea of more of an aspect of rotating menus versus this is it and that's all you get. All right, well, it's past midnight. Do we need a motion?
Just our concurrence
I think to issue the RFP.
to continue forward, yes.
Okay, we're not issuing it, just we'll issue it next meeting.
Yeah, we'll continue to work on it and bring it back to you.
Okay, so yeah, I believe you got consensus.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have items 9D and 11A left. The quick comment regarding 9D is that our city doesn't define gross acreage. We're looking to the county for the definition. Is that correct, Jim, under density?
No, we don't look to the county for the definition precisely. That would be a provision that would have to be in the code of ordinances, or more specifically, the land development regulations. So it would take a code amendment to change the definition.
No, because currently it says density is the number of residential dwelling units permitted on a particular lot or within a project determined by dividing the applicable zoning district minimum lot size for one dwelling unit into the gross acreage of said lot. We do not define what gross acreage is.
I'll leave it to staff. They wrote the memo, but
Mayor,
we don't have that specific definition.
is there an urgency to work on this agenda item tonight?
If you give me 5 minutes. But yeah,
Can we resolve it within 5 minutes?
I just want to know if we define what gross acreage is.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Commission, Adam Temple, Development Director. Mike Rumpf was going to lead us in this discussion, but he had to step out. But Amanda's prepared. We have just a four slide presentation that covers the mayor's question, and it provides some visual content also that I think would be beneficial for the commission. Amanda.
Yeah. Amanda.
Amanda went to sleep.
I have to get up at 5, guys. I have a quick question, I guess. I think I read it in the backup, but just to get a reaffirmation from staff. The short answer to this inquiry is no, we've never done this before.
That is correct, Commissioner. Historically, we've always it's always been interpreted as being within the ownership's control, the property owner's control. and any adjacent right of way or streets that isn't under the property owner's control has not been used as part of the gross calculations.
And to go even further, there's no city in Palm Beach County that have done this, right?
Not that we're aware of. We've had discussions with representatives for different projects that have mentioned that this has been done elsewhere, but we haven't been provided any of those locations for us to be able to review the regulations.
One other little small observation here in the statement that the mayor just read, where he was talking about the definition of dwelling units. I think that right there, that word should be, instead of into dwelling units, into the gross acreage, should probably be by. I mean, it's just a small, I mean, because what you're saying is that you have DU over, slash GAC. And so you're really dividing the GAC into DU or DU by instead of into gross. You see what I'm talking about? So just that one word that makes a difference. So just change into to by. Well, you what I'm talking about?
That would need an amendment.
Right.
And Amanda, you're currently self-muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, okay, great. Good evening. This is Amanda Radigan, principal planner. We left math for midnight, so I'm here to kind of guide us through this a little bit. I got cut off for a second. I think, Mayor, the last thing I heard was, do we explicitly define gross acreage? The answer is no, not explicitly defined, but there are some typical standard methodologies and best practices that are followed. And within the comp plan and the LDR, the way density is referenced, for an example, there is an exception in the comp plan that talks specifically about, an exception to using gross acreage is in the event if there is right of way that is dedicated in terms that's required for approval. In that instance, we can count right of way. So the assumption is that gross acreage does not include right of way. Historically in the city, there have been projects that have also vacated property in order to get greater land area or gross area in order to, allow the project for more density. I do have 3 or 4 slides that we could walk through if you'd like.
Yeah, you got a minute for each.
Okay, I could do it in less than that. Erie, if you could go to the next slide, please. So this is essentially what I just said. The standard methodology and best practices does kind of generally define gross acreage as what's under ownership or control of the property owner. That last line, it's cut off on my slide, but if you guys can see it, it is the exception in the comprehensive plan, which is the allowance of land dedicated as a requirement of approval to be added, to be included within gross acreage. Next slide. So standard methodology, like I'm sure you all know already, every piece of parcel has a land use and a zoning district. And we take the parcel size. So this is an example, and this is the 500 Ocean block. This parcel is 4.69 acres. It is multiplied by the density which is allowed within that zoning, and then you get the total permitted, and we do round down. So this parcel would be permitted a total of 375 units. Next slide. So if we include the right-of-way, this is just to show how different the densities could be. So 375 is if we're talking about land control gross acreage, the way it's generally understood. If we include the right-of-way, in this scenario, it equals another 1.33 acres, which is an additional 106 units, which brings up the total that would be permitted on a parcel like this to 481. Some quick math, that equates to about 102 units per acre versus the 80 units per acre that we do allow in the zoning district. Next slide. And just another tidbit in the city right now, if we do include right-of-way, this equates to about a 17.4% increase in entitlement area. So the city as a whole has about 10,000 acres in it, and about 1,000 or 2,000 or so are right-of-way. And all of that acreage would now be included into entitlements area if we go the route of including right-of-way.
All right. I appreciate it, Amanda. And so the only thing that I would not want to include with the right-of-way is any major thoroughfare. As our definition for access legal, include it's to a public thoroughfare. So according to the slide that you had before, where it showed the 1.33 acres in addition.
Yes, that included all the rights of way that abutted that property.
So if you can scroll back one slide, Yuri. So what I'm saying is that the right of way on the east side of the property does not apply because it is a thoroughfare. And that is what I would want to see if the commission is, or if our is allowed under access legal is a dedicated and recorded right of way or easement, excluding utility or drainage easements affording perpetual ingress from a subject property to a public thoroughfare, so that access legal does not include the definition of a thoroughfare, which we don't have a definition of thoroughfare, but we do have a definition of major thoroughfare, which includes roads that go in between cities, such as Ocean Avenue and Federal Highway.
Would you go back one more slide, please? There's a 481, 375, okay? This property that we're talking about, including in the equation, is property that you couldn't really build on. Is that correct? So to me, it seems to be a good way to cheat, to get more units available and stuff people in. You can't even build on, you're just going from 375 units all the way up to 481. So why would you include space that you can't even build on in the equation just to get more units? It sounds like a good way to cheat.
It is.
That's the way I see it.
You know, I understand what you're saying. It's under what our definition of access legal is a dedicated and recorded right of way. So for example, if for the 114 property 222 North Federal, there was a dedicated right of way when the CRA bought the old motel there.
Mayor,
But that wouldn't be included under our current.
The reference to the dedication means a dedication by the property owner itself, not a dedication that they are adjacent to, but a dedication that they give up part of their property. In that particular case, they could use what they're giving up as part of their density calculation. That's number one. In this example on your screen is just to understand where you might be going on this. Would this be first come, first serve? In other words, the property owner that's depicted in the red rectangle, they get the benefit of the density bonus by the three adjacent right-of-ways? Or if there's further redevelopment around that property, do those people get it as well? Because that would be an important aspect.
I would say it's to the midway point, because that means both properties would get it. But no, I understand if the commission doesn't want to make a decision or wants to end the conversation, but I do appreciate staff having this presentation. Commissioner Katz.
I do. I'll give an A for originality in seeking this maneuver. But I'd basically not be in favor of pursuing this because one, we'd be doing it to rewrite it basically at the request of one developer at this time, to the detriment of any developer who previously built and didn't get to capture the density. And then two, Per the citywide estimate, we have units per acre, and this would increase the potential growth of the city by almost 20% if everybody were to take advantage. So again, for original effort, but not something I want to personally pursue.
Okay,
To put it more succinctly, absolutely not.
all right.
Thank
Well, thank you. All right, and so regarding the other items on the agenda, or other item on the agenda regarding the renaming of a facility in honor of Latasha Clemens, do we want to table that to next meeting?
Yes.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And that is it for the items on tonight's meeting. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Yeah.